His Rejected Mate's Ancestral Howl by Kex Harper, narrated by Bookzoro. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Chapter 1, Omega Morning, Lyra. Pre-dawn gray light fell over the keep as I scrubbed blood from the stone floors on my hands and knees. My palms were raw, but I didn't dare stop. Whose blood was it? Nobody important enough to name, I supposed. Just someone who disobeyed Alpha Kane and didn't get away with it. Around me, the other Omegas went about their early morning chores. We woke before the rest of the pack, cleaning, cooking, mending, and tending. Our labor was as unseen as ourselves, but any slacking off was noticed immediately. I knew Alpha Kane was on the move before I could see or even smell him. The hallways grew softer as any conversation between the Omegas came to an abrupt halt. Silence followed him like an ocean wave as the Alpha passed by without acknowledging us. He came around the corner and I instinctively bowed my head, but not before I caught a glimpse of his unruly black hair and silver-threaded eyes. They burned into me, pulling me closer to the floor. He towered over me like a giant as he passed, the leather of his boots creaking right next to my ear. His aura screamed of power as sharp as his cheekbones, and his temper. I kept my head down and my movements small. I even timed my breaths with the scrape of the brush, avoiding the stones I knew would creak. Attention from Alpha Kane meant correction. Correction meant pain. Behind him were his closest betas, a female named Ceres and a male named Dante. "You missed a spot over there, Omega," Ceres hissed, narrowing her sky-blue eyes at me and brushing the long, blonde hair from her shoulder. I choked back the urge to inform her I hadn't done that corner yet, instead nodding mutely. Talking back to Ceres was as bad, if not worse, than mouthing off to the Alpha himself. Everyone knew she was lined up to be his bondmate and Luna. Just spend 5 minutes with her and she'd tell you 5 times. They were perfect for each other, honestly. Mean, stuck on their own power, and more dangerous to walk on than eggshells. The trio passed, and I returned to my task. My senses assaulted me with scent shifts, the sound of footfalls, and mood changes as the three continued on toward the council chamber. I'd always been sensitive that way. Not that any of it had ever saved me from the same treatment as the rest of the Omegas. Life returned to the group as the heavy council chamber doors thudded closed at the far end of the hall. A pair of early 20s female Omegas entered the hall where I was scrubbing, their faces bright with nervous excitement. "Maybe the moon goddess will surprise us and choose an Omega as the next Luna, instead of that mean girl-ass Ceres. Anyone else would be better, honestly." Despite being their same age, I didn't share any of their enthusiasm or join in the conversation. I'd attended 3 choosings so far, and I'd never been called forward, not even for another Omega. Not everyone was fated to bond, I supposed, and I could handle that. Being a background character was a position I'd trained for my entire life. No, I wouldn't be called up tonight. I'd be serving during the ceremony, carrying water, clearing dishes, and cleaning up afterwards would be my only participation. The excitement of being chosen was for other people. I finished the patch I'd been working on and turned to the spot Ceres had pointed out, passing through a beam of moonlight that spilled through the high windows and onto the well-worn stones. My head began to ache, and I straightened for a moment, figuring I'd been bent over for too long. It wasn't a sharp pain, more like a deep, pulsing heartbeat in my brain. I pressed my thumb to my temple and worked faster, jaw tight. The sooner I could stop bending forward, the sooner my blood pressure could go back to normal. As I scrubbed, my mind drifted back through the past. Perhaps it was the choosing ceremony tonight making me a little nostalgic. I remembered being small, curled up beside my mother. I loved to wrap her dark hair around my fingers as she held me, whispering softly to me in the dark. "You're a special girl," she insisted, as if it were the most important message in the world. Then her tone would change. "If they hear you howl, they'll kill you, so you have to remain in control at all times." I didn't know what she meant at the time, and still didn't. But I remembered how she smelled like fear and iron, and the way her lips would tighten. I never asked why. I simply nodded my little head and imagined what it would be like on the day I was chosen. Surely my bondmate would be the biggest, strongest wolf in the pack, just like the stories Mom told me about Dad. He was the strongest wolf in all the land. When he howled, the very rocks trembled at his power. Armies knelt before him, and alphas feared him. She'd stroke my cheek with a faraway look in her eyes. Nowadays, I knew she was just making up tales. And I knew if such a wolf existed today, he certainly wouldn't choose me. I'd never howled before, not even once. My wolf, if I had one, must have been broken. No matter how many times I called, no one answered. Honestly, the thought was rather comforting. The moon goddess hadn't seen fit to call me up. I didn't have a wolf to complicate my life, and I was used to my life as it was. Being special sounded like a lot of work. Footsteps began to echo in the hall above my head, doors opening as the pack began to stir. I finished scrubbing the final few stones and dropped the rag in the bucket, the water now tinged pink. It felt good to return to my feet and give my aching knees a break. I padded quietly to the window and dumped the water into the flower bed below, then hurried toward the kitchens to help serve breakfast. The spread today was much fancier than usual. Trays of fresh breads filled the air with their scents, and bowls of sliced fruit added color everywhere I looked. Mountains of meats made my mouth water, despite knowing I'd be lucky to taste any of them. A pair of gammas were in charge of the kitchen, their faces flush and hands waving anxiously as they conducted the orchestra that was the breakfast staff. "You two take that tray of bread and put it at Alpha Kane's table. You three fill the pitchers with juice. Are the utensils and plates all set?" I joined the group, grabbing cups for the tables, eager to be busy before I was assigned a worse task. Carefully, I slid my fingers through the bulky handles of the mugs and clutched as many as I could safely carry in my arms. The ceramic clinked as I followed two other Omegas into the massive dining hall. The entire pack was gathered today. Anxious anticipation was so thick in the air that I could barely breathe. Young, unchosen betas wandered up and down the tables in brightly colored robes with metallic threads woven through the fabric. They chatted excitedly with each other, while gammas in deep crimson robes watched in small groups. Males and females of both groups glanced at each other, eyes locking in silent hopes that the moon goddess would agree with their pairings tonight. As I set the mugs beside chipped and weathered plates, low drums began outside. Their beats were slow and ceremonial. I knew they'd continue from sun up to sundown, when the choosing would begin. The sound vibrated through the stone, echoing in the busy hall. My chest tightened even further and I gasped for air. I put down the final mug and leaned against the table for a moment, the edges of my vision growing dark. As the pressure of the drums hummed in my cells, Something felt like it was stirring deep in my stomach.
Not with hope, but with fear.
Chapter 2. Alpha on the Ridge. Kane. Undercore.
From the moment I stepped into the council chamber, I knew we'd accomplish very little today. Even the elders' feet shuffled across the stone floor beneath their chairs. Most of the council was absent, given leave to prepare their sons and daughters for the choosing tonight. My teeth ground slightly in irritation, but I knew the council combined had as much power as I did. The ceremony was tradition, and allowing such frivolous things kept the pack under control.
I stood behind my chair at the large table, not bothering to sit. Everyone else rose to their feet as well, eyes focused intently on me. Since there are so few of us this morning, there's no point going over the proposed schedule. We'd have to do it all again tomorrow. I'm not wasting my time.
I pushed the chair slightly forward and stalked out of the chamber, leaving the others to excuse themselves. My wolf paced with frustration in my chest, so I decided to go for a run. I pulled my shirt over my head and allowed my body to shift out of the rest as he exploded outward. The familiar clicking of my bone structure altering filled my ears, and I stretched through the pain.
As soon as all four paws touched the courtyard stones, I shot toward the eastern ridge. Morning fog still clung low to the earth as my lungs pulled in large breaths laden with moisture. It felt good to stretch my muscles and test my speed, the ground flying by beneath my paws.
I only stopped when I reached the overlook at the top of the ridge. My breathing was still steady as I sat at the edge of the ledge, staring down into the settlement below. My pack moved below me, small and obedient despite not being in my presence. A sense of pride settled on my shoulders. Obedience, even when I was out of view, was the surest sign of a strong leader, and strength is the only mercy that I could give them. Weakness results in bloodshed in a world where packs are constantly fighting for territory. That's why I had zero desire to participate in tonight's choosing ceremony. Mates invite distraction, and a bonded alpha is an exploitable alpha. If you hold nothing dear, there's nothing anyone can use as leverage against you. I'd avoided the ceremonies for the last 5 years, but the council's threats had finally reached a breaking point. They demanded a Luna, so I'd give them one. Just because we were bonded wouldn't mean I had to feel anything for her. And I already knew who the female would be. I shook my pure white fur and began descending the ridge. There were still many preparations to be made, and I wanted to ensure they were done properly. Despite my apathy toward bonding, I wouldn't allow anything in my pack to be done poorly. The wood for the bonfire was being piled at the far end of the north field. However, the pile was far too small for this time of day. I stalked over to the first beta I saw, who snapped to attention when he spotted me. The wood gathering is behind. Speed it up.
There was no need to raise my voice. The beta nodded and shouted to the others. Double time. The alpha wants to see a proper bonfire for tonight. Feet began rushing through the grass faster, and armloads were piled higher. I gave a single nod and continued toward the pack house. The drums reverberated in my chest and rattled my bones as I got closer. 12 gammas swung their mallets in perfect synchronization, their bodies stiff and faces forward. Each of them dipped their chins once in deference as I passed. I scanned them for any signs of sloppiness, pleased when every foot was in place and every coat was in order.
Perfect. I'd almost reached the main door to the pack house when Dante appeared out of nowhere. He was at least 6 inches shorter than me, with copper skin and short-cropped black hair. He had his usual stupid grin on his boyish face, and far more energy than any adult man should ever have. Are you excited for the choosing tonight, boss? You and Saris can finally make it official. My jaw tightened and my hands flexed, but Dante made no indication that he was going to back down. The choosing is tradition, not destiny. If the moon goddess binds me tonight, she still won't rule me. I spat on the ground and rolled my shoulders, attempting to loosen some of the tension resting there. 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, better not have it in her head that I'll suddenly love her when we're bonded. I'm sure she doesn't expect anything to change aside from the privilege of carrying your heir. Surely even you have noticed the way she looks at you hungrily. His golden eyes flashed with mirth.
I didn't share his amusement. I'd already decided who would be standing beside me tonight, and what kind of bond it would be. Cerys already hung on my every word, so what difference would a bond make?
None. That's what.
The wind shifted, the cold slipping underneath my winter skins. I thought I caught a scent of something wrong. Not an enemy wolf. Something older. It was familiar in a way that made my wolf uneasy. He paced warily in my chest, as if he was trying to warn me of something. The sensation reminded me of standing in front of the ruins of our old city. My father recounted the history of how the pack was nearly destroyed by a traitorous Omega bloodline. They somehow maintained a blessing from the moon goddess, given to their direwolf ancestors, granting them powers the rest of us could only imagine. My great-grandfather ensured they were eradicated. However, standing over the site of the battle that day, I couldn't help feeling like something was watching us, something that didn't sleep. Why the feeling was back, I didn't know. But I pounded my chest once with my fist, telling my wolf to settle down. I wasn't a pup anymore, afraid of ghost stories. I wasn't afraid of anything.
Don't you have work to do?
I glared at Dante, who smirked and nodded. Why are you wasting time then? Get after it. I stalked past him, intent on reaching the dining hall without any further interruptions, and on getting away from whatever that scent was. Busy Omegas scattered before me, intent on showing me how hard they were working. I paid them no mind. They weren't worth my attention. Their position was to take care of the menial labor as silent wraiths. Only when they disobeyed were they on my radar. Most of them only made that mistake once.
I was again interrupted just as I passed my private quarters. Cerys emerged from her room across the hall, arrayed in her elegant ceremonial robes. They were deep blue with real silver stars, and matching silver strands were braided into her golden hair. She approached confidently, the smile on her face as hungry as Dante had said.
"Are you ready to take me as your mate tonight, Kane?" she asked, getting so close that I could smell the perfume from her bath. I could sense her desire to touch me, but she maintained at least a small amount of restraint. "Everyone knows I have the best lineage, and I'm the strongest beta female in the pack. I'm the only suitable option." I didn't correct her. I didn't confirm it either.
I looked past her, my mind already elsewhere. I couldn't get past the strange scent on the wind, and the ache in my chest where my wolf was still pacing. The last thing I wanted to worry about was some clingy she-wolf and her desperate attempts to gain my favor.
Unfortunately, she seemed to take my silence as confidence. I've been preparing to be Luna my entire life. We'll make the most powerful duo in the land. The whole pack expects it, including the elders. Urs hinted just yesterday that she's looking forward to having a proper pair of leaders.
I gave her a half nod and started walking toward the dining hall again. My stomach was growling, especially after shifting this morning. Cerys fell into step with me, nose high in the air. Thankfully, she finally shut up, allowing me to hear my own damn thoughts.
The rich scent of the feast filled my nose, leaving no room for the strange one. My wolf finally relaxed and eased the pain in my chest. Cerys passed into the hall and disappeared into the crowd, but once again, I was stopped by a voice. "Something important happens tonight, Alpha." Chapter 3. Invisible, but seen. Kane. Undercore. I turned on my heel, seeking the owner of the voice. I spotted her at the other end of the hall. Mayra, the pack healer and spiritual leader. Her dark eyes were sharp in her wrinkled face. Assessing, she studied me, not with reverence like most of the pack, but with concern. Her silvery hair cascaded down her bent back, and her bony fingers clutched a carved walking stick, which she leaned heavily on. My shoulders tightened as her aura struck me. She was old, yes, but the air around her always felt ancient. My father once told me that was normal for pack healers, though even his form shuddered when he said it. "Something important happens tonight," she repeated, her rough voice suggesting consequence, not celebration. "Alpha, do you remember our history?" I rolled my eyes, despite the ache returning in a rush. My wolf growled, but I brushed off both him and Mayra. Those old stories are nothing more than tools for obedience. Iron Fang needs certainty, not myth. The days of alphas who hang on the words of old crones, babbling cryptic nonsense, are over. A sharp pain struck like a dagger to my chest. My wolf bristled, and the air around me felt thick, and I heard a female's voice pounding in my skull. I fought to pull in a breath as my eyes swept the hallway for the source of the disturbance. I expected to see Ceres again, chattering her displeasure at my delay. Instead, I locked eyes with an Omega. She froze, bowing low while maintaining eye contact. I observed her for a moment, noticing her slender build and deep chestnut hair. It was cut short, as was required for all Omegas, but the look somehow suited her. It framed her delicate face like a painting, the dark color accenting the red of her lips and her tan skin. I didn't recognize her face, but my wolf seemed to. A low snarl began to rise in my chest. The ache reached a fever pitch, not of desire or hunger, but of fear.
Lyra, Salin. I'd never locked eyes with Alpha Kane like this before. The contact felt like lightning pulsing through my veins. I remained silent, remembering the unnamed wolf's blood that I'd scrubbed from the floor this morning. The last thing I wanted was to share their fate. A rumble began in his chest, turning into a snarl as it reached his thin lips. He absolutely towered over me, at least a full foot taller than my 5.5-foot frame. I took a single step backwards and paused, searching for a reaction. He remained still, eyes burrowing into my soul, and growl vibrating menacingly. Terror made my body feel cold. I took another step back, then another, slowly increasing the distance between us. My gaze flickered up for a moment, and I saw Mayra standing slightly down the hall, also watching me. Her eyes were lit with the fire of someone who knew things others didn't, as was common for the pack's spiritual leader. But the way her lips curved upward into a meaningful smirk filled me with dread. The three of us seemed trapped in this moment, either unwilling or unable to break the tension that held us together. That is, until 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 popped her head out from the dining hall. Her sharp, impatient tone popped the atmosphere like a soap bubble. "Kane, what are you doing? Who tied you up this time?" Both Kane and I broke eye contact at the same time. Ceres's attention landed on me, and her lip curled up in disgust. "An Omega? What are you doing? Keeping our Alpha from his breakfast, little bitch? Get back to scrubbing dishes or something where you belong." She hovered her hand over Kane's arm, as if she was going to drag him away with her. But she didn't need to. He snapped back to his usual aloof self, brushing past me and taking the final few steps into the dining hall. As he did, Mayra's gravel-filled voice called out after him, "You recite the old tales, but you don't learn from them, Alpha. Something important happens tonight." Have you ever heard a voice that made you feel like there was a sudden fog rolling in, and maybe a full moon had magically appeared overhead? That was the atmosphere called in by the healer's warning. She slowly began walking toward the dining hall as well, her feet shuffling on the stone and the tap of her walking stick echoing in the empty hallway. I pressed myself against the wall as she passed, but she paused and placed a bony hand on my arm. Her skin was ice cold and I shivered. "You're ready," she whispered, so softly I barely caught the words. I wanted to ask her what she meant, but before I could open my mouth, she shuffled away into the crowded hall. My heart pounded as I scurried back to the kitchen, away from the strange encounter and back to familiar territory. Though the rest of my day was filled with washing dishes, assisting the beta and gamma females with their ceremonial preparation, and a sundry list of other menial tasks, I couldn't get the scene from this morning out of my head. What was Mara talking about? Ready for what? My stomach felt sick just thinking about it. Like drawing the attention of Kane, things rarely went smoothly for those who the elderly healer began whispering to. Somehow I made it to sundown. The ceremony grounds were lit with cold, white moonlight. The pack gathered around the stone ring where a bonfire blazed 10 feet tall. Kane stood the closest, little more than a dark shadow against the blinding flames. Then came the betas. They formed a loose circle around the fire, their finery glinting and reflecting the dancing light. Each piece was a mark of rank, lineage, and power. Gammas formed the next ring, black robes making them nearly invisible as the darkness deepened around us. They looked mostly at each other, not expecting to be called up to a higher rank tonight. My group, the Omegas, weren't summoned until everyone else was in place. We watched from the edge of the field, dressed in plain gray, with no finery or clan marks where we're interchangeable. Unlike the Gammas, who hoped to at least be granted a bond with another of their rank, the Omegas around me shuffled in resigned exhaustion. Choosing ceremonies weren't for us. They were just one more task tacked on to an already taxing day. I took my place at the end of the line, rolling up the sleeves of my oversized robe. My eyes were firmly downcast as I repeated the rules to myself. Don't move. Don't react. You're a silent observer to the happiness of others. My headache from earlier had only deepened, and the brightness of the fire wasn't doing it any favors. My skin felt too tight, and I could feel my heartbeat behind my eyeballs. Was my heart going to explode? I was pretty sure my blood pressure had to be sky high to feel this way. After the ceremony, I'd have to seek out Mara and hope she wasn't too busy to check it for me. The sensation of eyes on me made the hair on my nape prickle. I looked up and spotted Sarah standing next to Kane, staring at me with venom. Her robe glittered like the night sky, and the fire cast her face in shifting shadows that made her appear paranormal. But why was she looking at me? I was nobody. Unless she was angry about my run-in with Alpha Kane this morning, even though it was absolutely nothing, that would certainly track for her. "Stay away from Kane, Omega," she spat, loudly enough to be overheard. "You don't even have your own scent marker." She began to laugh, elbowing the betas around her to join in. Some wolves just never ripen. A few betas chuckled nervously, their bare feet shifting in the grass. I bowed my head, shame burning my cheeks at the communal humiliation. Something stirred in my chest, curling inward. Not in submission, but in pain. Heat flared beneath my skin, and I began to sweat, the beads chilling in the evening breeze. The pain felt wrong, sharp, searing. The full moon cleared the ridge, and its light caused the enchanted stone ring to glow. The air vibrated expectantly. For the lucky ones, fate was arriving on swift wings. Around me, Wolves began flaring their nostrils as their bondmate's scent hit them full force. But I didn't have long to watch. My vision began to blur and my knees buckled. I fell forward to my knees, hard enough to knock the breath from my lungs. My heart beat wildly in my chest, and my head felt like it was going to explode as I struggled to inflate my lungs. A gasp rippled through the Omegas, but no one stepped forward to check on me. My struggle was not their focus right now. They glued their eyes to Kane, waiting with bated breath to see the bond form between him and 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. But I could only focus on the burning in my throat. It felt like I'd swallowed boiling water and was being scalded from the inside. I clawed at my neck, choking on air. A sound pressed against my teeth, but I instinctively fought it back as formless whispers began filling my ears. Chapter 4. The Howl That Shouldn't Exist. Lyra. _ I heard echoes, fragmented and overlapping as they pulsed in my ears like waves. There were no words, or even voices. It was more like memories brushing against my mind. Memories that weren't my own. The stone beneath my knees hummed as I clawed at my own throat and the vibration crawled up my bones. The earth felt awake. My mother's warning played in my mind. Don't let them hear you howl. Panic spiked and I tried to swallow the sound rising in my chest. I saw movement at the edge of my vision and blinked rapidly, trying to banish the darkness. It was Kane, turned sharply toward me. His controlled expression fractured for half a second and the pack went silent. Every eye snapped to me, heavy with shock. My vision whited away completely. Sound dropped away, except for my own ragged breathing. The pain in my throat became desperate pressure, waiting. Though my vision was gone, I saw, for lack of a better word, spectral wolves I'd never met, emerging from the void. They stood in a ring, watching me silently. Their forms were massive and scarred, ancient and blood-stained, and slightly transparent. Were they dire wolves? I met their gaze and their eyes weren't judging. They were expectant. The air grew thick and cold pressed against my skin. I could feel the moonlight like sharp blades, almost silver blue. My pack around me became visible as something like heat signatures, their emotions assaulting me from every direction. Most were confused, but I felt Mara stiffen in alarm. And then I felt Kane. His wolf was slamming forward inside him, but not in aggression. It felt more like submission. His knees nearly buckled, and somehow I could taste iron and frost on his tongue. I gasped as the pressure in my chest tightened, and the unimaginable hit. A bond snapped into place, real and complete. Gasps rippled through the clearing as my vision slowly returned. I found both myself and Kane on our knees in the grass, staring across the field at each other. I could feel his desperation to scramble to his feet, to show the pack that he held the power here, but some force held him there, refusing to let go. "Impossible," 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 growled. "There's no way! What are you doing, you little bitch? What kind of black magic have you been messing with?" She stomped toward me, her eyes blazing with unbridled fury. But she was stopped short by one of the spectral wolves, knocking her to her knees. The crowd gasped and stepped back, fear widening their eyes.
Kane, 𝒊𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. I blacked out for a moment as the final rays of moonlight slipped over the mountains. The bond settled into my chest, heavy and undeniable. When I came to, I was on my knees with a second heartbeat in my chest. My eyes were drawn to my new bondmate before I even opened them. And when I did, my entire body stiffened. Staring back at me wasn't 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕, but the worthless Omega from this morning. Multiple realizations hit me simultaneously. I knew instantly that the pack would never see me the same again. Authority is the belief of your pack that you can protect them. It's a myth, and that myth would be wiped instantly if I allowed this to happen. I knew the pack would question me, test my authority, even attempt to undermine me. An alpha bonded to an omega is weakness. The only thing worse was an alpha who let something as stupid as a bond walk all over him. If I bent, the pack would tear me apart. If I stood, she would break. My wolf lunged, urgent and pleading. I forced him back with practiced brutality.
I rose to my feet, ignoring the shaking in my bones, and moved deliberately toward the Omega before doubt could take root. She cowered in the grass, as she should, as Ceres approached as well. The pack cleared the space between us out of instinct.
No one breathed. Even the moonlight felt restrained. I opened my mouth to order Ceres to stand down, when suddenly she hit the ground like she'd run into a brick wall. What the hell?
Silence followed me as I stormed across the field, my wolf screaming not to do this. But I had no choice. My steps were measured, controlled, final. I passed Ceres and stopped in front of the Omega, fury making my skin feel like static. "What is your name, Omega?" I spat.
Lyra.
My wolf reacted to her voice, whining and pawing at my consciousness with desperation. He thrashed, snarling inside my ribs. This is wrong. This is wrong. The sound of her name felt like a blade, but I ignored it all. I'd ignored worse before.
I stopped several paces away from her, refusing to kneel or soften my posture. Omega Lyra, you're an unstable and unsuitable candidate for Luna. Allowing a weak and pathetic Omega help me lead the pack would be dangerous. This isn't a blessing, it's a flaw.
I didn't touch her or acknowledge the bond's pull screaming between us. Lyra looked up at me with eyes that glowed in the darkness, sending a shiver down my spine. She almost seemed to be choking on something, but I couldn't be bothered to care. The moon goddess has made a grave error. Tradition has failed, and the pack can't afford weakness. I reject this bond. My voice didn't waver, and my face remained carved from stone.
She rose to her feet and took a stumbling step toward me, but I held out my hand. "Step back!"
This wasn't a bond. It was a sickness, something to be cut out, not mourned. Yet even as I willed the connection between us to sever, it only solidified. Lyra stumbled forward another step, her mouth gaping wordlessly, and her eyes desperate.
Lyra, _. The pressure inside became unbearable. My lungs burned and my throat tightened until I could barely breathe. I tried to swallow it, to stay small even as I fell toward Kane. I tried to obey, like I always had. Please, I don't understand what's happening. I bowed my head, my shoulders curling inward as my wolf clawed at the inside of my chest, desperate to get out. My last instinct wasn't anger, but shame. And then I couldn't hold it anymore. I didn't choose it. The sound tore out of me, raw and feral. My howl seemed to rock the earth like an earthquake, shredding the night and bringing the entire pack to their knees. A cold wind swept the clearing. The bonfire flickered and shadows lengthened unnaturally. It seemed like nature itself was answering my call. The spectral wolves I'd seen in my world of white stepped out of the shadows. They towered over all of us, scarred, spectral, and unmistakably real. An aura of terror settled over the pack like a heavy blanket. Shouts of terror broke the night, while some people wept and others prayed. The ghosts made flesh formed into ranks behind me, stepping right through the pack members as they did. It didn't seem that they could see the newcomers, but they could definitely feel them. "Daughter," spoke the largest of the spirit wolves, "we are the founders of Iron Fang. Your pack has forgotten us, tried to cast us aside, but we still answer your call." The ancestors circled me, their bodies overlapping me like armor. I felt untouchable power settling into my bones.
Was this what my mother had meant? Did she know that I carried this call within me and yet urged me to keep it silent? Anger flared in my heart, and the ancestors began to growl. The same wolf who spoke to me stepped up to Kane, who was frozen in place.
He looked directly at the Alpha, who met his gaze and began to tremble. I'd never seen him afraid before, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. The spirit spoke again, its voice carrying without sound and shaking the earth without force. "You have failed her." Chapter 5. What the Dead Remember. Lyra. The field erupted into shouts, breaking the stunned silence. Newly bonded couples crawled across the grass and clung to each other, eyes wide with terror and confusion. All around me, wolves argued and swore, but all I could focus on were the spectral wolves surrounding me, and the fact that I was now bonded to Kane. At least, I thought I was. I could feel the bond humming in my chest, even though he had rejected me. Was that normal? I had no way to know. I struggled to my feet, one of the ancestral wolves using her muzzle as a handhold for me to steady myself. I leaned heavily against her, surprised how cold her fur was, and how real she was, for what I thought was a ghost. I shivered and pulled my robe closer around me. "What's happening?" "You have much to learn," she murmured, "but nothing else." I attempted to step closer to Kane, but my legs wobbled. Pack members backed away from me, shrieking, while others stumbled and fell in their haste. To me, this seemed like a miracle, but to everyone else, it must have been a horrifying threat. At least, that's what I gathered from their reactions. They weren't looking at the ancestors at all, and as if she could read my mind, the female I leaned against huffed. "Only you, your mate, and the healer woman can see us." That made sense. As Kane stared at the massive male speaking to him, the elders were in panic mode. Tradition had no script for something like this. "Stand together! Don't let the monster separate us!" shouted one, while another screamed, "Run! Get to the pack house and lock the doors!" Yet another ordered, "Take her down! She's just one lowly Omega." No one was in control, and the pack cowered, unused to thinking for themselves. The giant male turned away from Kane and stood face to face with me, his breath like a cold breeze on my cheeks. "It is time for us to go, daughter." The ancestral wolves began dissolving into mist, their edges unraveling until only their leader remained. He lowered his head slightly, brushing his muzzle through my hair before pressing his forehead to my own. The touch was gentle and protective. A surge of warmth spread through me. It felt like love I'd never received from the living, not since I lost my mother. I wrapped my arms around the dire wolf's neck as he began to fade away. The moment he disappeared, my body gave out. I crumbled to the ground, and nobody bothered to catch me. The moment I hit the grass, the power I felt faded, and pain flooded in. A tortured scream shredded the soft tissue of my throat, but I didn't open my mouth to allow it to escape. Instead, I curled into a ball, my fingernails digging into my palms until tiny drops of blood seeped out. My chest ached, feeling like it had been ripped open and hollowed out. but the space was filled with unfamiliar sensations. 2 extra heartbeats thudded alongside mine, and the bond hummed with a scorching heat. It was agony, like my entire being was consumed and preparing for regrowth. I drifted in and out of consciousness, hearing snippets of conversation around me. Every voice was full of fear and anger.
This is why Omegas shouldn't be allowed to bond at all.
She's ruined everything. The pack is in shambles.
We should just kill her before she wakes up and does whatever that was again. She's a curse.
Through the haze of my thoughts, one played on repeat, the drumbeat to the symphony of accusations. I ruined everything, just like my mother said I would. I didn't care about the bond, the rejection, or even how the spirits were called. All I could think about was my pack, and how I'd ruined their chance to have Ceres as their Luna. Finally, my body gave out entirely from the strain. I dropped into peaceful, blissful darkness. I woke slowly to a pounding headache. I pinched my eyes tightly shut and breathed through the pain, letting my other senses gear up a little at a time. My body felt wrong. It was heavy and aching, and somehow hollow yet overfilled at the same time. I still felt 2 extra heartbeats. One must have been Kane's, because it resonated from the bond. But the other? I focused on it, becoming aware of a soft whine. As if stepping from the shadows, she emerged, my wolf. Her legs were wobbly, and she appeared emaciated in my mind's eye, but she existed. "Were you here the whole time?" I asked her, and she nodded. "I've been locked away, but the bond freed me." An exhausted sort of joy met her words. I felt whole for the first time in my life. The inability to call up my wolf and shift had landed me the rank of Omega, but now, perhaps when she and I were stronger, I'd be seen as a real wolf. She lay down wearily and I returned to examining my physical body. Cold stone pressed up against my cheek instead of grass, so someone must have moved me while I was unconscious. I cracked my eyes open and found myself surrounded by 4 bare stone walls. No tapestries or symbols adorned them, and no windows allowed any light in. The air was stale and musty, with no hint of pack scent anywhere. For a moment, I panicked. Where was I? This definitely wasn't a healing room. I tried to sit up, only for pain to lance through my chest. I curled into a ball, my muscles quivering in pain. My throat burned when I swallowed, as if I'd consumed broken glass. The pain finally faded enough for me to turn my head a little. I spotted an iron door with no handle on the inside and realized I wasn't supposed to be comfortable here. I was a prisoner. Slowly, I attempted to sit up again, this time using my core as little as possible. My head still throbbed and I felt sick to my stomach, but I managed. Just then, the lock clicked and the door swung inward. "Ah, you're awake." The healer, Mayra, stepped inside, carrying a tray of small bottles. She sat on a low stool near the wall, placed her tray on the small table, and folded her hands into her lap. Her eyes settled on me with careful attention. She didn't emanate warmth, but I didn't sense any cruelty either. I'd always thought she was a bit odd, but the look in her eyes was particularly ancient today. It reminded me of the dire wolf's gaze. She didn't apologize for my surroundings. She didn't offer reassurance or anything to ease my pain. Instead, she just observed me, as if I were a specimen beneath a microscope, and I was so tired that I didn't care. I was numb, emotionally, my entire consciousness wrapped up in surviving the raging fire still burning in my very bones. You shouldn't have survived the howl, she finally said, her voice calm. My fingers curled reflexively, and a new wave of shame washed over me. I couldn't even die properly. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice like the walls themselves might listen. The pack erased your kind once. I bound your wolf myself. You shouldn't have survived breaking the bond. I frowned. My head still felt foggy and my chest tightened. Surely she wasn't actually saying what I thought I heard. My kind? I whispered. Mayra didn't answer immediately. Her silence stretched, heavy and deliberate. When she did speak, the words were little more than a hiss. Those who could hear the dead, those the ancestors answered. Fear coiled in my stomach, cold and sharp. They called it dangerous, unclean. My mother's warning echoed in each pounding heartbeat in my skull. If they hear you howl, they'll kill you. The elderly healer met my eyes fully. Now, pray they don't decide to finish what my magic failed to do.
Chapter 6. A Woman Scorned. Kane.
I staggered as Lyra fell to the ground, but through pure determination, I remained on my feet. My wolf howled inside of me, raw and fighting to break out. Pain tore through my chest where the damned bond still lingered. I'd expected it to sever, to go silent and die.
But it didn't. The bond hadn't broken. It tightened. It was cold and sharp, like an ice shard stabbing directly into my racing heart. I stood with both feet planted firmly into the ground and took a few deep breaths. All around me were the shouts of my pack absolutely falling apart. They needed me to pick up the reins and regain control. I straightened my shoulders and hardened my expression. That's enough. The two simple words thundered across the clearing, silencing the shouts and causing the pack to freeze in their tracks. Every head swiveled toward me and bowed. That was better. The fire's light had nearly faded away, casting the field in shades of black and gray. The pack were little more than shadows with eyes reflecting the dying flames. No traces of the infernal spirits remained, thank the goddess. The damned things hadn't attacked me, or even threatened, but they judged me and found me wanting.
The thought made my jaw tighten.
I stood before my pack, posture rigid and unyielding. What you witnessed tonight was an anomaly, a sickness that has been laying dormant in our pack. The relic used to keep that sickness at bay, reacted to the ritual tonight, causing it to fail. The moon goddess did not choose to bond me to this omega. Our pack has not been judged. The wolves listened. I could see in their glowing eyes that they wanted to believe me. Of course they did. My strength was their protection. Logic and answers drove away fear, even if I made them up as I went. They needed language to use, a soothing balm to cover up what they'd seen. The ritual magic protecting this pack is ancient and is thus subject to instability. But there's no reason to fear. Healer Mayra and her acolytes are more than powerful enough to repair the blemish and restore our strength. The Omega was just a catalyst for this residual magic, creating a false echo of an enemy our ancestors defeated generations ago. I gestured to Lyra, laying still and silent on the grass. I gestured to my two most trusted guards, Dante and Rain. They rushed to my side and I spoke quietly to them. Take her to the old cell, the stone room with the steel door. Then have Mayra get her ass down there and find out what happened. They obeyed without question. No one asked where they were taking her, and I felt no need to follow or check on her. If she was dead, all the better. As soon as they were out of sight, I returned my gaze to the pack. She is contained. She won't threaten the pack again. I could see relief spreading through the pack as shoulders relaxed and breaths came smoother. They were still uneasy, but my excuse must have been logical enough for them. I took a deep breath myself, ignoring the new round of stabbing pain in the center of my chest. To those who are newly bonded, congratulations. The ceremony is complete, and I have no doubt you are eager to complete your unions. The rest of you should go to bed. Tomorrow we'll clean up the ritual grounds, and everything will go back to normal." As dismissal, I turned and began walking toward the pack house. I had a lot to think about, and answers to get from the healer. I should have demanded that she explain herself this morning when she was tossing around vague warnings, but that was normal for her. I'd always just chalked it up to spiritual nonsense. That wouldn't happen again. Undercore. Dawn light washed the ceremony grounds clean. I oversaw the crews as they swept away the ashes and tended to the grass until no traces of the disaster remained. The pulse of a second heartbeat in my chest caused me to pace anxiously around the courtyard and up the ridge, where I again looked down over my territory.
Just like yesterday, the wolves moved industriously below, carrying out my orders. At least that much hadn't changed. It gave me hope that I could give them a few days and everything would go back to normal.
The morning air filling my lungs carried away some of the pain and helped settle my wolf. I was tempted to shift and go for a run, but in this state, I didn't know if he'd obey when I banished him again. It was easier to keep him contained until I knew he'd follow orders.
So instead, I decided to find Mayra and demand some answers. I returned to the pack house where whispers immediately surrounded me. If the wolves thought I couldn't hear them, they were idiots. She summoned demons.
I heard Alpha Kane is cursed now, as long as that Omega is still alive. She stole that bond somehow. What kind of magic do you think she has? What else is she capable of?
Some whispered that she was dead, while others muttered that she should be. Each rumor caused my jaw to tighten in annoyance. Fear I could handle. I'd long since tuned it into a weapon, but speculation? That was dangerous. Dante approached me in the hall, and I snapped at him. Find Mayra and send her to the private meeting room. He saluted and disappeared, and I headed for my chambers. Once I reached the privacy of my own space, I finally allowed myself to breathe.
The bond pulsed, dull now, but constant. It still hadn't broken, and it was never silent. My wolf was still anxious, pacing as he watched and waited. This isn't finished. I refused to answer him.
My respite! What little I had didn't last long. I heard Ceres before I saw her, her feet pounding the stone as she approached. Without bothering to knock, she barged into my room with the fury of a hurricane. The door slammed into the wall, denting the wood. Her hair was undone, and makeup ran down her face. "You humiliated me!"
she screeched. Her voice echoed down the chamber, and the guards at the corner looked away. She again slammed the door behind her, rushing forward and stopping just inches away. What kind of weak-ass alpha chooses an Omega over me, and lies to me, even yesterday morning, that you'd choose me? You're deceptive and pathetic. The pack is laughing at me too. My position is ruined.
She paused long enough to take a breath, and I opened my mouth to speak, but didn't get any words out before she continued her rant. I crossed my arms and pursed my lips. This bitch was pushing her luck, but I might as well let her reach the bottom of the hole she was digging.
You let that thing take what was rightfully mine. What excuses do you have for yourself, Kane? I demand punishment for this. That bitch should be put to death for her insolence.
She stomped her feet and clenched her fists like a spoiled puppy throwing a tantrum. Her chest heaved as she finally ran out of words and glared at me, waiting for my response. I remained silent, just watching her with my face impassible. Her anger faded into discomfort, then nervous twitching. Only then did I speak. "You are not my mate." The words hit her hard and unexpected, my cold tone causing her to freeze with her mouth hanging open. "You were never promised what the moon goddess chooses not to grant, and my choice was to have no mate at all. You heard me reject the Omega."
Ceres began to laugh, high-pitched and manic. The pack won't forget, Kane. They talk, you know, and fear spreads faster than truth.
I've heard all of it, and I've heard all I will from you. Get out of my sight, you useless bitch. Count yourself lucky that I'm not casting you out of the pack to be a rogue for your insolence. At least, not yet.
I stepped past her and opened the door, a low growl rumbling in the base of my throat.
She stormed out as angrily as she had entered, turning back to spit. "You can lock her away, but we all heard her howl!" And with that, she disappeared around the corner with a promise in her eyes.
I watched her go, listening to the sounds of the pack warily moving around the pack house. Their voices were low, and their footfalls soft. The bond pulsed in my chest once, hard, as if to remind me that I hadn't ended this story. I'd only buried the evidence.
Chapter 7. The Girl in the Stone Room, Lyra. I sat on a narrow stone bench, wrapped in a shawl made of scratchy gray wool. It smelled faintly of old herbs, but it was warmer than the ceremonial robes I'd been wearing earlier. My hands shook uncontrollably in my lap. I wasn't sure if I was cold or terrified. I was pretty sure this was a council room of some sort, but stripped bare. There was no warmth or comfort here. It was as unwelcoming as the stone chamber I'd woken up in, the stone walls pressing just as close. My stomach rumbled even though I couldn't actually feel the hunger. Not that anyone was offering me anything to eat or drink anyway. Kane paced the length of the room, his boots striking the stone floor too hard. Every time I looked at him, my body was filled with a desire so strong that it nearly pulled me off the bench and into his arms. My wolf, weak as she was, whined for him. His scent overpowered me with the need to mate, but I resisted. I clenched my fists and tried not to fidget or show my discomfort. "Explain!" he snapped. "Now!" I flinched at his voice, but didn't look at him. Instead, I focused on the calm and grizzled form of Mara. She sat on a low wooden chair, spine straight and hands folded. Unmoved by Kane's anger, she didn't hurry or rise, nor did she soften her words for him. "You never listened," she said, "so you never learned." Kane's pacing stilled, and that alone felt dangerous. He leaned against the wall, and I couldn't help sneaking a look at him. Another surge of desperate desire streaked through me, and I nearly shot to my feet. The bond pulsed, and his eyes shot toward me. I could see that they, too, were filled with barely restrained desire. While I'd never found the Alpha particularly attractive before, now my gaze hung on his every line and muscle. They spoke of rugged power, of the promise of a strong lineage. I felt sick to my stomach for noticing, but the bond made it impossible not to. Mayra turned her attention to me, and I managed to tear my attention away from Kane. The healer's gaze was steady, almost gentle. The ancestors came when you called, and only those bound to the veil can see them. I swallowed, my throat still burning. Am I cursed? The word felt small for such an enormous event, like I'd suddenly discovered I'd been carrying a block of lead my entire life. Mayra shook her head once, and my breath caught. Hope flickered in my chest, but was quickly stifled.
"No, you have been heard."
The words landed heavier than a curse. My mother's warning again played in my mind, while Kane's jaw tightened. "Stop speaking in riddles, healer, and get to the point. What damnation has this pathetic bitch brought to our pack?" She ignored his tone, continuing to speak calmly, as if reciting a lesson Kane should already have known. "Your bloodline spoke to the dead, Lyra. They called the ancestors back from their graves when the pack demanded victory. At first, the power was used in defense of the pack. Enemy after enemy fell, until the Alphas began to think themselves invincible. Little by little, they began calling on the ancestors, not for defense or survival, but for conquest. Your lineage became little more than tools, weapons in the Alpha's hands, used to take over territory after territory. What had once been a proud bloodline no longer felt honored, but exploited. A cold shiver raced down my spine, tightening my muscles and increasing the nausea already swirling in my stomach. Kane, on the other hand, seemed excited. His eyebrows were raised, and eyes narrowed as he considered the healer's words. I could see exactly why the Alphas would have taken advantage of such a power. Very little had changed since then. I had no doubt that Kane was already considering how he could use me to his advantage. She frowned at him, but continued. When the bloodline refused to call the dead against peaceful pacts, they weren't killed in war. They were erased. The word hung in the air like smoke, making it hard to breathe. At first they were exiled, their names struck from the record. But then the Alphas began to fear their power. What if these wolves banded together and decided to get revenge? I shook my head and ran my fingers along the hem of the woolen shawl. It was always fear, wasn't it? Fear that kept the pack in line, but also fear that caused untold death and destruction. They couldn't be allowed to do so. The Alphas had seen the devastation that came from the spirits being called up in battle. So the Howler's children were taken, slaughtered before their power could even manifest. Survivors living as rogues were hunted quietly, until every known member of the bloodline was massacred. No one protested, because silence was cleaner than blood. By the time the final wolf was killed, the pack barely even remembered they had existed in the first place. My stomach twisted, and I swallowed back the bile at the back of my throat. But if the whole bloodline was wiped out, then why are you telling us all of this? How did whatever happened tonight happen? Mayra turned her full attention to me. Then, her eyes so intense they seemed to glow. The pack believed your kind gone. She paused, then shook her head. They were wrong.
So what? Her mother's line managed to avoid outing itself?
Kane pushed away from the wall where he'd been leaning, stalking closer to me. In response, my arms erupted into goose flesh. I swore I could feel his heat on my skin. Mayra shook her head. A small sect of the ancestral Howlers had managed to hide away in the mountains until their kind were forgotten. Your father was a rogue who carried the bloodline. He was convinced the world had forgotten them, and so it would be safe for them to reintegrate into society. While out to prove it, he met your mother by chance while she was on patrol. She fell pregnant soon after, and when you were born, your parents came to me. They begged to seal your power, to bury your wolf completely, and I agreed. I looked up sharply. Why? Because the alternative was your death. She didn't look away, and neither could I. The words hung heavy and pregnant in the air. Even Kane remained silent, lips pursed and hands clenching and unclenching. The seal that I created was strong, but conditional. If your wolf ever broke free, you were to be killed by your parents' own hands. Kay sucked in a sharp breath, while I felt something inside me crack. I finally understood my mother's fear, the whispers, the warnings, the pleading. If they hear you howl, they will kill you. It was never about power or not drawing attention to myself. It was about the pack and my bloodline. She wasn't afraid of me. She was afraid for me. Afraid she would have to take my life. Mayra's voice dropped even lower than before, but I didn't trust they could follow through, so I added another condition secretly. If for some reason your parents were unable or unwilling to kill you, your own power would. The sickness has already begun. However, there's a complication. I didn't like the way she said that, and neither did Kane. He turned his body toward the healer, and his lips rose in a silent snarl.
What do you mean, a complication?
She wasn't supposed to bond. A bond merges the two partners' life forces together, and so you both carry the consequences now. Kane stiffened. My chest tightened painfully. I could feel the fear and rage from both of us bouncing back and forth through our connection, growing more intense with each pass. Mayra lifted her shaky, gnarled hand and pointed at me. You will feel it first, but he will feel it worse. Chapter 8. Containment of All. Lyra. The healer's words still echoed in my ears as I was led away without ceremony. She'd made no mention of surviving this sickness. Was I being dragged somewhere to die alone? I couldn't imagine the consequences of a failed ritual would be contagious, so why couldn't I just go back to my normal life? Turns out, I was definitely being dragged off to isolation. 2 gammas led me down a set of narrow stone stairs beneath the Alpha wing. They were poorly lit and even more poorly heated. I wrapped my arms tightly around myself and shivered as I slowly descended into the depths. The blank stone walls grew colder with every step. By the time I reached the bottom, my teeth were chattering. I would have done nearly anything for a cup of tea or a bowl of soup. Even the gammas were shivering as they unlocked the first door in the corridor. Thankfully, the chamber inside was dry and well lit, unlike the stairs. I was honestly expecting some sort of medieval dungeon, not a white-walled room devoid of a dungeon's chains and filth. Instead, it contained a narrow single bed in the corner, a small shelf of plain clothes, a wash basin, and a walled-off toilet. Everything was in shades of white and gray. There were no windows to the outside and no way to mark time. I opened my mouth to ask for something to eat, only for the door to seal shut behind me with a final, echoing thud. For your safety, the guards insisted, but I called bullshit on that one. More like for the pack's peace of mind. Through the small window in the door, I could see the guards stationed outside and understood quickly that I wasn't just being punished. I was being managed. Boo-hoo. That was that then. My nose stung as tears sprung to my eyes, and I turned away from the door. I crossed the cold stone floor and pulled the blanket from my bed. Wrapping it tightly around me, I faced the wall and allowed myself to finally cry. The unfairness of my situation rolled down my cheeks and shook my shoulders. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't do anything to deserve this. My days were spent with my head down, doing my chores without complaint and without dreams of grandeur. I'd give anything to be upstairs scrubbing the breakfast dishes. Instead, I was a prisoner with a bond that ruined everything. A bond that my mate attempted to reject but was denied. My body couldn't handle this amount of stress. As the tears slowed, my eyes closed and my breath evened. I fell into a deep sleep, where at least I could be free in my dreams. I woke to the feeling of someone watching me. My head shot up and I winced. It ached, and the sudden movement made it pound like my heartbeat was going to make it explode. Through swimming vision, I squinted at the door window. At first, I couldn't make out the face staring back at me, but as my vision cleared, my stomach flipped. Outside was Ceres. She didn't speak or enter the room. She only looked in with a satisfied expression on her face. I turned my face away, my shame burning hotter than anger. I didn't ask for this, you know. I don't know what possessed me to speak. She wasn't going to believe me anyway. I never wanted him.
That set her off. So you stole him for what? For fun then? Just because you could?
Everyone in the pack knew that I was supposed to be his mate. But you, a stupid, pathetic Omega, had to ruin everything. He won't even look at me now, and you're going to pay. You're going to pay with your life, she snarled, her canines growing sharp as she began to lose control. The guards snapped to attention, grabbing her arms and dragging her away as she screamed. You're going to die, bitch! And if Kane won't have me, he's going to die too! But her threats fell on deaf ears. I curled into a ball on my bed, hands pressed tightly to either side of my head and my eyes pinched shut. Heat bloomed under my skin to the point where I threw off the blanket. I didn't feel feverish, necessarily, but every part of me ached. My muscles were weak and began to tremble without warning. Was this the ritual, already coming to take me away? Mayra may have insisted that I wasn't cursed, but that was a lie. What else would you call an impending death knell caused by a spell gone awry? My limbs felt too heavy, and my chest too tight. I pressed my hand to my sternum, concerned that I'd soon be too weak to expand my lungs. Somehow I felt nothing, and everything. I swore I could feel Kane nearby like a weight in the air and a pull behind my ribs. Was he standing at the door? I gathered my strength and rolled over, only to see that no one was there, but my body reacted anyway, my breath stuttering and my pulse spiking. My wolf stirred, restless and needy. She still felt like a foreign presence, like a roommate I hadn't gotten used to yet. But she longed for Kane. I hate him, I told myself. I hate what he's doing to me. But the yearning didn't listen. The pull made me furious. I was ashamed that I couldn't even control my own urges, even when the object of their desire had locked me away like an animal at a zoo. And I was confused why this was even happening. Why did I want to agree with him? To forgive his rejection and mark him with my teeth? I should be wanting to fight, but I was too weak, just like he said. I curled in on myself, trying to think of something else. Literally anything other than the burning desire that swelled in my breast and my loins. But my body refused.
Kane, we just have to keep her contained until we can figure out a way to break the curse. Until we understand what's happening. It's only temporary. I stood in front of the council, their stares burning holes through me. Their fear and caution felt thick and heavy in the air, making it hard to take a full breath. They shifted uncomfortably in their seats, like one wrong word would result in utter chaos.
Dante clutched the edge of the table, gripping it so hard the wood creaked beneath his immense strength. Why don't we just speed up the process and put her to death now? Surely once she's gone, everything will go back to normal.
I didn't tell them that her death might result in mine, as well. Mayra wasn't sure. Nothing like this had been recorded in any of the pack histories. The ritual itself came from one of our oldest records, but the only instance of its use didn't include the extra death clause. As far as we knew, she'd invented something entirely new. It's for the pack. Until we know what the consequences of her powers are, keeping her contained is for our safety and stability. There was no way I was going to mention the bond, or the way my chest had ached constantly since yesterday. The council didn't seem particularly convinced, but none of them dared contradict me. At least they still had that much sense left. The truth wouldn't serve them. Whatever Mayra had done 20 years ago was unraveling, and in its unraveling, it was killing not only Lyra, but me. Apparently, I needed knowledge, and knowledge takes time. So for now, Lyra would be contained, controlled, studied, and I needed space to think.
The word contain made my wolf snarl. He paced and clawed at the inside of my skull, no matter how hard I tried to contain him. Find her. Scent her. Mark! Mate! I clamped down hard, dismissing the council and exiting the chamber directly into the Alpha Wing. My rage flared, hot and ugly.
She was an Omega, a liability, unworthy of being my mate. I couldn't reconcile the pull in my chest with the knowledge that Lyra was weak. She weakened the entire pack. So why did I feel the need to protect her? The urge to maim and maul anyone who threatened her? The dissonance gnawed at me, constant and unrelenting. I didn't even realize my feet had carried me to the top of the stone staircase. I froze on the top step, regaining control of myself. At the bottom, Lyra sat behind a single door. I could feel her presence inside my skin, like electricity. If I got any closer, I might not be able to keep myself under control. Yet my foot lifted against my will.
Chapter 9. The First Collapse. Lyra. Say, I inhaled sharply, Kane's scent heavy in the air. It carried notes of iron and smoke, wrapped in the frigid scent of a winter morning. My body reacted instantly, a violent heat flaring. Muscles seized and a sob tore out of me before I could stop it. I sank to the floor, hands pressed to my mouth as I silently shook.
I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this.
Ooh-hoo. But my body didn't care. I cried, ashamed of the ache, ashamed of the bond, ashamed of myself and my inability to control my own emotions. Night settled over the Alpha Wing as I lay alone on the cold stone. The chamber was silent except for my breathing. No moonlight reached my room, but the clock on the wall made sure I knew exactly how long I'd been down here. I just need to sleep. Every muscle was stiff and sore as I dragged myself off the floor. I felt unsteady and weak, barely making it to the bed before I collapsed. Was the death curse working this fast? Maybe if I was lucky, I'd fall asleep and not have to wake up. That would be easier than facing my reality. I closed my eyes and pulled the wool blanket tighter around myself. I counted my breaths, then counted the heartbeats pounding in my ears. Neither method was particularly effective, but I was starting to relax at least. Then pain bloomed in my chest, sudden and crushing. I gasped, clutching at my heart. That damned heat spiked beneath my skin again, a raging fever making my palms slick with sweat and my vision blur. The room began to tilt and I curled into a ball, begging it all to stop. No, please, I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. But my vision blackened for a split second before fracturing into unfamiliar color. I saw Kane pacing in a training ring, jaw clenched and hands bleeding where his claws had torn his own skin. He looked feral in his furious desperation. His head flung back and he let out a pained howl, fur sprouting along his neck and back. He dug into the ground with his claws as the howl turned into a primal scream. He dropped to his knees and pressed his palms together, blood dripping into the dirt. Why could I see this? Was it real? The pull between us tightened, and my body ached with him. For him. Somehow I knew this was entirely real. I was watching Kane lose control of his wolf. It was consuming him from the outside and attempting to destroy him from the outside. The fever I felt was nothing compared to the agony I felt pulsing through his end of the bond. Suddenly, cold brushed my cheek. It felt like a gentle hand, familiar in a way that made my throat ache. The air thickened, and the chamber no longer felt empty. Just like yesterday, whispers tingled at the edges of my mind. Not fully words, but carrying fragments of meaning that I couldn't quite catch. Bound, remembered, unfinished. Boo-hoo. I squeezed my eyes shut and shook my head, despite the way it ached. Please, I sobbed, just leave me alone. But the cold didn't leave. I felt its presence take a step back, but it was waiting. For what I didn't know.
Kane.
I managed to pull myself away from that damn chamber at the bottom of the staircase. Lyra meant nothing to me.
My wolf growled in protest, but I stuffed him down and turned sharply on my heel. I just needed to spend some time outside training. That would solve all of this. Too much pent-up energy was making me crazy. So I called to the warriors through the mental link. Meet at the training grounds immediately. I felt each acknowledgement like a light in my skull. As I passed through the Alpha Wing, I stopped long enough to change into a simple pair of training shorts. Bare-chested and barefooted, I left the pack house and stalked toward the training ring.
But every step made my wolf growl more ferociously. Lyra, he snarled. I pounded my chest with a fist and ignored him. The warriors were already gathered, some sparring with their preferred partners, while others waited for my command. Dante, you're my partner. The rest of you, practice your takedowns.
And we began. All the frustration at my recent weakness came out as unrestrained aggression. My movements were brutal as I attacked Dante. He immediately went on the defensive, calling on his wolf to bulk up his muscles just before I hit him like a freight train.
The collision of my fist with his forearm sounded like a hammer against a side of raw beef. His skin burned red, but I didn't notice. I struck again, and again, and again. He deflected every punch, but his eyes started to grow concerned.
Kane, relax, he whispered, as I swung hard and he ducked, barely dodging the impact.
You're acting insane, man. But I didn't stop. I continued pushing forward, punching and kicking, until Dante tripped over a small pothole and went down. The rest of the warriors had stopped their sparring and watched with horror in their eyes as my claws tore through my knuckles, extending into cruel points in the fading light. Kane! Dante rolled onto his back and kicked me square in the chest with both feet, but not before my claws tore through the skin of his calves. I flew backwards a few feet, but managed to remain standing. My wolf was breaking through the wall that kept him contained, and I couldn't control him. I launched myself at Dante again, the logical part of my brain straining to regain mastery of my body. Blood sprayed everywhere as I took another swing at my head Beta. Shouts erupted, and the rest of the Beta warriors dragged me back just in time. My scent flooded the ring, hot and sharp, with an unfamiliar wild edge. The warriors not currently holding me back stepped away instinctively. One muttered a prayer, his eyes wide with terror.
I realized too late that this wasn't rage. This was my wolf screaming in need, willing to break through to get what he wanted. Find her. I locked my jaw, forcing control with sheer will.
Get out of here!
The order was sharp as it hissed through my teeth. My betas needed no further warning. They gathered Dante and rushed back to the pack house as my throat burned. My claws raked my chest and legs as I fought with my wolf.
Ah!
A howl shredded the soft skin of my throat and turned into a shriek that pierced the night. Then I heard it, a single word barely whispered through the corridors of my mind. Kane.
In an instant, my wolf retreated and I fell to the ground. My vision darkened and I panted, my body itching where drops of blood tickled me on its way to the dirt.
Lyra. In my sealed chamber, I slid off the bed. My knees hit the stone hard as I knelt at the edge of my bed. Pain ripped through my chest as the vision began whiting out. I curled in on myself, shaking and burning in equal measure. I was breaking, and without meaning to, I spoke. Kane. His name slipped out of me like a plea. It was both a confession and a surrender. My eyes fluttered shut and darkness rushed in, enveloping me at last in blissful unconsciousness. Chapter 10. What the Healer Knows. Lyra. I drifted in and out of consciousness, no idea how long it had been since I passed out. When I finally remained awake for more than a few seconds, I became aware of my mattress below me and a shadow above. My throat was raw, burning as if I'd been screaming in the dark. The bitter scent of crushed herbs filled the room, sharp in my nostrils. My vision focused, and I saw Mayra kneeling beside me. Her presence was calm and grounding. Cool fingers pressed a poultice gently to my throat. "Don't try to speak yet," she murmured. "You've done a number on your throat, Luna." I obeyed, not because I didn't want to speak, but because I couldn't. My vocal cords straight up refused to react, sending a jolt of fear through me. What if I'd lost my voice for good? Was this part of Kane's plan to silence me? Mayra moved with practiced precision, not an ounce of panic or urgency in the way she tended to me. She hummed softly under her breath as she secured the poultice with a bandage. The sound vibrated in my chest, easing the worst of the pain. It was a familiar melody, often sung by parents as a lullaby. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to get lost in it, just for a little while. It helped with the fear, but not the pull, not the ache from the blasted bond that was still as tightly tethered as ever to my soul. I wanted to rip it out, even if that meant tearing open my chest with my bare hands. But my arms, too, refused to obey me. They only twitched, lacking any strength. "Stay still. It will take some time for the sedation to wear off. You were going to do yourself serious harm if I didn't disable your body." Mayra spoke softly while bandaging my forearms, as calm as if she were discussing the weather. "I've been communing with the spirits. They've been watching you both. I've listened carefully and learned a few details. The most important is that the sickness worsens when proximity is denied." My breath stuttered. "So, what? Kane got too far from this little room, and that's why I ended up unconscious? I hadn't done anything to deserve a fate like this. I was a good Omega, happy to live my quiet life with no wolf and no drama." Mayra opened my mouth and squeezed 2 drops of a bitter liquid inside. "See, a mate bond is not just emotional. It's territorial and very physical. I'm sure you felt it attached to your heart. In your case, denial of the bond is acting like a poison. Rejecting it without actual severance is dangerous." My fingers curled into the blanket, a small sign that I was regaining the use of my body, but my vocal cords remained stubbornly unresponsive, leaving me unable to ask any questions. Thankfully, Mayra seemed to be in a chatty mood. She continued, unflinching as she unloaded what she'd divined from the spirits. "There are only 2 paths for you. Learn to live as Alpha and Luna, accepting the gift the moon goddess has given you, or break the bond entirely." But she paused, her lips tightening. "The ancestors changed things. Their appearance and acknowledgement of your bond has bound it more tightly. It's not between the 2 of you anymore. It's witnessed by the ancestors, and to break it now would require convincing the ancestors themselves." Silence stretched long as the ancient healer began packing up her things. I didn't know what to think. If this was all true, those 2 paths only contained one option: learn to deal with being Kane's mate. But he didn't want me. What was I supposed to do? Grovel? Beg him to learn to love me? The thought was repulsive. I managed a soft cough, then a whisper. He saw them too, didn't he? Mayra didn't hesitate. "Yes, and I've told him the same things I just told you." That landed like a blow. Kane saw the ancestors. He knew what the bond was doing to both of us, and yet he still chose to leave me locked away in this cement box. He chose distance. He chose fear. I turned my face to the wall, my jaw trembling. The healer reached for a small vial. It was clear and glittered in the fluorescent lighting. This will dull the pain and help you sleep until your body recovers. I'll discuss the next steps with Alpha Kane while you sleep. I shook my head, weak but certain. No. Mayra paused, studying me. You should rest. I want my mind clear. I swallowed painfully, forcing the words out. I won't be made manageable while you and Alpha Kane decide my future for me. Mayra looked at me for a long moment, something like approval flickering in her eyes. She set the vial aside and pulled the blanket back over my torso.
I lay there, breathing shallowly through waves of pain. The pull toward Kane still screamed. The bond ached, but something else was growing alongside it. Anger, at being hidden, at being guarded, at being decided for. I didn't want his protection. I wanted my life, whatever that looked like.
Mayra rose to her feet, smoothing her robes and snapping her satchel closed. She looked down at me, not unkindly. There's one more thing you need to know. I braced myself, certain I was about to be hit with another dose of bad news. If either of you leaves the territory before the bond is either affirmed or severed, it will rupture, and if it does, one of you may die, possibly both. The room suddenly felt very small. Lyra. In my sealed chamber, I slid off the bed. My knees hit the stone hard as I knelt at the edge of my bed. Pain ripped through my chest as the vision began whiting out. I curled in on myself, shaking and burning in equal measure. I was breaking, and without meaning to, I spoke. Kane. His name slipped out of me like a plea. It was both a confession and a surrender. My eyes fluttered shut, and darkness rushed in, enveloping me at last in blissful unconsciousness. Chapter 10. What the Healer Knows. Lyra. I drifted in and out of consciousness. No idea how long it had been since I passed out. When I finally remained awake for more than a few seconds, I became aware of my mattress below me and a shadow above. My throat was raw, burning as if I'd been screaming in the dark. The bitter scent of crushed herbs filled the room, sharp in my nostrils. My vision focused, and I saw Mayra kneeling beside me. Her presence was calm and grounding. Cool fingers pressed a poultice gently to my throat. "Don't try to speak yet," she murmured. "You've done a number on your throat, Luna." I obeyed, not because I didn't want to speak, but because I couldn't. My vocal cords straight up refused to react, sending a jolt of fear through me. What if I'd lost my voice for good? Was this part of Kane's plan to silence me? Mayra moved with practiced precision. Not an ounce of panic or urgency in the way she tended to me. She hummed softly under her breath as she secured the poultice with a bandage. The sound vibrated in my chest, easing the worst of the pain. It was a familiar melody, often sung by parents as a lullaby. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to get lost in it, just for a little while.
It helped with the fear, but not the pull, not the ache from the blasted bond that was still as tightly tethered as ever to my soul. I wanted to rip it out, even if that meant tearing open my chest with my bare hands. But my arms, too, refused to obey me. They only twitched, lacking any strength.
Stay still. It will take some time for the sedation to wear off. You were going to do yourself serious harm if I didn't disable your body. Mayra spoke softly while bandaging my forearms, as calm as if she were discussing the weather. I've been communing with the spirits. They've been watching you both. I've listened carefully and learned a few details. The most important is that the sickness worsens when proximity is denied. My breath stuttered. So, what? Kane got too far from this little room, and that's why I ended up unconscious. I hadn't done anything to deserve a fate like this. I was a good Omega, happy to live my quiet life with no wolf and no drama. Mayera opened my mouth and squeezed 2 drops of a bitter liquid inside. See, a mate bond is not just emotional, it's territorial and very physical. I'm sure you felt it attached to your heart. In your case, denial of the bond is acting like a poison. Rejecting it without actual severance is dangerous. My fingers curled into the blanket, a small sign that I was regaining the use of my body. But my vocal cords remained stubbornly unresponsive, leaving me unable to ask any questions. Thankfully, Myra seemed to be in a chatty mood. She continued, unflinching as she unloaded what she'd divined from the spirits. There are only 2 paths for you. Learn to live as Alpha and Luna, accepting the gift the moon goddess has given you, or break the bond entirely. But, she paused, her lips tightening, the ancestors changed things. Their appearance and acknowledgement of your bond has bound it more tightly. It's not between the 2 of you anymore. It's witnessed by the ancestors, and to break it now would require convincing the ancestors themselves. Silence stretched long as the ancient healer began packing up her things. I didn't know what to think. If this was all true, those 2 paths only contained one option: learn to deal with being Kane's mate. But he didn't want me. What was I supposed to do? Grovel? Beg him to learn to love me? The thought was repulsive. I managed a soft cough, then a whisper. He saw them too, didn't he? Mayera didn't hesitate. Yes, and I've told him the same things I just told you. That landed like a blow. Kane saw the ancestors. He knew what the bond was doing to both of us, and yet he still chose to leave me locked away in this cement box. He chose distance. He chose fear. I turned my face to the wall, my jaw trembling. The healer reached for a small vial. It was clear and glittered in the fluorescent lighting. This will dull the pain and help you sleep until your body recovers. I'll discuss the next steps with Alpha Kane while you sleep. I shook my head. Weak, but certain. No. Mayra paused, studying me. You should rest. I want my mind clear. I swallowed painfully, forcing the words out. I won't be made manageable, while you and Alpha Kane decide my future for me. Mayra looked at me for a long moment, something like approval flickering in her eyes. She set the vial aside and pulled the blanket back over my torso. I lay there, breathing shallowly through waves of pain. The pull toward Kane still screamed, the bond ached, but something else was growing alongside it. Anger, at being hidden, at being guarded, at being decided for. I didn't want his protection. I wanted my life, whatever that looked like. Mayra rose to her feet, smoothing her robes and snapping her satchel closed. She looked down at me, not unkindly. There's one more thing you need to know. I braced myself, certain I was about to be hit with another dose of bad news. If either of you leaves the territory before the bond is either affirmed or severed, it will rupture. And if it does, one of you may die, possibly both. The room suddenly felt very small.
Kane.
Alpha, Healer Mayra is summoning you urgently to the Luna's chamber. Message delivered. The young Gamma cowered.
He seemed to know instinctually that I wouldn't like the message. Which I didn't. The old woman had already told me her crackpot theories about the bond I couldn't seem to break.
But he was lucky!
I brushed past him, intent on taking my irritation out on Mayra, not some low-ranking messenger. My body still ached from whatever nonsense had happened last night, but I ignored it. What I couldn't ignore was the way my wolf reacted as I got closer to the girl. He whined and clawed at the inside of my skull, his desire pulsing in my veins. That, more than anything, hurried my steps until I reached the chamber door. I pushed it open to the sight of Lyra collapsed on her thin mattress. She was pale and shaking, her body sweat-soaked and too still. The bond slammed into me on sight, sharp and violent. A need so intense it nearly brought me to my knees claimed every cell in my body. But I barely managed to stop myself from moving closer. With fists clenched and jaw locked, I growled, "Don't touch her. Don't make this worse by claiming her." Lyra rose, standing between the two of us, not only physically, but spiritually. I could feel an unearthly chill creeping into the chamber as she gestured for the guards at the door to depart. They did so, closing the door behind them. The pack doesn't need to hear what I'm going to say.
My eyes flicked amongst Lyra's trembling body, faint curls of frost forming at the edges of the tiles on the floor, and shadows that didn't quite behave like shadows. I knew the ancestors were watching, but I refused to acknowledge them. They'd had their lives. There was no reason they should be allowed any say in mine.
The bond is killing you, as I feared it would. I stiffened, but I've already contained her. She's unstable. This isn't. Containment is worsening it. A tense silence aided both of us. I could feel control slipping through my fingers, putting my pack in danger. Fear gnawed at my gut, but I replaced it with anger like I always did.
How can I keep the pack safe with your curse sapping my life away? Breaking a bond should be simple. After the rejection, distance and control remove any traces. That's the order of things. Tradition has always handled it this way.
Lyra turned fully to face me, her eyes shimmering silver as the chill in the room intensified. I shivered, allowing the hair on my arms to thicken. My wolf pressed to escape fully, but I pushed him back. Fur only, no claws or fangs. I might not be able to control them right now. Tradition erased her bloodline. I flinched despite myself. Lyra ignored it and continued, her voice still level. Silence, exile, forgetting, hunting. She gestured to Lyra, her movement sharp and accusing. And now your refusal to accept the gift the moon goddess gave us is trying to finish the job.
The words landed like judgment. What gift? This is a curse, and you tried to erase it first. Why is this on my back? Yes, I was unaware of what I was really doing when the girl's parents came to me. But things have changed. I'll speak plainly. Lyra must be moved to your chambers, tonight, and you must remain within the territory. As much as possible, you have to reduce physical distance and stop pretending separation is safety. The anger in my gut flared to encompass my entire body. Who do you think you are? Ordering around your alpha. I don't have to do anything.
Then you will die. Her words, so sharp and matter-of-fact, took the wind out of my sails. As much as I wanted to deny them, the episode last night haunted me. I looked at Lyra and let out a low, steady breath. Fine. If this was what had to happen, at least it would be because I ordered it. Then move her to my chambers. But I want guards and wards around the room. No one will be allowed to visit her until I figure out how to keep everything under control, and I will not be accepting her as my mate.
Lyra nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. Nearness without claiming. For now, it will hurt less than this.
I hated that I hoped she was right. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 11. Temptation of Power. Kane. Lyra began to stir. I registered the change before the healer did, because the bond tightened in my chest. It pulled sharply at my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Her movements were too slow, too weak. Her breathing was uneven and shallow. Her eyes flickered open, and I took a step back from her. They were glassy and still unfocused. My lip curled up in disgust as the bond surged violently, its heat lancing through my ribs. My wolf reared, frantic.
Mate!
I stifled him and locked my hands behind my back to avoid reaching out for her.
Lyra pulled the chair to her bedside and pressed her wrinkled, bony hand to Lyra's forehead. Good. Your fever seems to have broken. Now that you're awake, you're going to be moved to recover.
Lyra didn't respond. She didn't ask where or react at all. That, more than anything, unsettled me. Had whatever happened last night fried her brain or something? While that would make living with her in my chambers easier, I'd also feel like I was sleeping near a warm corpse. Her gaze drifted, unfocused, searching without any real intention. But then it landed on me, and again the bond reacted instantly. A wrenching pull caused me to stumble a half-step toward the bed, the pain sharp enough to steal all of my breath.
And my wolf bowed. Against my will, and against everything I believed, he submitted to her. I held myself rigid, shoulders back and chest out. My wolf may be willing to abase himself, but I wasn't going to lose my commanding presence.
Lyra didn't seem impressed. There was no pleading in her eyes, no hope or appeal, only recognition of the submission. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed, her eyes tearing up with pain. When she spoke, her voice was ruined. It was hoarse and fragile, but still steady. Lyra, what happened?
The healer patted her hand. It's the bond. I should have more answers soon enough.
I knew it was a lie, but it was a soft lie, an incomplete truth.
For now, we're moving you to the Alpha quarters, so you can be closer to Alpha Kane. It should ease some of the pain.
She thought for a moment, her nostrils flaring as her mind spun in circles. I understand. Her gaze returned to me, eyes much clearer now. I was relieved, I suppose. At least if I was trapped in this bond, an omega was better than a vegetable. But Kane, don't mistake necessity for forgiveness. The words hit me like a blade slipped between my ribs. At first I was angry. What had I possibly done that might require forgiveness? But then I felt something tear open in my chest. Not pain or guilt, something worse. Understanding.
If I hadn't attempted to reject her, the bond would be steady. We most likely wouldn't be in this situation. I didn't answer her. I couldn't. Any response would be a lie. Reassurance would be false, because I didn't have any solutions. Authority would sound hollow, because I couldn't just order the curse to go away. My wolf snarled, not at her, but at me.
Call the guards to carry her to your chambers. I need to clean up my supplies.
Lyra turned her back to me and again.
Anger burned in my stomach. Who did the ancient woman think she was, continuing to boss me around? I could snap her in half like a toothpick.
But I needed her, at least long enough to solve this problem. I opened the pack channel and ordered Dante to grab another beta and come fetch Lyra. The pair arrived quickly, interest written all over their faces. Take her to the Alpha quarters and put her in the Luna's room, and keep your mouths shut about what you're seeing. I stepped aside as she was lifted, the move instinctive and automatic. Not just to get out of the way, I didn't want any part of her to brush me in case I lost control. As she was carried past me, I swore I saw a white mist encircling her. Shadows clung to her like nightmares, and the bond twisted violently. My knees nearly buckled as the air became cold and heavy. I sensed them, the ancestors. They were watching, but they didn't acknowledge me. They followed her through the door and up the stairs, taking the chill with them. I remained in the chamber with Lyra, trying to ignore my weak legs. The space felt wrong without Lyra, too empty and loud. With a breath, I sat on the vacated slab, wincing at how thin and uncomfortable the mattress was. I stared at the open doorway, thinking, I didn't believe that proximity or control would save me. All they would do was eat away at my power, leaving the pack vulnerable.
I waited for Lyra to leave, but she didn't. Instead, she closed the door again and met my gaze. There is more to say, Alpha, now that we're alone.
You have to convince Lyra to be your mate. Your willing mate. Fury exploded deep in my brain. Absolutely not. You're lucky I need you to break this damned curse, or I'd have your head for insubordination. What makes you think you can tell me what I have to do?
My fist slammed the mattress, sending waves of pain through my hand as it struck the concrete. Myra didn't respond to my outburst. You're not listening, Alpha. If Lyra becomes your willing mate, the ancestral howl binds itself to the pack again. Enemies would not touch us. None of the other ancient powers are known to still exist, so its protection is absolute. But we need her to be loyal. We need the power to be controlled. She crossed her arms over her chest, glaring at me like a thick-skulled pup. But I finally realized what she was saying. You think if I managed to win Lyra over, we'd become the most powerful pack in the territory? On the continent. I blinked, allowing the plan to roll around in my mind. It sounded logical. Who would attempt to attack a pack that had the power of the dead on their side? But wasn't the bloodline supposedly wiped out because it was dangerous?
It was only dangerous before, because there were too many of them. Mara grinned at me wickedly. Now there's only her.
Internally, I recoiled, not from the cruelty, but from the realization that this truly tempted me. While I didn't believe the old stories, how could I deny what I was seeing with my own eyes? But at the same time, she was an Omega, a complication. And this was a bond I never asked for. I didn't want to die, and I didn't want to lose authority. Who would take her seriously as a Luna? They couldn't even see the spectral monsters she now had as guard dogs.
Most of all, I didn't want her.
There's hope that you may be able to completely sever the bond if you both agree to it. But think about the damage that would do. You can't cast her out. Letting this power fall into the hands of another pack would put us in danger. If you put her to death, the pack will see you as an alpha who killed his own mate for no crime other than being an Omega. You already frighten them.
I wanted to snarl and dismiss her, but she wasn't just pushing my buttons, she was stating facts. They don't understand that everything I do is to keep them safe, to maintain order. I can't protect them if they won't obey me. It's not my fault they don't get it.
She ignored my outburst and tucked her bag against her side. If you truly want to protect the pack, you know the only true answer. Get up there and start winning that girl over, or death might be the kinder option for you. Without another look, she opened the door and started up the stairs, surprisingly strong for such an old woman. On the final stair, she paused. Turning her head slightly, she said, "Titles are just words, you know. They don't guarantee someone's actual power."
Chapter 12. Under the Alpha's Roof. Lyra. I allowed the guards to carry me to the top of the stairs because I literally didn't have any choice. My body was so sluggish that I couldn't do more than open my eyes halfway. However, as I fought through the fog, my strength began to return. "Put me down. I want to walk to my prison." They paused and carefully lowered my feet to the floor, being more gentle than I would have expected from betas in the past. My legs trembled as they took my weight, and I pushed one hand against the wall to steady myself. I could do this! I lifted one foot and put it in front of me. Little more than a shuffle, but it was something. After a few tentative steps, I straightened my spine and threw my shoulders back. "All right, I'm ready. Lead on." Dante eyed me for a moment, but must have decided to let me have my way. He and the other beta started walking toward Kane's chambers, and my stomach dropped. I knew I'd be staying in the Alpha Wing, but directly in his private space? Fine, whatever. It wasn't like he was going to actually fall in love with me just because I was nearby. Neither beta touched me as I walked with measured steps, despite the tremor in my legs. My hands were clenched and my jaw locked as they led me directly to Kane's personal bedroom. For a heart-speeding second, I thought I was going to be forced to share a bed with an alpha who obviously hated me. However, they turned at the last moment and opened the door to the left. "You'll be in here, Luna." Dante gave me a gentle dip of the head, and the small gesture of respect caught me off guard. I stepped into the room, resigned yet relieved. Warmth hit me like a summer wind. It wasn't that the room was actually a higher temperature than the rest of the pack house, but Kane's presence was heavy in the air. His scent saturated the space, smelling of smoke and iron. There was something sharp and clean beneath it, like fresh linens and citrus. I shouldn't have been surprised at this point, but my body reacted without permission. Dizziness started right behind my eyes and head bloomed under my skin. A traitorous ache grew low in my belly. I gripped the wall, my breath stuttering and heart pounding. Was the rest of my life going to be like this? The primal part of me screaming for Kane every time I caught a whiff of his scent. It was irritating as hell. The door closed behind me with a sound too final to be kind. I refused to look back. Do not bend. Don't let him see weakness, because he already thinks you're powerless. I wasn't even across the hall from Kane's room. We were separated by a single wall, with a door set into it. That's it. Though the handle was locked when I tried it, the door was thin enough to feel like a threat. If he'd accepted me when we were bonded, I might have felt excited to be so close to the Alpha. Even knowing how he treated those who crossed him, I may have looked forward to spending time with him on the other side of that wall. But I understood instantly. This placement wasn't mercy, or love, or even desire. It was management. I was here to lessen our symptoms and decrease the possibility that one or both of us would die. That was fine. If I could survive life as a no-wolf Omega, I could handle being a Luna locked in opulence. I sighed and turned my back on the veil between my kingdom and his, and compared to my bunk in the Omega house, this really was a kingdom. The bed was so large that I could lay in the center with my arms out and not touch the edges. It had real silk sheets in a deep purple, rather than the scratchy gray cotton I was used to. The 4 pillows were plush clouds that felt heavenly beneath my head. Then there was a dresser, all for me. Not that I had anything to put in it yet, but maybe Kane would come around enough that I could get a few nice items of clothing. I remember when I was a child, Luna Meredith wore the most beautiful bright robes. Then again, Kane's father had been an entirely different type of alpha. He doted on his mate and treated his pack like his children. So what had gone wrong with his actual son? My favorite feature of the room was a fireplace on the north wall, with a comfortable chair and a tiny table in front. Next to it was a bookshelf, every space filled with books I'd probably never read. Let's just say that education wasn't high on the priority list for Omegas. I could get by, but reading wasn't my strong suit. As I settled in and built myself a small fire, the silence became a little too intimate. I could hear Kane pacing in his room next door, and every unsteady exhale. There was no doubt in my mind that he could hear me too. He was muttering to himself beneath his breath. If I moved closer to the shared wall, I could probably even make out what he was saying. But the bond was humming, low and constant. The unrelenting pulse frustrated me. I didn't want to get any closer, just in case it grew louder. I'd never felt so alone, or so seen. I didn't know which was worse.
Kane. I stalled going to bed as long as I could, Just knowing she was next door filled me with both horror and nearly unbearable desire. But my body was still weak from yesterday's collapse, so I needed rest. The walk to my room felt like the road to prison, my feet heavy and unwilling. Myra's words echoed in my head, doing nothing to ease my tensions. I couldn't deny that she was right. If Ironfang had the loyalty of an ancient power, we'd be safe from attack for an entire generation, perhaps forever, if her children carried it as well. Was only wanting Lyra for her power disingenuous? Yes, but I wasn't a common wolf who could mate for love. I was an alpha with a thriving pack. I was the leader of a large, desirable territory. And if my father's death had taught me anything, it was how fast a pack crumbles when their alpha doesn't choose them first. Dante still stood at the entrance to the Alpha Wing, as I'd instructed. You can move to the end of the hall. I'm here now. I waved my hand vaguely in his direction, and he nodded with a bright smile. How he could be so cheerful, I could never understand.
Will do, Alpha! As far as I can tell, Luna Lyra is asleep. She was doing much better by the time we reached the room. You know, she's quite pretty for an Omega. And strong. Do you have any idea why she was assigned such a low rank in the first place?
His idle pratter was annoying on the best of days, and today definitely wasn't one of those. No idea. I couldn't care less. Feel free to check the records when Zane relieves you of watch. His eyes brightened more than usual, and I sighed. I pointed down the hall and he scampered past me, saluting dramatically.
Having a guard so deep within the pack house was probably unnecessary. I told myself that it was for security, but deep down I knew it was just for privacy. I didn't need any of the pack members to see me losing my edge, because I was losing it.
My jaw was tight, and I locked down my scene. I had my focus on control, and didn't need to provoke Lyra to action. I ran my fingers through my hair and continued to my room, slightly relieved that I shouldn't have to deal with anyone else tonight.
Except that wasn't how my life worked. As I strode around the final corner before my room, Ceres stepped out of the shadows like she'd always belonged there. She stood in the center of the passageway, blocking my path. I grit my teeth, trying to ignore that she'd dressed deliberately. Too deliberately. Her smile was bright, like victory was already decided.
So, she said, her voice light, you finally brought her under your roof. So much for the rumors that the girl died. I shrugged, and she began circling me. Her fingers disturbed the air near my arm, not quite touching, but close enough I could feel their warmth. Her scent flared, sweet and provocative. My shoulders dropped a few degrees at the familiarity of it all. How many times had I inhaled her scent, tasting it on my tongue without claiming her? But I remained silent, my eyes rolling over her exposed curves. It doesn't change anything, you know. She stood close enough that I'd barely have to extend my hand to brush her cheek. Everyone heard you reject the Omega girl. We all know how mistakes like her end. She lifted her chin, taking another step toward me. You still need a Luna. Her aura swallowed me as she leaned in, her voice low and intimate. Let me help you forget your problems tonight. Her hand brushed my chest, testing, expecting heat, ready to stake her claim.
My wolf growled inside me. Chapter 13. Proximity. Kane.
It wasn't desire that caused my wolf to growl. It was revulsion. I caught Ceres's wrist, not rough, but not gently either. My eyes met hers, cold and final. Don't touch me.
The corridor seemed to shrink as her smile faltered. You don't mean that, she said, an edge of panic in her voice. You are not my mate. I cut her off and flung her arm back at her, taking a step back in disgust. You never will be, and if you speak of her as a mistake again, you'll learn how little patience I have left for your nonsense. I subconsciously wiped my hand on my pants, as if just touching her had made it dirty.
She stiffened, her blue eyes hardening to ice. Her scent turned sharp with anger and shock, revealing something ugly beneath. "You're choosing an Omega over me?" she spat, attempting to step closer to me.
I didn't answer. I didn't even look back as I passed her, or turn around when I heard her venomous whisper following me.
She's going to ruin you.
Another flame of fury devoured her words, causing them to grow brighter. I slammed the chamber door behind me, locking the door and kicking off my boots. They ricocheted off the wall. The sound was startlingly loud in the otherwise silent room. That silence hit harder than Ceres ever could. The bond in my chest pulsed, not just leading, but pulling me.
Not to the bed, but to the door separating the Alpha chamber from the Luna chamber. I lowered myself to the floor, pressing my back against the shared wall. With my palms braced on the stone floor, I closed my eyes. My wolf paced, furious and starving. It took all my willpower not to break down the door and mark her. This is restraint, I told myself, not penance. From the other side of the wall, I heard Lyra breathing. The bond hummed, and the night tightened around us both. Pain blossomed in my chest, and I turned, my knees pressing into the stone, and my forehead resting against the wall. I didn't ask for this. From the other side of the wall, I heard her voice, low, rough, and almost swallowed by stone. I heard, neither did I. Knowing she, too, was drawn to the shared wall did nothing to soften the ache. It only made it worse.
Morning light spilled into the corridor, pale and unforgiving. The stone passage felt too bright to hold any secrets, like what happened last night. I took one look at myself in the mirror and scowled. Dark circles told how I got no sleep last night, and no amount of dampening my hair managed to tame it. But I still had a pack to run, so I put on my boots and opened my door.
Unfortunately, Lyra stepped out of her room at the exact same moment. Her hair was unbound, and her face drawn with an exhaustion I recognized. Her shoulders were squared by sheer force of will, but they tightened when she saw me. We froze, only a few feet between us. It was too close, but there was nowhere to retreat without being obvious. Her scent spiked instantly with fear and heat. The bond need between us was sharp enough to make me dizzy. I inhaled despite myself, pupils blown wide. My shoulders tensed like I was bracing for impact as the bond surged again. It was loud and violent in my head, demanding that I stop putting off the consummation of our union. Neither of us spoke, and neither of us could look away fast enough. I heard her pulse jump, and my jaw tightened so hard I briefly worried my teeth might crack. For one suspended moment, something terrible almost happened. I moved first, not toward her. I turned sharply and gripped the stone wall, fingers digging in until they screamed in agony. My knuckles turned white, and the stone cracked under my hand. It was a soft, brutal sound that sounded like lightning. I kept my eyes fixed anywhere but her face and tried not to breathe her scent too deeply.
Don't touch her. Don't claim her. Don't break.
My breathing was controlled, but in the same vein as a man standing on the edge of something fatal.
Lyra. I saw it. The restraint, the strain. I took a half step back, not out of fear, but out of an instinctual desire to give Kane some space. The realization landed hard. He was suffering too. The bond was hurting him, like it was hurting me. Our proximity was hurting him. For a split second, I saw past the Alpha mask and saw a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. But the knowledge didn't comfort me. In fact, it infuriated me. His pain didn't change the fact that he tried to reject me and that he was still allowing me to be caged. Even knowing that his stubbornness and pride were literally killing both of us, he couldn't take the first step to even getting to know me. Your suffering doesn't absolve you. My chin lifted and I cradled the flame inside. Not fear now, but fury. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, and the last person I wanted to see rounded the corner, Saris. A smile was already forming as she took in the scene instantly. The distance, the tension, my presence in the Alpha Wing. She crossed her arms over her chest, flicking her bouncy golden curls over her shoulder as she did so. I see Omegas are living above their station now. Her voice was practically sticky with poison. A pair of betas entered the corridor from the other end and stiffened, eyes widening as they waited to see if our standoff was safe to pass. Kane didn't look at me or speak. The silence was heavy, and Saris smiled wider. Assuming she was the victor, she lowered her arms, bouncing her breasts as she did so. I had no doubt it was on purpose, the bitch! A possessive growl began forming in my throat, but I choked it back. She wasn't worth my time. I had been chosen by the moon goddess and by the ancestors. She was nothing more than a purebred bitch with more pride than sense. She disappeared down the hall, and the betas followed her. Kane brushed past me without another word, and I went back into my room. A shower could wait. I wanted to make sure Saris and Kane were long gone before I risked opening the door again. Later that day, I heard a commotion in the hallway. I opened the door just a crack and found Saris with Kane again. All of the betas were there as well, looking on with confusion in their eyes. No one seemed to be paying any attention to my door, so I left it open just enough that I could hear what was going on. You're being relieved of patrol authority, Saris. Your command privileges are officially revoked, and you're reassigned to Beta Dante's regiment. Your gammas will be split into the other regiments, effective immediately. Hand over your key to the Alpha Wing. Kane held out his hand and, with her face full of both anger and shame, Saris pulled the key from her pocket and placed it in his palm. He curled his fingers around it and nodded. It's done, then. I don't want to see you in this wing again, unless you are attending a meeting or under assignment. The rest of you are to ensure it happens. Whispered rippled through the pack, no doubt confusion and speculation, but Kane didn't explain himself. He simply gestured for them all to keep walking toward the meeting room at the far end of the hall. When they were all out of sight, I closed my door and sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't connect that scene to me, but I understood what it meant. Kane acted. He intervened, but he did it quietly and indirectly. He did it without standing beside me. The realization curdled in my chest. Was this protection, or just another way to avoid actively choosing me? Say it out loud or stop pretending, Kane! I sighed, alone in a room that smelled like him. Chapter 14, The First Touch, Lyra. 2 weeks had passed since I was brought to the Alpha Wing to recover, and honestly, most of the time it wasn't too bad. The bond had settled into a soft hum that only bothered me when Kane went out on patrol. I hadn't experienced much pain, and my strength had returned plus some. I was even allowed to join the rest of the pack for meals. I heard him on the other side of the wall every night, pacing and muttering under his breath before laying down on the floor next to the wall. Most of the time I couldn't make out what he was saying, but occasionally I caught my name rolling from his tongue, somewhere between a curse and a prayer. And the damn bond? It begged me to answer. Tonight was far less peaceful. Darkness fell hard as thunder rolled over the territory. Rain lashed the windows in sheets, foamy white with fury. The power flickered and the lights dimmed, causing shadows to stretch too long. I was alone in my room, as usual, sitting on the edge of the bed and watching the trees whip in the wind. My hands gripped the knees of my jeans, braced against the anxiety in my chest. Not from the storm. No, the bond was humming wrong again. It was too loud and too tight, like a wire drawn past the breaking point. The pain hit without warning. Heat ripped through my veins and I instinctively curled forward, my arms wrapped around my torso. A stifled cry of pain scratched at the tender flesh of my throat as it attempted to claw its way free. I tried to stand, to get to the door to get help, but my knees buckled and I fell forward. I hit the floor hard, knocking the breath from my lungs. And on the other side of the wall, I heard a shattered growl. Instantly I knew this wasn't me. Kane was fighting his suppressed rut, his control slipping by the second. I gasped for air, my fingers clawing at the stone floor as his desperation ripped through me. My body curled inward as the bond flared, violent and full of hellfire. Both doors opened at the same time. Mayra entered the room as if she had expected this. Through my swimming vision, I watched her take one look at me and turn sharply to Kane. I could hear his breathing pulsing in my ears, louder than the tide. It was too steady. His scent was so strong that it made the air I breathed burn in my nostrils. "Stabilize her!" Mayra ordered. Kane stiffened, unwilling to even look at me. No, not unwilling, unable. I could feel it through the bond, his fear of losing control. I can't. He grit his teeth and took a step back, eyes blazing with need. "But Mayra didn't blink! You must! There's too much at stake!" The pair were caught in a battle of wills, the fiery Alpha versus the ice-cold healer. To my surprise, Mayra won. Kane came closer and knelt beside me, leaving about a foot of distance between us. My muscles were screaming for him, and I saw his flexing all over his body like something crawling beneath his skin. He hesitated, long enough for feel like pure cowardice, before he reached out. His large, rough fingers closed around my wrist. Nothing more than that, but it was our first skin-to-skin contact, and the bond detonated. My back arched and I let out a pained cry, while Kane sucked in a broken breath. The room around us instantly changed, the air growing heavy as the temperature dropped. I could feel them. The ancestor spirits were pressing close. They weren't visible, but their presence was unmistakable. They stood at my back, judging, waiting. Through the bond, something opened. Raw and unshielded, Kane's fear poured into my chest. Not of me, really, or even of having an Omega for a mate, but of his own hunger and desire for power, of what choosing me would unleash, and what rejecting me would cost the pack. I suddenly understood that he hadn't rejected me out of disgust at all. It was terror, and that knowledge hurt worse than hatred ever could. His grip tightened involuntarily, and I let out a whimper of pain. "I can't." The words came out fractured and ragged, almost becoming something else, a plea. His wolf strained toward me, desperate and unhinged, and in response, my wolf lunged. She was still weak, but was far stronger than when she'd been released from her prison. Kane swallowed it down, shoving the bond behind iron walls. He released my wrist and stood abruptly. Before he could break, he turned his back to me. "I won't do this," he said, "to no one and everyone." Then he left, stalking into the dim hallway and slamming the door behind him. Mayra followed, leaving me shaking on the floor. The physical contact seemed to help, at least. The pain ebbed and emptiness flooded into its place, but the spirits lingered, cold and watchful. I turned my face to the stone, my voice barely audible. "If he won't choose me." Thunder cracked overhead, as if cutting off my prayer before I could even speak it. Please stop choosing him. The air answered with silence.
Kane. N. I strode down the corridor, too fast and with no idea where I was going. My breathing was uneven, despite my attempts to control it. Thunder shook the Alpha Wing, and rain attempted to shatter the tall windows, but I could barely hear it. The blood pounding in my ears was deafening. My hands were shaking and I clenched them into fists, claws extending and stabbing deep into my palms. I tried to ground myself in the pain, but my thoughts were running rampant.
You almost begged. You almost claimed her. The thought made me sick.
A set of footsteps echoed behind me, unhurried and certain. I didn't need to turn around or hear the voice to know who it was. Mayra's sharp tone cut through the storm. You were close.
I stopped, slowly turning as a growl rolled in my throat. Enough! I snapped. I did what was required!
Mayra studied me, her lips tight and eyes blazing. You stabilized her, and then you ran. The ancestors were there, waiting, but you couldn't finish the job.
Claiming her would have been a mistake. My jaw tightened, the muscles screaming. Mayra's gaze sharpened. She closed the gap between us, her gnarled hand inches from my face as she shook it at me. No, she corrected. Refusing her is the mistake. Unafraid and unyielding, she pushed her finger into my chest. You felt it, the power. The ancestors pressing in because they recognized her. You had the chance to break the curse and secure safety for the pack, and you ran away.
My voice dropped. Dangerous. She's an Omega, a liability.
Mayra clicked her tongue at me without flinching. Enough with that tired excuse. She's a weapon you don't want to admit exists. She's the most powerful wolf in the territory, and we both know she's no Omega. A deafening crack of thunder shook the pack house, but the healer spoke over it, calm as a placid lake. The enemies who killed your father are still a threat. We are outnumbered if they launch another attack, and you've been given something no rival can challenge. At what cost? Her power is no longer a secret. The pack knows she's dangerous. The council is already murmuring about finishing the job when they think I'm not listening. At hers.
Silence fell as my muscles stiffened. You really would have me use her.
Mayra's gaze hardened further. Not cruel, but absolute. We already did, generations ago. The difference is that this time, you have the chance to keep her loyal. You have to make Lyra choose you. A willing mate would bind the ancestral howl permanently to our pack, or at least long enough that it won't matter to this generation. There's no room for rebellion or divided loyalty. Fear won't work. She lowered her hand and stared directly into my eyes. But belonging might.
I laughed once, bitter. What? You think I can make her love me?
No, you've already made an ass of yourself.
Mayra tilted her head, a grim smile widening her mouth.
I think you can make her believe she has no other choice.
The words hung between us, ugly and cruel. But the bond was tearing me apart. My wolf was growing more feral by the hour as the pack watched for weakness. I thought of Lyra, shaking on the stone floor, of the way she snapped at me. Don't mistake necessity for forgiveness. This would destroy her. Mayra's voice softened, just enough to be convincing. Or it will save her. Because if you don't claim her, either you'll both die, or someone else will decide what to do with her power. And either way, you could no longer keep the pack safe.
Another boom of thunder cracked directly overhead, causing the lights to flicker again. I closed my eyes, just for a moment. When I opened them, I nodded once. Tell me what you think I should do.
She exhaled slowly, not with relief, out of victory. She turned back toward Lyra's chamber. You already know what you need to do. Convince the girl to accept you as her mate, and stop making excuses for not claiming her. What kind of alpha carries so much fear?
I watched her walk away, the bond throbbing in my skull. I wanted to rage, to scream at her that she should watch her tongue. But she was right. My wolf paced, uneasy and restless. We both knew with brutal clarity that whatever happened next would decide the fate of the entire pack.
Chapter 15. The Council Decides. Lyra. I hated being in the council chamber. It was all cold, dark stone and an ancient hum of power that made me think the ancestors were looking down on us. The council was seated in a large circle in thrones carved from the rock itself. They hadn't chained me, to my surprise, but as I watched their nervous glances, I realized this was a test. Would I be obedient? Torches lit the space in flickering yellow light, but gave off very little warmth. I desperately wanted to wrap my arms around myself in hopes I could get the shivering to stop. However, the last thing I wanted to do was show any weakness. Not only had these people known me as an Omega my entire life, now they knew I carried a power that could destroy them all. Thankfully, the library in the Alpha Wing was accessible to me. I'd read as many books mentioning the ancestral howl as I could get my hands on while I sat alone in my chamber, regaining my strength and waiting to see what the future held. I knew, now, about this power I carried and what had happened to those who wielded it in the past. All that knowledge did was make me even more terrified for this meeting. Kane took his place slightly behind me and to my right. He was close enough that the bond hummed hungrily, but far enough to avoid touching, which was for the best, because I could smell the feral desire pouring into his scent. I hadn't seen him since the night he finally touched me for the first time, almost a week ago. He hadn't returned to his room at all, as if afraid he might lose control. The rest of the council settled into their seats, every eye focused on me. Rather than seeing me as a person, they looked at me like a blade laid on a table. The lead elder, Zacharias, stood with his arms open. Let's begin. We're here to discuss what to do with the Omega. She carries the howl. She's untrained, unbound, and dangerous, the raspy, bone-dry voice of another elder called out. Her eyes narrowed at me, and I couldn't help curling in on myself. Power or no power, I'd spent my entire life trying not to be noticed by these types of people. To stand in the middle of them while they spoke about me as if I weren't present was both frightening and insulting. About me, never to me. From the corner of my eye, I saw Kane's jaw tighten, but he remained quiet, absorbing what the others were saying. She already triggered a flare without a full awakening. Mayra stood from her seat to my left, her voice smooth and eerie as always. That kind of power, unmanaged, could fracture or even destroy the pack. Unmanaged, as if I were a wildfire instead of a person. My hands balled into fists at my sides, red-hot anger banishing the chill from my body. How long before it turns on us? Elder Zacharias pointed at me with a finger so shriveled it looked like a bone wrapped in flesh-colored tissue paper. If his skin were any thinner, it would be translucent. I stood straighter, my burning glare focused on his frail face. Here he was, looking like a desiccated corpse still breathing, and I was an it? Kane shifted in his seat, and I felt a touch of anger through the bond. Again he didn't speak, bringing my wrath down on himself too. Damn it! What did the ancestors see in this ass? When the council finally bothered to address me directly, it was only because they wanted answers. Can you control it? Elder Zacharias demanded. I lifted my chin and met his gaze. It felt strange making eye contact with a member of the council, but I reminded myself that technically I was Luna now, and ranked above him. My voice, when it came, was steady, perhaps too steady. I don't know yet. A ripple of displeasure moved the chamber, before a barrage of further questions hit. Would you submit to training? How do we know you won't destroy the pack? Can we suppress it? I didn't rush to reassure them. Let them be afraid for a moment. I refused to beg or explain the nights I woke up shaking. They wouldn't care about the pain that crawled under my skin when the bond pulled tight. All they were concerned about was if I could be controlled. I will not be caged, I replied. Kane's breath stilled. I hadn't even realized how its rhythm had echoed through me until I no longer heard it. The rest of the council fell into a stunned silence that stretched over the stone, thick and dangerous. I don't think they liked that I wasn't immediately groveling and agreeing to return to my powerless life. Perhaps if they'd brought me here and treated me like a person, I might have been more willing. But if they were going to treat me like a thunderstorm, then I'd bring the damn lightning. Another elder with eyes as pale as sea foam tapped her finger on the arm of her throne of stone. There are other options. I somehow knew what she was going to suggest before she finished speaking. We could remove her voice. The chamber went utterly still. The buzz of magic I felt beneath the stone before increased in pitch, as if we really had the ancestors' attention. The idea has merit. She would live, but her howl would never surface. The threat might be neutralized. Elder Zacharias observed me again, his chin resting thoughtfully on the tip of his pointer finger. Then again, how do we know she couldn't summon her demons even without a voice? Disposing of her entirely may be a safer road. Then 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 can become Luna as was intended, and everything goes back to normal. Kane didn't move. Not a muscle, not a breath, but the bond surged. Not wild or explosive, but tight and sharp, like a blade being drawn slowly from its sheath. Without words, I knew he caught what I was thinking. Removing my voice wouldn't just silence the howl, it would break me. And these people, they didn't even care. My wolf bared her teeth inside my chest. I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could, a single word echoed through the chamber. No. It left Kane's mouth cold and flat. It wasn't loud, nor was it a plea, but it was undoubtedly a command. Every eye snapped to him, almost like they'd forgotten he was there. That's not your decision, Alpha, the pale-eyed elder spat. You're too invested. The bond won't let you even consider harming your mate. We all know how bonds work. Kane turned his head, slowly. It is, if you want me to keep the current council intact. I allowed all of you to remain in place after my father was murdered. But if you think you can treat me like a pup who doesn't know how to run a pack, then I won't hesitate to clear the cobwebs. Power rolled from his voice and filled the room, a reminder of exactly what he was capable of becoming if pushed. I didn't look at him. Instead, I watched the elders exchange glances, calculating, measuring the cost of disobedience. Finally, Elder Zacharias inclined his head. Very well, her voice remains. Relief flickered through me, but it was thin and temporary. She'll be watched, marked as a potential threat, and should she show any lack of loyalty to the pack, even you won't be able to save her, Alpha. Don't forget that you're just one wolf, leader or not. Kane accepted that with a single nod, as if it were no more than the price of this small act of mercy. The council rose, their robes shuffling over the stone as they began to file out. They no longer looked at me, instead averting their eyes as if I were some lewd image. Only Mayra stopped, nodding just once while making eye contact with me. I didn't see kindness nor cruelty in her gaze, simply acknowledgement. I swallowed, not sure how I felt about that. Only then did I turn my head, just enough to meet Kane's eyes. The bond tightened between us, and he stormed past. His hands clutched so tight his knuckles were white. I watched him go as 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 took my arm to escort me back to my room. He stopped in the doorway and turned back, making eye contact one more time. And that's when it struck me. He chose me, not loudly, or in a way that saved either of us. Yes, it barely counted, and I wasn't about to jump into his arms over it, but he chose me. For the first time, the bond in my chest grew warm rather than painful.
Chapter 16. An Answered Call. Kane.
Frustration still prickled at my nape, even as I stood at the top of the northern watchtower at midnight. How dare the council think they could override me? My life was dedicated to keeping them safe, and yet there was no gratitude for my sacrifice.
A chill breeze picked up the collar of my cloak and fluttered it like silent wings in the darkness.
There was a storm coming. I could smell the ozone, sharp on the back of my tongue. My eyes cast toward the roiling clouds on the northern horizon and narrowed. Experience told me this was the kind of night we had to be extra alert. The patrols tonight would have difficulty with both vision and scent as soon as the rain started. No doubt our enemies would know that too.
No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than the outer boundary alarms ruptured the silence. My hands and feet began to shift as I paused just long enough to decode the message. Rogue wolves breached the perimeter, scaling the eastern watchtower. Throwing all of my strength into my claws, I launched out of the watchtower and landed on the packhouse roof. I scrambled toward the east wing with a growl in my throat and the sting of smoke in my nostrils.
Flames lit boiling black clouds of smoke that belched from the windows of the wing. I grasped the edge of the roof and swung myself through a shattered window, landing on all fours in the middle of the blaze. How the hell had the rogues managed to not only break the perimeter, but make it all the way to the packhouse without being intercepted? Especially with damned fire?
I didn't have time to think about it right now, though. Pack members were scrambling, the corridors full of screams and shouts. Betas herded pups towards safe rooms, while Gammas half-shifted to use their claws and fangs to attack the enemy. I joined them, snatching the nearest rogue with my powerful front paws and ripping his throat out with my teeth. His hot blood ran down my chin as he gargled and fell limply to the floor. The scent of iron mingled with smoke and kindled an alpha's bloodlust.
I joined Dante in the corridor, the pair of us managing to hold back the enemy long enough for the innocents to escape to the safe room. Did these rogues know the East Wing held the general sleeping quarters? It felt naive to say this was a random attack point. Dante tripped a rogue and I grabbed her shoulders, my claws sinking into her skin up to my paw pads. She let out a feral scream and attempted to break free, but Dante dispatched her quickly, cutting the shriek short. These enemies were falling too quickly, too easily. They barely managed to put up any fight, as if they were the weakest of the group, sent in a blaze to be a distraction. No sooner had the thought appeared than I felt a pang of fear through the bond. I'd realized it too late. This particular breach was meant to be a distraction. Cursing under my breath, I tossed away the body of the female rogue and turned. This isn't the main attack. You and Leo handle this. I have to find Lyra. Where are you going? You can't just run off after that Omega. Dante grabbed the arm of an attacking rogue and spun him into the wall. His skull made a sickening crack, and he collapsed to the floor. How do you know there's another attack?
I growled and dodged a flying fist, using the rogue's momentum to throw him off balance and slam him into the floor. His arm snapped and he screamed in pain. These enemies are too weak to be behind this. They can't even land a single hit.
As if to prove my point, the skull-cracked rogue got back to his feet and rushed us. All it took was a sidestep and a well-timed push to send him careening into the other wall. The bond pulsed, filling my chest with outside fear. I nearly shifted entirely, right there in the middle of the hall. Your Luna is in danger. If you and Beta Leo can't handle these clowns, then you don't deserve your titles. I didn't wait for Dante to reply. Panic vibrated through the bond like a fish on a line, followed by a sudden stillness. Damn it. Lyra wasn't calling me. She wasn't reaching through the bond for help. For some reason, that terrified me more than if she were screaming.
Lyra. I woke to screams and the smell of smoke. Before I fully regained consciousness, my body launched out of bed and I hurried into the hallway. Despite the sounds and scents being far from the Alpha Wing, I could feel Kane's fury through the bond. I tasted blood and heard the echo of bones snapping. I cringed and momentarily debated returning to my room and locking the door. However, the choice was taken away by 3 dark forms appearing at either end of the hallway. Found her, one of them hissed, and all 6 began creeping toward me. I tried to reach my door, but didn't make it before the 3 on the north end passed it. My heart rate spiked. Sweat slicked my palms. I was alone. I had no weapons and wore only a nightgown. I didn't know how to shift, if my weak wolf even could come out. My back pressed against the stone wall. I had a choice to make. I could attempt to run and hide, but the likelihood of escaping was low, stupidly low. I could submit, but those fangs and eyes didn't scream mercy. So there was really only one option. I took a deep breath, my shoulders coming into square and my gaze steadying. I would stand, because I might have one trick to try. My howl! Ah! I closed my eyes and opened my mouth. Focusing on the feeling I'd had at the bonding ceremony, I let out a low, fractured cry. It wasn't anything resembling a full, triumphant howl, but it carried. Almost broken, it still pressed outward. The rogues stopped in their tracks, laughing at the pathetic sound. Then the air temperature began to drop. Frost crept along the stone walls. Torches sputtered, casting the corridor in short bursts of darkness. The hair rose on the back of my neck and my arms. The air grew heavy on my chest, making it hard to take a breath. A cold wind spiraled through the corridor. The sense of decaying forests and graveyard earth chilled my blood more than the wind. Shadows flickered along the walls. They condensed into the shape of wolves, towering over me with teeth bared. Translucent and ancient, they surrounded the rogues. My breath caught in equal parts fear and awe, and as it finally released, they moved. Rogue wolves were dragged backwards. Claws ripped through their pelts without visible bodies. Bones snapped and blood splashed across the stone. All I could do was press myself against the stone and watch in abject horror. Within seconds, all 6 rogues lay still and eviscerated on the floor. I stared at their bodies, abject horror pulsing through my veins. The shadows vanished as quickly as they came, not saying a word. The frost melted and the corridor went silent, leaving me surrounded by devastation, entirely untouched. What had I done? I pulled my feet closer to the wall to avoid the growing pool of blood. Power still pulsed through my veins, but I looked down at my hands with shame. Who was this person?
Kane.
I crashed through the doors to the Alpha Wing, expecting a fight. The first thing I saw was Lyra, wide-eyed and pressed against the wall. She panted and stared at her hands. Blood splattered across her entire body.
The sight caused my stomach to heave. A frustrating panic strangled me until I looked down and saw the carnage. 6 rogues lay sprawled out in a half circle, their blood draining onto the stone floor. My eyes flickered back up to Lyra, scanning her for injuries. Despite the amount of blood, It didn't appear that any of it was hers. Then the scent hit me. It was the same smell from the bonding circle. Ancient magic and old pack blood. Understanding hit instantly. She didn't call for me or reach for the bond. She called something older. She called herself. The council wanted to remove her voice because they feared instability. But the woman who stood before me wasn't unstable. Looking at these dead rogues, I knew she wasn't controlled by me or anyone else. She wasn't an Omega dependent on her Alpha's protection. She was a sovereign power that truly could wipe out my entire pack with a single howl. Lyra turned slowly, consciousness returning to her eyes. She met my gaze, and her hands slowly lowered to her sides. "I came to rescue you," I said, though the words felt stupid coming from my mouth. Her face grew hard. Any fear faded from her eyes, and despite the tremor in her hands, her voice was steady. "I don't need you to save me." The words landed harder than any challenge. The bond pulsed painfully. It wasn't rejection, not really. It was separation, a choice to shut me out rather than sever the connection entirely. Then her knees buckled and she collapsed.
I dove forward instinctively, catching her in my claws before she hit the stone. I held her in my arms as my hands and feet shifted back to normal, blood soaking into the knees of my pants and the hem of my cloak.
Her eyes closed, and she went limp as members of the pack began filling the corridor. They stared at us with mouths hanging open and faces scanning the destruction. Dante skidded around the corner, chest heaving. "Alpha, are you—" He stopped, relief coloring his expression. "Looks like you've got this end handled? Good. We finished off the invaders on our end. The fire did a lot of damage, though."
I nodded. That was a later problem. Right now, I needed to get Lyra cleaned up and in bed. I rose without a word and walked toward my room, and the pack parted to let me through. My mind raced with every step. The council wasn't going to like this. Mayera was going to use it as leverage. Frustration brewed in my gut as I felt control of the pack slipping through my fingers.
But at least Lyra was alive. When she became my priority, I didn't know. I also didn't care. Chapter 17. Early Rut. Kane. Lyra was still unconscious when I lay her on her bed. The chill of the spectral ancestors still lingered in the air, and I frowned. Was she going to pass out like this every time she used her power? That was a major downside, on top of everything else. I entered her bathroom and ran the tap over a cloth. Once it ran warm, I wrung the cloth and returned to Lyra's side to wipe the blood from her face and arms. Every time my fingers brushed her skin, it felt like electric shocks passed between us.
"Damn everything," I muttered, rubbing a lock of hair in the cloth. What the hell is happening? Everything is falling apart. I'm just trying to keep my pack safe. Yet I was failing just as badly as my father had. A sense of disgust filled me, and I dropped the cloth on the floor. No, I wouldn't be like him. I wouldn't put the life of anyone over the safety of my pack, or my own. I rose from Lyra's bedside and stormed out the door. I needed to find out how our defenses had been breached so easily.
I called to my betas and gammas through the pack link and made my way to the war room. Some of them had already arrived when I got there. Many sporting injuries. They clutched bits of cloth to their wounds. The single healer who lived at the pack house hadn't had time to tend to them all. Yet. As soon as I reached my seat, I pounded my fist on the table. "What happened?" I demanded, burning gaze scorching everyone it touched. "How did these damn rogues make it through all of our defenses?"
No one made eye contact. A chorus of "we don't know" rumbled toward me, only intensifying my frustration.
Who was patrolling the borders? Who was guarding the East Wing? It was a shift change in the area around the East Wing. Alpha. Dante rose, leaning heavily on the table and favoring his right leg. His pants had been torn from the knee to ankle and were stained red. The rogues would have had to have insider information.
The shift change takes no more than 2 minutes. I've set trackers on following their scent to figure out where they broke the perimeter.
Insider information! Even though I'd suspected it as well, hearing someone else say it lit a fire in my chest. Before I could say anything, Sarah stood.
I'll start investigating that, Alpha. I'll find out who betrayed the pack. She bared her teeth and puffed out her chest, obviously expecting praise for her offer. No, Dante, you're in charge of finding out what happened. Leo, rewrite the patrols. I don't want any more gaps. New guards should be in place before the previous shift is relieved. Samson, gather the builders and get started on repairing the wing. I waited until each beta dipped their heads in acknowledgement.
Saris grew increasingly angry with each word. Finally, she slammed both fists into the table, her whole body trembling with rage. What is your problem, Alpha? I'm perfectly capable of investigating or even rewriting the patrols. Why have I gone from your chosen mate to your least trusted beta?
I rolled my eyes. If you don't know, then all you're doing is proving me right. You really want a task? Fine. You can scrub the blood from the Alpha wing with a bucket and a rag.
The room held its breath as Saris's eyes bugged out of her head. Her face turned crimson and she took a step toward me. There are plenty of omegas for menial labor like that, Kane. You know I'm better than that. My lineage
Means nothing. If you don't shut up and accept the task I've given you, then you can join the Omega ranks. They have an opening now that Lyra is Luna.
I watched the color drain from Saris's face, and she slowly returned to her seat. Her shoulders sagged in on themselves, but I saw fire still burning in her clenched fists. I'd had enough. The rest of you, help clean up the bodies and assist with the East Wing. I expect it to be habitable again in 10 days or less. With that, I turned and strode out of the war room. The damn bond was pulling me back to Lyra, as if I actually cared about her. But I just needed to convince her that staying with the pack was in her best interest. That's all. The words sounded hollow even in my own head.
I returned to the Alpha wing and peeked my head into Lyra's chamber. She was laying on the bed exactly as I'd left her, but her chest rose and fell in a normal pattern. I stepped back and left the door between our rooms open a fraction of an inch.
In my own room, I didn't bother climbing into my bed. Instead, I lay on the stone floor against the shared wall once again. Guilt and anger ripped through me like rival wolves intent on destruction. I should have known that enemies had broken the perimeter. I should have realized the East Wing was a diversion. I should have known that somehow word of Lyra's power would get out. That had to be the rogues' motivation. Why else would they attempt to distract the whole pack with a flashy show and send 6 of them to grab one little female? The soft sound of Lyra's breathing in the other room slowly allowed me to drift off, despite the ache somewhere deep inside that I couldn't quite banish.
I woke before dawn. White-hot pain flooded through my spine. It wasn't an injury or magic backlash this time. My wolf slammed against my ribs as my muscles locked and my jaw ached. He was desperate. To mate. This was wrong. My rut wasn't due for weeks, and it never hit like this. Never this fast, like a pup in puberty who scented a female for the first time. And it was never this violent either. I took a deep breath hoping to regain control, but instead I got lungs full of her. My eyes darted to the cracked door and I could almost see her scent blowing through. It didn't just come through my nose either. The rut heat pulsed through the bond, and that brought clarity. The bond accelerated it, intensified it. I felt absolutely feral. I had to get away from her. Through sheer force of will, I tore myself away from that damn doorway and burst into the hall. I'd go for a run. Surely that would help cool me off. Or I could find... No, Saris wasn't an option anymore. I'd figure out another way to satisfy the howling urge threatening to shred me from the inside out.
But before I could take 2 steps, more trouble came around the corner. Myra stepped into the Alpha wing, and her eyes narrowed immediately. Her nostrils flared as she approached. She could smell it. My scent intensified. Hell, the whole pack could probably smell it.
This is early,
she muttered, studying me. I curled my fists so tightly that my nails dug into my palms.
This isn't natural.
I fought back a snarky remark, enough wits remaining to know that the healer was the only wolf in the pack that might have a solution to this problem. At least, a solution that didn't involve marking Lyra and submitting to the moon goddess. What is it?
This has to be linked with her power and the bond you've been given. Something about it is destabilizing normal pack biology. But if you stop fighting it... No! I can't give myself over to anyone. My focus has to remain on the pack, especially with enemies getting into the pack house so easily.
I paced back and forth in the hallway, subconsciously hoping that the physical movement would help settle the desperate need. It didn't. Myra scowled at me, but I didn't give her a chance to speak. I'll just isolate until this passes. Reinforce doors and station guards. No one will be allowed to approach until it's over. I turned my wild eyes toward the healer, and her posture shifted. I think she was frightened by what she saw.
Yes, Alpha.
I breathed a sigh of small relief and turned back to my room.
And no one tells Lyra. Myra nodded and left as fast as her ancient bones could move. I passed through my door and locked it behind me, chest heaving and body an inferno. If Lyra didn't know, she wouldn't feel compelled to let me take her. And if I was contained, she'd be safe. Right now, I'd probably injure her with the intensity of my need. If I distanced myself, the bond would settle.
Damn it, it better settle.
Chapter 18. A Beguiling Serpent. Lyra. I woke alone, my room dark and my bed an unexpected softness beneath me. Someone must have carried me here, because the last thing I remembered was hitting the floor in the hallway. My skin itched from what turned out to be dried blood splatter, but I was too exhausted to get up and run myself a bath. The cost of my magic lingered deep in my bones. My eyes fluttered closed, and I exhaled until my lungs couldn't give any more. Vague thoughts of the attack sloshed around, mingling with questions. Who were those wolves? What were they doing in the pack house? At least the ancestors were able to take them down. I'd almost relaxed enough to fall back asleep when heat began creeping under my skin. Pressure built behind my eyes, and my wolf began pacing. She was stronger these days, her coat regaining its sheen and her eyes bright, but right now she was restless, agitated. I pressed my palm to my chest and furrowed my brow. The bond was alive. Burning and frantic, it pulled my ribs as if to tear me open. Voices whispered at the edge of my hearing. I couldn't catch the words, but their tone was far from comforting. They sounded like a desperate warning. Urgent. How could I heed a warning I couldn't hear, though? I lifted my aching body from the mattress, using it to steady myself for a moment, before taking a step toward the shared wall. I paused mid-step, my breath catching. I felt rage and self-loathing hammering the bond, and behind it was need, barely contained. Kane must be deep in rut, yet it wasn't directed at me. It was held back from me. Frankly, that hurt more than the fire in my breast. I pushed myself toward the shared door, only to find it bolted shut. I wasn't entirely sure why I felt so desperate to get to him. Was it the bond, or were the voices warning me he was in danger? No, it was more likely they were trying to keep me away from him. But that didn't stop my feet from stumbling out my door and turning toward his. Maybe I could get in that way. Primal urges tightened my muscles and I fought to keep them away. Before I could make it around the corner to his main door, I encountered a snake. Sarah smiled thinly, not bothering to hide the fact she was headed to Kane's chamber as well. She inhaled and froze. I knew what she was sensing, Rut heat. The Alpha's desire rippling through the pack. The flare of our bond making everything fuzzy around the edges. Her eyes flicked to me, their corners sharpening. Every inch of her posture screamed jealousy. Everyone in the pack knew that she was the one who historically satiated Kane. She took a step toward me, her voice loaded with venom. Just because you have some stupid mate bond doesn't make him yours, Omega. All you're doing is making him suffer, making the entire pack suffer. I never wanted him, I sneered, though my wolf growled at me. It was a lie. I didn't want to want him, but my body screamed for him as if I were no better than a common animal. Ceres bared her teeth and puffed out her chest. Then you won't care that I will be the one to satisfy him. A pathetic creature like yourself would probably break under his desire. Anyway, now get out of my way. Can't you tell he's breaking? Scentless bitch. She pushed past me and around the corner. I didn't follow. Instead, I returned to my room and pressed my body against the wall we shared, eyes closed.
Kane. Inside my reinforced room, I stood in the center of the floor, panting. My skin was slick with sweat, my shirt torn open at the collar. My wolf clawed at my insides for release and screamed for her. The furniture around me was splintered, and claw marks were gouged deep into the stone. I slammed my fist into the wall. I wouldn't go to her. I wouldn't force proximity. I wasn't going to let this become instinct over choice, for either of us. But deep in my bones, the bond pulsed. It knew she was nearby. I threw myself against the wall, eyes closed and chest heaving. From the other side, I heard a barely audible whisper.
Kane.
Ah! The single syllable rattled me to the marrow of my bones. My control snapped and I roared, my hands and feet shifting as fangs lengthened my teeth. It wasn't dominance or even a threat, but a sound of pure fury at myself.
I grabbed the nearby chair and tore it apart, the wood splintering like toothpicks under my strength. The stone floor cracked as I slammed my paw down, desperate to find some way to settle this incinerating heat.
I heard the corridor go silent and sensed Lyra flinching through the bond. Taking a deep breath, I pressed my hand into the wall. Heat rising and the bond tightening. Impending disaster hummed like a live wire between us. Then I caught another scent. It was familiar, safe, convenient.
Ceres. The murmur of the guards was followed by the scrape of a key in the lock and the handle turning. Damn them! Didn't they know what isolation meant? But the door opened and there was Ceres, holding her copy of the key and smiling. She took a look around the wrecked room, shaking her head at the splintered chair, the cracked stone, and the claw marks in the walls. I'd entirely lost my shirt at this point and stood panting against the wall, pupils blown wide. My wolf was far too close to the surface for safety.
"Leave!" I growled, my voice gravel. But she didn't leave. Instead, she stepped inside and shut the door behind her. Her scent filled the space, followed by her calm voice. "You don't have to do this alone, Kane. I've been by your side through every rut before this one. I've kept you steady and handled it quietly. No bond complications or emotional entanglements. Why should some stupid mistake by the moon goddess change what has always worked?" She moved closer, slow and deliberate. Practically purring, she continued, "You're in pain because of her. She won't come to you like I do. She doesn't want you. She said it herself." My wolf surged at that. The temperature of the room seemed to drop and I pushed away from the wall. For a split second, instinct screamed at me. Ceres represented relief. She was a familiar solution to end the ache that turned me to ash from the inside out. I could smell her hope flaring over the metallic scent of the rut. She stepped closer, her hand reaching for my damp chest. But I caught her wrist firmly. Though my grip wasn't cruel, it was absolute. Don't mistake pain for weakness, I hissed. I released her wrist and stepped back, distancing myself from her. I squared my shoulders and clenched my fists. In a clear, controlled voice, I gave my final answer. I will not touch you.
You always have.
She closed the gap again, allowing her top to slip down over her shoulder. Her scent rolled off her in waves, threatening to drown me if I didn't get myself to safety quickly. My jaw tightened, and I put my hand up. That was before. But you've been relieved of that duty. I don't want you.
Though the words weren't shouted or emotional, they landed like double blows. She studied me for any chink in my armor, but she didn't find any. All she found was loyalty to a girl who refused me, and a bond that I didn't even claim.
Her voice cooled, and she crossed her arms over her chest. She's destroying you. Look at this place. You're out of control. Just let me take care of you, and things can go back to normal.
No, she's forcing me to be an alpha instead of a pup, desperate not to make his father's mistakes. I turned my back on her, a dismissal more cutting than any insult. Now get out. If you sabotage my isolation again, I'll treat you like any other threat to her.
That's what she was. Not a lover, not a former comfort, a threat to myself, my mate, and the entire pack.
She exited without another word, face composed but scent acrid with fury. The door locked again from the outside, leaving me alone again with my pacing desperation. But now I knew one thing. The bond had already shifted me. Lyra didn't even have to try. My choice had been made for me. Now I had to figure out how to live in a world where protecting the pack wasn't keeping myself aloof. It was accepting the gift the moon goddess had given me, and trusting that a mate wasn't just a liability.
And hopefully it wasn't too late.
Chapter 19. Fanged Kindness, Lyra. Nearly 48 hours had passed since I used my magic, and 24 since the heavy scent of rut began burning in my nose. The air in the Alpha Wing was still tense, and I knew the guards had been doubled. I hadn't left my room, even for meals, so when there was a knock at my door at midday, I wasn't surprised. I was surprised, however, when I opened the door. Instead of the usual pair of omegas from the kitchen, I came face to face with 𝒍𝒏𝒏. She had 2 attendants with her, trays in their hands and linen bundles under their arms. All 3 had an air of polished calm that made my eyes narrow. 𝒍𝒏𝒏 smiled, warm and composed. Kane sent us with some things that should help you feel better. May we come in? My brows lowered farther. Why would Kane send 𝒍𝒏𝒏, of all people? Then again, she'd been his most trusted beta outside of Dante for as long as anyone could remember. So I didn't invite the trio warmly, but I did step aside and let them in. 𝒍𝒏𝒏 moved through the room like she belonged there. Like everything had gone her way at the mating ceremony, and I was little more than a temporary guest in her chambers. She perched on the foot of my bed, watching as the attendants set down their items. Fresh bread and steeped tea steamed softly, and additional herbal sachets sat on a plate next to them. They also brought a carved wooden comb and a pile of fresh, soft blankets. Her voice was gentle as she gestured to the objects. The council is concerned about your stability. So is Kane. Calm wolves make better decisions, especially when there's pressure. She sniffed toward the adjoining door, where Kane's scent still drifted in. So we brought a few things that should help. No doubt you will sleep better with some fresh bedding, since you haven't changed sheets since the attack. The herbs will help regulate stress, and the tea will steady your mind against the scent fluctuations and suppress your own. Together they'll quiet your restless sleep. Something about 𝒍𝒏𝒏's gaze was too intent. It was like we were measuring each other, not an ounce of trust wasted between us. She lowered her voice and glanced at the wall which hid Kane. You don't want to make this harder for him." I knew I should refuse. I should kick all three of them out and pour the tea right down the drain. My pride had me reaching for the cup to do just that, suspicion humming through me. But on the other hand, I was exhausted. The bond had been unstable for 2 days now. Heat still pulsed beneath my skin, making me want to rip it off. Ceres was offering control. And if Kane really had sent her, I tested the bond, searching for any sign of foul play. All I found was suffering and repression, so I nodded once. "I'll try it." She smiled wider and emptied a sachet into the cup before handing it to me. It smelled of lavender, with something slightly metallic underneath. I took a sip, my nose wrinkling as the bitter liquid rolled across my tongue and down my throat. I emptied the cup and sat it on the tray. At first, nothing happened other than the warmth of the liquid spreading through my belly. But then my heartbeat quickened. My skin prickled and vision began to blur at the edges. I stumbled backward and sat on the bed, holding my head as the room seemed to shrink around me. My scent, soft since my wolf had broken free, shifted, and not controlled, like Ceres had insisted. Instead it spiked, sharp and wild. My wolf surged forward, disoriented, slamming into my ribs in her blind need to get out. And a howl pressed at my throat without warning. I pressed my palms into my eye sockets, somehow hoping the pressure might relieve the buildup in my brain. But instead, I became increasingly aware of everything around me. I heard the guards in the hallway stiffen. One cursed under his breath, and the other backed away from my door. "Her scent," he growled, and I could practically see it rolling down the hallway, calling, provoking. On the other side of the wall, Kane froze mid-breath. "Ah!" he roared, the entire wing shaking with the ferocity of his voice. The guards shouted, and Kane bellowed, "Get the healer!" I lurched forward, not sure if my voice or vomit fought to burst from my throat. I grabbed the edge of the table and shot my gaze to Ceres, who still leaned against the corner of my bed with a sly smile on her face. "You!" My voice cracked, unable to form any more words. Ceres stepped closer, no sign of fear in her eyes. She was watching, assessing. A quiet satisfaction shaped the curves of her body, lingering in her crossed arms and raised eyebrow. She leaned in, close enough that I could hear her breath as strongly as her words. "This is what happens when you exist without control. Do you see how dangerous you are? Congratulations on finally having a scent, by the way. Too bad all it does is weaken your alpha." I tried to steady my breathing, despite the fury tying my consciousness in knots. The ancestors pressed the edges of my awareness, echoing my agitation. Frost gathered on the windowsill and spread across the floor, originating at my feet. The room felt crowded with unseen presences. Yet Ceres continued, "If you really cared about him, or about your pack, you wouldn't exist this loudly. You'd accept that you're nothing more than a mistake, an Omega who got tied up in things that were none of her business." The cruelty was surgical. She didn't care about my power. She wanted me to feel guilt. Overwhelming, crushing guilt. My eyes flashed, reflected back at me in the mirror above my wash basin. The howl pushed harder, straining my vocal cords to the point they screamed with pain. The spirits crowded closer to me as a cold wind stirred the curtains in front of windows that were shut. The carved comb fell to the ground and splintered, crushed beneath the paw of an ancient alpha that only I could see. Ceres's expression flickered, just briefly. Could it be that this was a stronger reaction than she anticipated? She took a half step away from me, her fingers curling and uncurling as she watched my mouth gape open. On the other side of the wall, I heard Kane at the reinforced door. His claws dug into the metal, causing it to creak and squeal ominously. At the other door, guards pressed themselves against it, shouting not to let it open. Everyone around me was cracking, and everything. The stones beneath my feet rumbled as hairline fractures spread outward like a lightning strike. Through the bond, I could feel Kane's desperation. He could feel me unraveling. He knew something was terribly wrong, but he couldn't reach me. And even if he did, breaking isolation could trigger an uncontrollable surge of the rut. "Lyra!" he shouted, his voice more of a roar. I dropped to my knees, breathing ragged. Sarah slipped past me, hand on the door. "The herbs weren't meant to kill her," she insisted to the two terrified Omegas clinging to each other in the corner. "They were meant to destabilize her, to show how dangerous she is and prove the council right." The ancestors paced around me now, furious and protective. They were waiting for me to command them, to open my mouth and demand destruction rain down on the pack that never supported me. I wrapped my arms around my stomach, hunched over so far my forehead almost touched the floor. I understood. Saris knew not only that I was powerful, but that I was unstable. All she had to do to get rid of me was to prove it. The council already wanted rid of me. As I fought myself there on the floor, Saris straightened. Feigning composure, she turned the door handle. "To be clear," she said softly, "I did try to help. All I wanted to do was show the pack that the real danger came from inside, not outside." I looked up at her, my eyes glowing hot. The spirits pressed close, almost smothering me with their cold bodies. I knew exactly what Saris was doing. She wasn't trying to destroy me quietly. She wanted me to destroy myself. If I howled now, the council wouldn't hesitate to take my voice. Kane roared through the door and I clenched my jaw, holding the sound inside. Chapter 20. Freedom. Lyra. Darkness overcame me. For a moment I was drifting in a silent, motionless sea of unconsciousness. Then, gradually, moonlight began filtering through silver fog. My bare feet came to rest on something cold and solid, but the walls and corridors I'd grown up in were entirely absent. The familiar sense of stone and pack also abandoned me in this vast emptiness. My only company was mist and faint howls carried on wind that didn't move my hair. Then I was no longer alone. Shapes gathered in the fog. At first they were little more than flickers and shadows, but quickly solidified into fully formed wolves. Massive alphas with scarred muzzles and lean betas with sharp eyes guarded soft-furred omegas. Some wolves limped, others were whole. Most bore wounds that glowed faintly silver. They didn't circle me like prey, instead forming loose ranks watching me, waiting for something, judging me. My pulse thundered in my chest, and I found my voice. "Are you real?" The words echoed as if I were in a large cave, reaching my ears over and over again. One of them stepped forward, an old she-wolf, coat streaked in white and ash, pressed her nose to my forehead. It was cold and sent a shiver through my body. When she spoke, I didn't hear it. I felt her voice resonate inside my bones. "Yes, daughter, we are real. We are part of you." I reached up and buried my hand in her thick fur. "Am I dead?" She chuckled and shook her head. "No, you haven't left your body permanently. You will recover, but we have been given an opportunity to show you the truth. We are not the tales written about us, and neither are you." The fog lifted and I saw flashes around me. memories that weren't my own. Faces currently in the crowd stood at the center of ancient gatherings, binding their pack together. They weren't hidden or kneeling. They stood beside alphas, beside betas. Their howls weaved through the air like threads of light. Rather than command, their voices connected the living to their dead. I saw wolves calming mid-fight. Wounded rose at the sound, their bodies filled with the strength of those gone before. Fractured packs sealed back together. Our howl was never intended to bring dominance. It was unity, linking us to those who came before and after. We were not beneath or above them. We were beside them. We were known as pack-binders. The mist descended again, darkening. The images shifted to councils whispering, alphas bristling, fear and jealousy in their eyes. The pack-binders were increasingly pushed out of power structures because their howls couldn't be ordered or owned. So they were rewritten. Their role in the pack was diminished to nothing more than a weapon. Their power was reframed as dangerous and uncontrolled, and they were erased. My chest tightened, and I stared into the eyes of the she-wolf. They made us smaller, she sighed. A rumble of agreement moved through the gathered wolves. They feared what they couldn't command, blinded to what we offered. As we disappeared, those left were forced to use their voices for violence. Entire packs disappeared at the hand of ancestors whose true role they had forgotten. The air around us grew cold, and the fog thickened around their paws. The ancestors' eyes sharpened. They are going to try to break your voice, then they'll try to break your body. The words echoed like a tolling bell. My own memories reflected in the fog.
The council chamber, the suggestion to silence me, the herbs, the manipulation. I closed my eyes, not wanting to relive the pain. Keeping me in the Alpha Wing was never about safety. It was about control.
I heard the wolves part behind me, and a familiar scent drifted forward. Soft, warm, and achingly familiar, it wrapped itself around me. My eyes flew open and I turned. Standing in the mist was my mother, whole, no longer tired or fragile, but strong. Boo-hoo. My breath caught in my throat and I ran forward, throwing my arms around her neck as tears ran down my face. She shifted back to her human form and held me, her fingers running through my hair the way they had when I was a child. When my tears finally dried, I pulled back and looked her in the eyes. "You never howled," I whispered. "You had my wolf sealed away." Her gaze was steady and unashamed. "I didn't howl so they wouldn't see you." She wiped my cheek and shook her head. "Packs now are watching for the next voice. I thought if I stayed quiet, they wouldn't search for it in you. And I thought if I had that part of you hidden, you'd be safe. I did the best I could with the knowledge I had." My knees threatened to buckle, but she held me stable. Any thoughts I had of her being weak disappeared. She had been shielding me, sacrificing her legacy for my safety. Even if her efforts had backfired, everything she did was out of love. The ancestors bowed their heads slightly at her, showing their respect. She pressed her forehead gently to mine. Her skin felt cold and hot at once. "Learn from my mistakes, Lyra. Don't shrink for them. Don't quiet yourself for love. Don't make yourself small to make others comfortable." I felt the weight of her charge. It wasn't rebellion. It was my inheritance. I felt my power swell as my wolf whimpered. "I'm not safe in this pack. Kane won't protect me. Why are you forcing me to stay close to him? Surely there are people out there who don't want to cut me down. But I can't look for them if I'm stuck in the pack house with him." The ash-coated elder spoke once more. What the healer woman has told you is her best guess, but she's not entirely correct. Your souls are two halves of a whole, and your wolf needed his to regain strength after her imprisonment. Your union is fated.
But he's a useless mate. He treats me like a liability at worst and an annoyance at best. I'd be better off alone than with him. Can't you separate us somehow? I stepped closer to her, every part of me begging. Stop choosing him! Set me free!
She frowned, her eyes glowing as she turned to consult an equally ashen Alpha. I couldn't hear their discussion, but watched intently until they both stood in front of me. The Alpha towered over me, radiating power. I took a half step back, but his head dipped down so he could look me in the eye. His eyes were soft and his breath was chilled. We cannot go against the moon goddess. His words hit me like a fist to the stomach, but he touched his nose to my forehead softly and continued. However, we can remove the effects of the healer's magic. You'll be able to part without physical damage, though the bond will remain intact. That was good enough for me. I nodded, and the ancestors began forming a circle around me. They shifted to their human forms, the alphas each placing a hand on my head. The betas formed the next ring, their hands on the alpha's shoulders, and so forth until I was physically connected to every one of them. Close your eyes, daughter. The alpha's booming voice shook me to the marrow in my bones. I did as I was told, and suddenly the space around me became so bright I could see it through my eyelids. Power poured into me, and my wolf's muscles filled. Her fur grew shiny and her eyes brightened. With an echoing crack, I felt the shackles of Mara's magic fall away, leaving me whole. The hands fell away, and I opened my eyes. The elder female smiled and ran her thumb across the base of my throat. You are free, Lyra. Your body will no longer be overpowered by your gift. When you howl, you do not call him, you call us. The mist began to lift, and the wolves faded away one by one. My mother lingered, giving me one final hug as she grew transparent. We're not leaving you. As long as you need us, we will answer. I held her until she faded away to nothing, leaving my arms empty. I fell backward and slammed into my body.
Ah!
I woke with a scream ripping out of my throat. Grief, rage, and power exploded through my room. My windows cracked, their glass fracturing into spiderweb lines. Guards outside my door fell to their knees with a thud in the corridor. My voice echoed through stone, filling the pack house.
And this time, it wasn't unstable. It was claiming space I'd been denied my entire life.
Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments.
Chapter 21. The Cost of Choice. Kane. I felt the scream before it crashed through the wall between us. Frost began curing at the edges of my room, and the window shattered. I had to get to her. Something was wrong. My body partially shifted, enough to call out my full strength. I rammed my shoulder into the door between us. Locked or not, I was getting to her.
Again and again I slammed my hulking form into the metal until with a sickening crunch, the bolts broke right through the stone. The door exploded inward. Isolation protocols be damned. A key scraped in the main door, and it gave way to no less than a dozen guards. They scrambled in and attempted to restrain me, but they were no match for my strength. My eyes glowed a feral gold in the fragments of glass littering the floor, and my scent was overwhelming. Control hung by threads, which I had no desire to cling to.
I didn't ask permission. I crossed the room in seconds, panting. My eyes took in everything at a glance, not just Lyra. The cup on the table, the sachet of crushed herbs. I picked one up and brought it to my nose, breathing deeply. My eyes narrowed as cold fury replaced the fiery rutting instinct. When I spoke, my voice was murderous. She tried to kill you. Lyra didn't answer, but she didn't need to. I already had more than enough evidence. Ceres's scent lingered on the packet of poison, on the teacup, the edge of my mate's bed. I turned to the guards, my fangs glistening. Find Ceres. They hesitated for a moment, but a single snarl sent them scampering out into the hallway. When the door closed, I turned to Lyra. She trembled as I picked her up from the floor and lay her on the bed. I sat next to her and cupped her face in both hands. It was too much contact, too much heat. The bond was blinding as Lyra sat up and pressed her back against the stone wall. My thumb brushed her jawline, not violently, intimately.
My breathing was ragged as I stared her in the eye, marveling that I could finally touch her without pain.
You're burning up, I murmured.
So are you.
The words hung there. For a moment I thought we'd be okay. Then everything hit at once. The rut heat surged through my bloodstream. Whatever happened to Lyra hummed through the bond, pure, and no longer blocked behind Mayara's magic. The link between us tightened like a wire, cutting into my resistance. The room vibrated faintly at the corners of my vision. We continued staring as my fangs descended fully. I didn't shift all the way, but I also wasn't human. I lowered my forehead toward hers, the claiming instinct flooding me. Surprisingly, it didn't feel like dominance. It was anchoring. Relief from an ache I didn't realize I'd been feeling, but also possession and desperation. I wondered if Lyra could feel it through the bond. My fear, my need, terror of losing control. And under it all, love trying to form despite my best efforts to keep it at bay. She didn't pull away or flinch, just meeting my eyes. Steady and clear, she said one word. No.
I froze, my nose millimeters away from hers. Her hand slid to my chest, but she didn't push me away. Instead of rejection, I felt a grounding calm. I won't be claimed because you're out of control.
The words sliced right through my core despite their lack of cruelty. If you choose me, she continued, her voice shaking, but firm, it will be when you can stand like a man and accept me of your own free will. Not because I was desperate, not because the fire inside was melting me into brittle glass. My fangs slowly retracted, and I focused on my ragged breathing. I rested my forehead against hers for one suspended second. Then, I stepped back. Physically and deliberately, I chose restraint. Even in agony, I'd choose her terms.
Every part of my body trembled as I fought the instinct and turned my back on her. I hurried through her unlocked door, putting distance between us. The energy pounding through me needed an outlet, so I converted it to fury. And I went to find Ceres. The council chamber was deathly silent. There had been no formal summons. They were there under threat. I stormed in, dragging Ceres by the arm. I was neither gentle nor subtle, and the council rose to their feet in shock. I threw the crushed herb sachet onto the stone table in the center of the room. Still holding her bicep tightly, I pushed her forward as I hissed, "She poisoned our Luna!"
The room detonated. Voices started as a low whisper that grew into a roar, as Ceres pulled her arm free and stood tall, composed. She waited until the shouts died away before speaking. All I did was bring calming herbs at the healer's request.
Eyes flicked toward Mayara. She sat with her spine straight, her expression giving nothing away. I wouldn't put it past the healer to also be plotting with Ceres, knowing what kinds of things she whispered in my ear, but I needed more information before I started down that path. For now, I was here to take care of Ceres.
My voice came out lethally sharp. You destabilized her scent during active rut. You wanted her dead.
Ceres met my gaze, angry but unafraid. Yet she's alive. Another round of whispers rippled through the council. She pivoted cleanly, making eye contact with each member. If our alpha hadn't broken isolation, she would have been in no danger. I was only bringing her something to help her body heal. He doesn't even have proof the sachet contains poison.
I found her on the floor. After she screamed so loud, the windows in the Alpha wing shattered.
She shrugged, not bothering to even look at me. There's no proof that the herbal tea did anything to her. To everyone except you, this is an obvious ploy to get rid of me. I refused your advances to satisfy your rut, so you're accusing me of treason against our Luna as revenge.
You were the one making advances. I told you that part of your life is over because I have a proper mate now. You're nothing but a lying, manipulative snake.
Murmurs grew as the elders on the council shifted in their seats. I listened as the narrative began to tilt. You, Alpha, are compromised by the rut and your unfulfilled mate bond. Ceres has a clear mind and no motive. Every time I opened my mouth to defend myself, they ignored me. Finally, the eldest counselor, Amara, stood, her long silver hair glittering in the light. This pack is already unstable, with the Luna's forbidden magic tainting our safety. We can't afford impulsive authority. Every eye focused on me, not Ceres. You accuse without proof. The herbs are inconclusive. The intent behind giving them to the girl is unverifiable. The timing was unfortunate, aligning with your undeniable loss of control. That was it. No punishment for Ceres. Not even a formal reprimand. Instead, Amara rested her ancient hands on the table and stared into my soul. We'll review the Alpha's fitness to lead. If the bond destabilization doesn't end, the Council won't hesitate to choose a new Alpha.
The blow landed hard. This wasn't just personal. It was political. I turned my back to them, my teeth grinding in fury. Then I spotted her. Lyra was standing at the edge of the chamber, silent. She saw it all. I'd chosen her publicly, and they made me pay for it. They questioned my authority. They doubted my control. Just like her, they'd marked me unstable.
Because of her. Because I broke isolation for her. I couldn't look at her. I shifted my gaze back to the council as the chamber emptied. They left me standing alone in the center of the room. My muscles were rigid, but I was firmly under control again. Yet I'd been diminished in the council's eyes. The shift in the pack dynamic echoed through me like an earthquake tremor.
Her presence was fracturing the pack's hierarchy. The cost of loving her was my power. The cost of protecting her was my authority. The bond pulsed once. It wasn't weaker, but it was heavier. I finally risked a glance at her, and in her eyes, I could see that she'd come to the same conclusion.
Chapter 22, Uncontrollable, Lyra. I suspected this wasn't over, and I was correct. As the sun began to set that evening, 6 beta guards arrived at my door. The council has summoned you. Dante gestured for me to follow him. Weary as I was, I didn't argue. The guards surrounded me as I left my room, and they led me down the long stone hall beneath the Alpha wing. Tall windows spilled pale golden light across the council floor, and the elders seated at the stone table. The room felt expectant, hungry. I was escorted to the center of the room with elders in front and warriors behind. I wasn't chained, but the guards standing around me were basically the same thing. I walked calmly anyway, back straight and chin lifted. No one offered me a chair. No one greeted me. The air was cold and judgmental. I already knew this wasn't a conversation. It was a trial. Across the chamber, Kane stood at the center of the table. His hands were clasped tightly behind his back, and his jaw flexed repeatedly. He was still Alpha, but the room didn't lean toward him the way it used to. Our eyes met only briefly, and the bond ached between us. But neither of us spoke. I noticed some of the council members refused to meet my eyes. Others openly stared, fear clouding their faces. Yet others watched me with fascination. Then there was Ceres. She rose from her place among the betas, perfectly composed, perfectly controlled, and deadly calm. Though she smiled at me, there was nothing friendly about it. It was the smile of someone who thought they'd already won. Elder Amara rose, her aura silencing the low hum of voices. Her voice creaked like an old tree in a storm. Lyra, Omega of a rogue bloodline, you've been summoned to clarify the instability you've brought upon this pack. Murmurs rippled through the chamber, yet I said nothing. Even as Amara stripped me of rank and belonging, I waited, refusing to stoop to their level or allow them to make me feel worthless. The atmosphere grew tense while the elder and I stared at each other, neither willing to back down. Ceres decided that meant it was her turn. She stepped around the table and stood between myself and the council. Her voice was calm and measured. She was obviously attempting to be the reasonable party in all of this. We all witnessed the attack. She gestured lightly at me. An Omega standing alone among fallen rogues. How impressive. The sarcasm was subtle, but cutting. She spoke directly to Amara, completely ignoring Kane. Our pack has enjoyed decades of stability, ever since the spirit callers were destroyed in the territory. She glanced at me, her eyes flashing. And now we're in danger again. Pressure in the room tightened, and Ceres delivered her blade. We need to know if the Omega's abilities are controllable, or if the time has come to finally bind her voice. Voices intensified, their ripple full of consideration rather than outrage. Ceres continued, she can live, and even stay under the Alpha's protection if he insists. But her howl will no longer destabilize the pack. There's no more time for discussion. We've seen the devastation she can cause, and it's only a matter of time before it's turned on us. The elders leaned toward one another, while the betas gathered in a group. Their discussion was quiet and cold. Finally, Amara spoke. Certain rituals exist to restrict dangerous vocal magic. It was once used for rogue casters, to make them less dangerous when rejected by their pack. She turned to Mara. Healer, do your records still contain the rituals? The words settled heavily on my chest. They wanted to bind me again. Rather than fear, righteous indignation built in my chest. Ceres watched for my reaction, probably waiting for panic or weakness. I ignored her and slowly turned toward Kane. The entire room watched as our bond thrummed painfully. He was motionless, and so was I. Binding my voice would cripple my connection to the ancestors. It would protect his authority and the pack hierarchy. The pack could push me back into the Omega ranks and pretend I didn't exist. His hands tightened behind his back, but he didn't speak. I saw it clearly. His lack of action wasn't rejection, or even cruelty. It was fear. Fear of what I am, and what choosing me would cost. He stood rigid, every muscle locked. I could feel his wolf raging beneath the surface through the bond. Suddenly I understood. He wouldn't stop them. The council already doubted him. Another public confrontation could destroy his authority completely. Something settled in my chest. Clarity. I looked away from Kane, my eyes sweeping across the council. My voice came out soft, but firm. I will not let you silence me again. Ceres sighed dramatically. This is exactly the instability we feared. She's actively refusing to think of the good of the pack. We need to take action. They didn't hesitate any further. Amara gestured to the guards. Restrain her. She's a danger to all of us and must be neutered. The 6 guards around me stepped in to grab me, and I didn't bother to struggle. You believe my voice is dangerous. I closed my eyes for a moment, my chest beginning to hurt. When I opened them, Saris was smiling from ear to ear. All I could feel was grief. I thought about my mother, how she denied her power to protect me, my dream of the dead, my erased bloodline, and Kane kneeling beside my bed during the storm. I breathed in once, long and slow. You're right, I didn't ask for this. Loss, isolation, and betrayal filled me. I opened my mouth, filled my lungs, and howled. Unlike my calls in the past, this howl was controlled and intentional. Raw grief poured into the sound, savage and deep. The note rolled through the chamber like thunder. The air grew cold and the torches sputtered. The floor trembled as my grief tore the veil open. Hundreds of shadowed wolves began filling the chamber as an icy wind flooded the room. Every rank from every generation of packbinders stood shoulder to shoulder, wounded, battle-scarred, and proud. The erased bloodline had come home. They surrounded me, watching and waiting. My mother stood at my side, and I placed my hand on her shoulder. The council's eyes darted around the room, obviously not seeing them, but everyone could feel them. The pressure crushed them, causing warriors to stagger. Several wolves dropped to one knee instinctively at the ancient dominance. The council gripped the table to avoid falling, and one of my guards collapsed entirely.
Kane. I saw them. All of them. The ghosts of my pack's hidden history stood around Lyra like a living storm. My wolf bowed instinctively, less out of submission than recognition of an absolute authority. My breath caught in my throat. I'd never felt power like this. I didn't realize I'd dropped to one knee until my hand touched the stone floor. Saris's face drained of color. For the first time I could remember, she looked afraid. Meanwhile, Myra's eyes shone. She didn't seem surprised, only grave.
So it begins, she whispered.
One spirit stepped forward, old and scarred. The ancient Alpha's eyes were bright with moonlight, his fur riddled with silver scars that glowed. He approached Lyra, slow and reverent, and the chamber went still. He lowered his spectral muzzle and touched his nose to her throat. The room fell silent around me, as if I'd suddenly gone deaf. Then he spoke, his voice vibrating deep in my bones. She is not your weapon. His gaze swept across the chamber, and each council member his eyes touched dropped to their knees. The room began to shake, the stone tiles cracking as they shifted. She is your reckoning. The word echoed in my skull as the spirits began to fade slowly, like fog retreating. The crushing pressure lifted, and my pack members gasped for air. The wind died, and the torches steadied, and for a long moment, no one moved or spoke. Lyra stood alone in the center of the room, unrestrained, untouched, and unbroken. Saris and the others were staring at her with naked horror. I realized I was still kneeling, but didn't have the strength to rise. All I could do was focus on controlling the fear coursing through my veins. For the first time in my life, I understood that there were things in this world I couldn't control, and neither could the pack. Chapter 23. A Decision Made. Kane. No one met Lyra's eyes. Some wolves bowed their heads instinctively, while others just stared at the floor. A few dared glance at her throat, though their gaze flicked quickly away. Confusion and fear hung thick in the air. The pack obviously didn't understand what happened. All they knew was they knelt. That I knelt. And alphas don't kneel. Their contempt for her had been replaced by a far more dangerous terror. The chamber was in ruin. The stone floor was cracked and fine fractures spidered across the arched ceiling. 2 of the 4 torches had gone out, and a handful of chairs had been overturned. Warriors gathered in a circle, murmuring to each other, while the betas whispered urgently with the elders. Imara said, a little too loudly, "This cannot happen again."
No one said Lyra's name. They referred to her as that power, that instability.
As their narrative shaped in real time, my emotions grew more and more conflicted. The elders of the council didn't bother to pull me into the discussion. I rose to my feet and attempted to join the group, but they spread out before I reached them. The pack must remain stable. Imara spoke carefully, her lips tight and eyes flitting between myself and Lyra. That bloodline is destabilizing, just as we feared. We don't have a choice. The girl will be confined to her chamber until her voice can be removed. She will not be allowed to interact with the pack or attend gatherings. And for now, Healer Mayra, you're assigned to help her regulate her voice.
I couldn't remain silent. My feet pulled me forward of their own accord. This is unnecessary. We need to stop treating her.
Your authority was already put into question earlier, Alpha. Imara narrowed her eyes, nostrils flaring. Alpha, the title felt heavier suddenly, and far less secure. Your bond has already compromised your own isolation protocol. You're as dangerous as she is, until we take care of the problem. The message was clear. I was one mistake away from formal review. The council absolutely had the power to remove and replace me. I went still, being torn in multiple directions, and that stillness cost me. Everyone in the room watched me defer, and they began to whisper.
Lyra. The pack was fracturing right in front of me. Kane's betas deferred to the elders instead of the alpha. Warriors weren't listening to his commands. It wasn't open rebellion, but doubt was creeping into the cracks and widening them by the moment. Guards roughly grabbed my wrists and dragged me away, even though I didn't struggle. Their hands clutched me so tightly that I had to fight back a cry of pain. They pulled me all the way to my chamber, not giving me a chance to regain my footing and walk. One opened the door and they threw me inside, locking it with a solid finality. I waited until I heard their footsteps fade away, before picking myself up off the floor and brushing the dirt from my knees. I sat on the foot of my bed, hands folded in my lap. The tops of my feet stung and bled from being dragged across the stone, but they were the least of my concerns. I kept replaying Elder Imara's declaration. The restrictions weren't chains, yet. No doubt they would be, soon. I'd learned how packs rewrote inconvenient wolves. The ancestors showed me. First they'd monitor, then they'd limit, then came ritualized containment. My hands balled into fists as I realized what I had to do. They won't erase me quietly, I whispered into my empty room. The thought settled into steel. If I stayed, they'd turn me into either a weapon or a warning. Neither option was survival. The door opened without warning. I looked up to see Mayra sweeping into the room and locking the door behind her. She studied me carefully, from my dry eyes to my scraped feet. You understand what today cost him? Surprisingly, her tone was more an observation than an accusation. I nodded once. And what it will cost you?
If I refuse to submit, they'll destroy me without trying to understand me.
The words landed heavily between us, and Mayra made no effort to deny it. Exactly. So it's in everyone's best interest for you to stop fighting and allow me to bind your wolf again. Permanently this time. The ritual takes a few days to prepare, so if you know what's good for you and the pack, You'll sit here quietly and accept the hand that fate has dealt you." She handed me a roll of bandages and a pot of what I guessed was an herbal paste to keep away any infection. Without another word or any offer to do her job and wrap my feet, she exited the room. Alone again, I looked toward my fractured window, toward the distant forest beyond the keep. For the first time, I seriously considered walking away. If I leave, then they can't control what I become. I sat very still, the bond humming. It remained unbroken, but the thread felt strained. I wrapped my sore feet and lay down, staring at the ceiling. Did I have the courage to do it? I had no idea where I'd go, or if Kane would send his betas to bring me back. But the longer I rolled the thought around in my mind, the more solid my resolve became. As pre-dawn rolled around, the keep was still. Torches burned low, their light barely slipping beneath my door. I folded my clothes with deliberate movements, not hurried, not shaking. Hell, not even angry. I was just finished. In a small pack, I placed a few pairs of simple garments. My mother's comb, still cracked. Nothing ornate or given to me by the pack. Anything that connected me to these small-minded, fright-driven wolves would stay right here, abandoned. Just like they'd abandoned me the moment I was born. There was no note, no announcement, no one to say goodbye to. I just opened the door between my room and Kane's, foolishly still broken, and walked right out his door without the guards even noticing. Typical. Every one of them was as useless as their alpha. I walked calmly through the halls, finally feeling a level of peace that had never visited me before. These halls, these walls, they'd never been my home, not truly. They were simply the container for the lifetime of atrocities that had been committed against me. At one time, I'd said I was perfectly happy with my life as an Omega. I wish I could go back and tell that version of myself to stop trying so hard. Get out, before this pack breaks you. Nobody bothered to stop me. They just watched me pass. No one met my eyes. Fear lingered in their scent, and they cowered as I walked by. For some reason, that hurt more than their contempt ever did. Outside, the sky was barely lightening. Mist clung to the ground, and the boundary stones hummed faintly as I approached them. I paused just before the threshold, a moment of hesitation. The bond was aching now, though it didn't threaten to overcome me like it used to. I guess the ancestors had been successful in releasing me that much. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. "Come with me," I whispered. "I need guidance." The ancestors gathered quietly at my back, not visible, but present. Their chill settled in my bones as they waited to see what I would choose. Their strength and support was all I needed. I adjusted my pack and took one more step, officially leaving the territory for the very first time.
Kane. Mid-conversation with Dante, I froze mid-word. The bond contracted sharply. Was it lingering fear? Was Lyra in danger? No. It wasn't anger either. It was absence. My chest tightened violently. My wolf surged to the surface, pawing at me in desperation. He knew.
She's leaving.
I didn't explain to Dante. I ran. Chapter 24. As everything crumbles. Kane. I didn't slow as I exited the courtyard and sprinted toward Lyra's form at the edge of the forest. I didn't call her name, some part of me not wanting to waste breath that could be used to get to her faster. My feet pounded the earth, and I considered shifting to run faster, but feared letting my wolf free would remove my control over the rut still raging inside of me.
I only stopped when I saw her standing with 1 foot over the boundary line, bag on her back and silhouette against the dawn sky. She looked more like a ghost than the woman the moon goddess had given me. My voice was rough as I skidded to a halt, chest heaving. "Lyra,
She didn't turn immediately. That hesitation destroyed me. I stepped closer, stopping a few paces behind her. I was going to fix this.
The words sounded weak, even to me.
She finally turned, her face calm, but her eyes were flames.
You were going to survive it. Not remotely the same thing. I flinched, and she adjusted her pack. You'll still survive this. The entire pack will be better for my leaving. I ground my teeth, anger jumping to my aid as it always had. But this time, I swallowed it down. Anger wasn't going to fix this. It wasn't going to restore my pack's faith in me, and it wasn't going to undo my utter disregard for the gift I'd thrown away. I can't lose the Alpha seat. It was the truth, and it tasted raw on my tongue. If I'm removed, they'll hunt you.
She nodded, once, staring out at the orange and yellow sky instead of at me. I know.
Silence stretched between us, long and heavy. The bond thrummed desperately, and I took one step forward. Lyra, don't do this. I couldn't get my head out of my own ass long enough to see that you were far more than an Omega. You weren't the weak link that would put the pack in danger. I was. For a moment, her eyes flickered to my face, and I thought she was considering my words. But when she spoke, her voice didn't shake. I would have stayed if you'd chosen me when it mattered. The words weren't an accusation. They were presented as a statement of fact.
I chose you!
She shook her head slightly. You chose to sit on the fence.
I wanted to deny it, to point out all the times I'd chosen her. Except, when the council spoke of binding her voice, I stood still. When Mayra whispered in my ear, I calculated. When Ceres tried to assassinate her, I kept my mouth shut. My breath left me like I'd been struck in the chest. I didn't know how to respond. I could order the boundary to be sealed. I could command her to stay, invoking my alpha authority. But I did none of it. Because if I forced her to stay right now, she'd never truly be mine. Never be the powerful security Mayra wanted her to be. Frankly, she'd end up exactly the danger the council accused her of being. And I knew it. My voice broke despite my efforts to regain my aloof mask. If you cross that boundary,
then you'll have to decide what kind of alpha you are, without me here to complicate it. I'm done with being someone's pawn, someone's problem. It's about time someone chose me, so I'm choosing myself. Without another glance my direction, she turned and stepped forward. The boundary hums, then parts as if recognizing her, as if the territory itself didn't want to contain her. The moment her body was across the border, the boundary snapped back into position with a flicker of iridescent light. In my chest, the bond grew sharp. It didn't snap or force either of us to lose consciousness this time, but it stretched me to the brink.
I dropped to one knee again, overwhelmed instead of forced. And across the threshold, Lyra didn't look back. As she disappeared into the misty forest, shadows gathered behind her. The forest seemed to come alive as she passed through it, the sounds of birds and insects intensifying. She wasn't alone. The ancestral spirit wolves walked at her flanks, guarding her, honoring her, claiming her as their own.
I remained kneeling at the boundary, my hands braced against the stones buried in the ground to mark the line. My breath came heavily, like something inside of me had been ripped open. I was barely aware of the warriors rushing up behind me, all of them coming to a halt a few paces away. Some shifted uncertainly, seeing their alpha prostrate, while others were ashamed. I could feel their emotions buzzing in the pack connection like a hive of angry bees. In the trees, a distant howl rose, not desperate, not broken. Finally alive. I pounded the stone once with my fist and rose to my feet. She's gone. Trying to stop her would only have put the pack in more danger. For now, we'll focus on rebuilding the destroyed wing and fixing the fractures in the pack. Then we can decide what to do about the spirit caller. Lips tight and chest aching, I brushed past the warriors. They watched me until I disappeared into the pack house, then dispersed. I returned directly to my quarters, where dawn light spilled through the shattered windows. The room still smelled faintly of Lyra, just enough to remind me she existed.
I stood in the center of my room. The only thing undestroyed was my bed, untouched. On the other side of the divider wall, her room was empty. The door hung open, the bolt still carrying a chunk of broken stone. Cold air blew in, causing me to shiver. My wolf pressed against the inside of my mind like a wounded animal. He wasn't angry anymore, just searching and finding nothing. A tremor began in my hands, and heat crawled under my skin. My vision blurred at the edges. If he wanted out that badly, then fine.
Ah! I started to shift. Bones moved with a sickening grinding sound as claws pushed forward out of my hands and feet. My fangs began to extend. Then it was like I hit a stone wall. The bond snapped tight, and the shift collapsed halfway. I crashed to the floor, howling in agony.
I let her go. I slammed a fist into the stone floor, spreading another crack through the tile. How could I just let her go? All of Mayra's schemes rushed through my mind. All the emotions that had managed to find a crack in me roared like a tidal wave slamming into the coast.
Blissful blackness found me, pulling me into its embrace. I guess my body and spirit had found their limit. Right there on the floor, I fell into something between sleep and unconsciousness. I don't think I dreamed, but that didn't mean I wasn't surrounded by the pain and guilt of what I'd done. Whispers moved through the keep like ghosts. Warriors spoke in low voices as I passed, and even the Omegas paused in the corridors to stare after me. He let his Luna leave. Did the spirits go with her? I heard the bond is killing him. None of them knew the truth, but they knew something was wrong. And so did the council. I was summoned to the council chamber the next evening. I arrived slower than usual, not weak, but visibly strained. My body still ached from the failed shift, like my bones hadn't quite gone back into place. The council sat waiting, stone-faced as I walked to the center of the room. Ceres stood near the back wall, watching with a look of satisfaction painted on her face.
Elder Amara rose from her seat, pointing at me with a grizzled, bony finger. You have destabilized the pack and allowed the bonded Luna to abandon us. The word allowed landed like a blade between my shoulders. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms to keep me grounded.
I chose not to put the pack in further danger by imprisoning her. A murmur spread through the room, growing angrier as it passed back and forth like a pendulum. The elders leaned in over the table, their faces drawn taut as bowstrings. The betas grew louder and rowdier as their fears burned brighter every second, candles coming together at 10 times the flame of one alone. Amara and Mayra hissed at each other, seemingly at odds, at least at first. Slowly their postures softened until they must have reached an agreement. Amara clapped her hands once, and the room fell silent. You chose unknown danger to the pack over a danger we already knew how to destroy. By letting the girl leave, you have given every pack in the region a weapon to use against us. The council calls for a review, Alpha. The words were polite, but the meaning was not. Amara took a few steps back from the table so the entire council could turn and see her. I call for a vote. Those in favor of Alpha Kane being temporarily stripped of his authority until the pack is stable, raise your hand. I watched as one by one, warriors I trained and elders I defended raised their hands. Wolves who once bowed their heads without hesitation now avoided my gaze. From the far wall, Ceres smiled at me. Her eyes burned with victory as the inevitable struck. Kane, you are stripped of active command, pending evaluation of your condition. Amara's voice echoed as the room went silent. The Alpha seat remained mine, technically, but power? That relied on belief, and belief in me just fractured.
The council dispersed, but I remained standing in the center of the room, head spinning. 𝒨𝒏 passed me, close enough that only I could hear her whisper, "You should have chosen properly."
My wolf surged forward, furious. For a moment I thought I might tear her apart, but I didn't, because if I attacked her now, it would prove everything the council thought of me, that I was nothing more than a feral beast with no control.
So, I let her smile and walk away.
Chapter 25. A Necessary Alliance. 𝒨𝒏. Waiting until the pack was asleep made every muscle in my body twitch. Everything was going according to plan so far. If you count being on plan C, the idiot girl was supposed to have her voice box ripped from her stupid throat. Then she was supposed to succumb to my poison. But this new plan? I liked it the best. Deep into the night, I slipped past the guards and out into the cool night air. It wasn't hard. I had every watch memorized. Not to mention, most of the guards in this idiotic pack were as deaf as they were stupid. I shifted, shaking out my midnight black fur, and padded across the courtyard toward the boundary. It hummed as I approached, but parted easily to allow me through. The forest beyond was darker than I remembered. Moonlight barely pierced the canopy, what little there was, leaving the ground a rippling mass of shadow. The boundary stones faded away, their ancient markings glow unable to light the forest either. No wolf came here willingly. This place was ancient and bathed in the blood of countless wolves, which made it the perfect place for a discreet meeting. I settled myself by the edge of the river and shifted back, adjusting my cloak around my shoulders as I listened. Somewhere in the distance, a lone owl called. The click of bats echoed high above me, and the burble of the river dampened the silence most of all. Then footsteps approached through the brush. They were heavy and confident, not bothering to hide. I didn't turn to look until the stranger stepped into the small pool of moonlight offered by the clearing. The wolf who emerged bore the scarred leathers of the local rogues. I'd call them a pack, but in the same way a mob might be called a club. His hair was dark, and his eyes were sharp, and his lips, when he smiled, had a faint curl that suggested he enjoyed dangerous arrangements such as this. His gaze slid over me, and I'm sure a lesser wolf would have shivered, but I simply lifted my chin and made eye contact. He chuckled. "Bold of you to cross your border unprotected." His voice was deep and gruff, wilder than the pack wolves I was used to. "Boldness is necessary when dealing with men like you." He leaned against a tree, clearly amused. "You requested this meeting," he said. "I'm listening." He crossed his arms over his chest, emphasizing the size of his biceps and forearms. They were like thick branches, covered in a dark coat of hair. He towered over me by nearly a foot, and his scent was powerful. I clasped my hands behind my back, not bothering to hold back the wicked grin on my face. "There's an Omega traveling alone through the territory." "Omegas don't travel alone," he replied, one eyebrow lifting. "This one does, and she bears the ancestral howl." I let the words settle heavily, and silence stretched between us. The amusement dropped from his face like mud in a rainstorm. He searched my eyes, his own narrowed. "You're lying." I shook my head and matched his posture. "I wouldn't risk my life for a lie." I met his gaze steadily. "I have no doubt your brothers told you what happened when they broke into the pack house to destroy Kane's pathetic little mate. I bet even you and the other rogues at the compound felt the forest shake." He didn't answer, which told me everything I needed to know.
I stepped closer to him, moonlight glinting in my eyes. She has no pack now. Her own defiance brought the judgment of the council down on her, and rather than accept her punishment, she ran away. I leaned against a nearby tree, my grin growing wider. Alpha Kane didn't even bother to go after her. She's ripe for the picking. The rogue studied me carefully, puzzling out the situation behind his eyes. And you're offering her to us out of, what? Some twisted kind of generosity? I shook my head. Why would he think I was being generous? I want her destroyed, and I know you and your rogues are capable of it. She's powerful, but untrained. Her bond with Kane made her volatile and unpredictable. She has no control of her emotions. She's violent when cornered, and she's already killed once. Which, I suppose, was only half true. Had she used her howl for destruction? Yes. It may have only been because she was facing 6 wolves who could easily destroy her pathetic human body to shreds. But what did it matter? The rogue leader watched me in silence, still analyzing me. It seemed he needed a little more persuasion. If she manages to survive on her own, it's only a matter of time before every pack in the region comes for her. His lips tightened. So you want us to remove the problem? I want balance restored. He pushed off his tree, brushing bits of bark and dust from his leathers. If what you're saying is true, killing her would be wasteful. His smile opened to reveal his fangs, causing my stomach to tighten. A wolf who commands the ancestral howl? That kind of power shouldn't die. It's far too useful. Understanding crept through me slowly. You intend to capture her. He nodded, and I hesitated. That hadn't been the plan. I'd imagined Lyra dying quickly, cleanly. Then I could take my rightful place at Alpha Kane's side. But I'd miscalculated. The rival wolf snapped his jaws once. Capture her and force her to howl. Break her if we must. The spirits will answer eventually.
My chest felt heavy. That sounded messy and uncontrolled. But I pushed the discomfort aside. Either way, Lyra would be removed. In return, all I want is your support in taking over Iron Fang. And once I do, we'll be your strongest allies.
He extended his hand, and I stared at it. She's dangerous, I repeated, but he only chuckled. Then she'll make a very useful weapon.
All I could do was nod, because if I argued now, the deal might collapse, and the deal mattered more than my discomfort, because Lyra had already destabilized the pack. She'd already humiliated Alpha Kane, and made wolves kneel who had never so much as bowed to anyone before. That kind of influence couldn't exist unchecked. Not if Iron Fang was going to survive. They needed me to restore order before it was too late. If you capture her rather than killing her, don't bring her near my territory. His smile sharpened. What? You don't want to see what lengths we're willing to go to in order to unlock her power? I shook my head and met his gaze without flinching. No, I don't want whatever nonsense bond she has with Alpha Kane to complicate my attempts to steady my pack. She's done nothing but destroy the foundation we stand on, ever since the moon goddess screwed up. I finally took his extended hand, hesitating only a moment before shaking it. His grip was strong, predatory. We'll find her, and when we do, his grin widened. You'll never have to worry about her again. I released his hand and stepped back. I hope so. I'll be in touch. He dropped into his wolf and disappeared into the trees, and I remained right where I was until I could no longer hear his paws.
This was going to work. The rogues would deal with the girl. I'd take my rightful place as Luna, and I'd steady the pack. The Alpha Kane would go back to being the cutthroat, powerful wolf he used to be. And if not, well, it wouldn't be hard to finish discrediting him with the council and replace him with someone better. No doubt Dante would step in without hesitation. By the time I crossed back over the boundary stones, dawn was beginning to stain the sky a steely gray. The pack was already stirring, with guards patrolling the courtyard and Omegas carrying morning supplies through the keep. It didn't seem anyone had noticed anything unusual. Perfect. I smoothed my cloak and adopted the appropriate expression before stepping into the central hall. Our Luna never returned, I called, and wolves began gathering around me. Concerned murmurs rippled through the group as I lowered my gaze. I fear something may have happened to her. I was out all night trying to find her. Someone quietly asked, "Do you think she's dead?" I pray that she isn't. I let my voice break slightly. A few wolves bowed their heads, while others exchanged uneasy glances. I know she has been controversial, but who knows how Alpha Kane's bond will react without her here. And the strength of our Alpha is integral to the strength of our pack. The story would grow on its own now. I knew it. Tragedy, mystery, loss, all perfectly believable. The crowd dispersed, and I looked toward the forest beyond the pack walls, toward the direction the girl had fled. If you'd just stayed in your place, none of this would have been necessary.
Chapter 26. Survival. Lyra. I'd never been away from the pack before. Those first few days in the deep forest beyond the boundary stones were brutal. There were no patrol paths or pack scent to guide me home. Worse, there was no home. I moved cautiously through unfamiliar territory with no destination or goal other than survival. When night fell, I slept in the hollows of trees or small caves when I could find them. I say slept, but I mean I caught a few minutes of light sleep at a time. No one had caught up to me yet, but I had no doubt I had Iron Fang on my tail. If I was truly as dangerous as they thought, why would they let me just wander off? Every snapping twig woke me. Every shift of wind made me reach for the stick I carried for protection. My life wasn't gentle, but what else was new? I was still standing. Surviving alone required different instincts than pack life. I moved constantly to avoid leaving a predictable trail, walking through streams and rivers as much as possible. I learned how to hide my scent when finding a place to rest. It was slow going, but day by day I got better at it. Hunting, on the other hand, proved far harder than I expected. The forest was full of prey. I smelled rabbits everywhere, heard deer rustling in the brush. If I could shift, I might have done better, but even now that my wolf was free, I had no idea how to let her out. As it stood, my prey easily sensed a lone predator who hadn't found her rhythm yet. The third day I managed to hit a rabbit with a rock out of sheer dumb luck, but I hadn't eaten more than a few handfuls of berries otherwise. Hunger grew, my only companion. The seventh night, I had no idea where to go next. I finally stopped resisting. As I lay in the branches of a fir tree, I closed my eyes. Breathing slowly, I called the ancestors deliberately for the first time. "Please, Mother, if you're still with me, I need you." It was a quiet request, made with fear and humility rather than grief or rage. I needed guidance if I was going to make it out here on my own. The needles of the fir rustled in a sudden cold breeze. Below me, faint shapes appeared in a light mist. "We're here, child." Their whispers came in the wind. A subtle nudge of instinct called for me to climb down the tree and listen. My feet, raw and blistered from all the walking, screamed as they took my weight in the loam. I fetched my little satchel from where I'd hidden it beneath a bush and closed my eyes again. Instruction didn't come with words, but I felt fur beneath my hands. Though I didn't see my guide, I felt them lead me through the brush to an overgrown and long-forgotten road. My fingers tangled in their fur, rising and falling with the motion of the muscles beneath. I walked through the night with my spectral guides. When I stumbled, they waited until I picked myself back up. When my legs threatened to give out, they carried most of my weight. And as the sun began to rise over the mountains on the horizon, I found myself standing at the edge of a small abandoned settlement. It was old. Broken fences and collapsed roofs stood watch over crumbling walls, and nature grew through the cracks. Cobblestone paths were little more than bits of stone sticking out of moss trails. The builder's sense had long ago faded away. Boo-hoo! But one structure still stood enough to provide shelter. I fought back tears of relief as I stumbled toward it. The door fought me, but a few tugs broke the ivy, forming a natural lock, and allowed me inside. Inside! It was small, dark, and smelled of mold. I crossed the single room to where the first rays of sun were peeking through a cracked window, and pushed it open to allow fresh air a path through the space. I pulled down the coverings on 2 other windows, coughing as a thick layer of dust billowed into the air. Beams of sunlight danced with the dust as I turned in a circle and surveyed my surroundings. The remnants of old supplies lay scattered everywhere. Rusted tools, empty storage crates, and even a few old weapons gave me hope that I could perhaps eke out a living in this place. I opened the handful of lockers and found the most blessed thing yet: blankets, bedrolls, clothing. It was musty and some of the items had been chewed by mice, but that didn't stop me from shaking them out and building a little nest in the middle of the floor. I could sleep safely here. I could start stockpiling whatever I foraged nearby. This was far from comfort, but it was safety. A place to recover and regain my strength while getting used to being on my own. I collapsed wearily into my little nest and closed my eyes. "Thank you," I whispered. I felt a cold nose pressed to my forehead, accompanied by a breath like autumn breeze. A small smile crept onto my face. I may have been on my own, but I wasn't alone. Despite the shelter, my attempts at hunting continued to fail. The settlement walls contained a small grove of fruit trees that thankfully bore apples and pears, so I wasn't entirely starving. However, days passed with little success in the protein department. I was growing weaker by the day, and knew I needed meat, soon. So I went on a desperate hunt. A particularly brazen deer had been grazing outside my settlement for 3 days. I slung an old bow over my shoulder, along with the 3 arrows I'd found in one of the broken-down buildings, and slipped out before the sun rose. I found its trail near the edge of a narrow clearing. Fresh prints pressed deep into the soft earth next to the spring. My wolf whined, hunger sharpening my senses. But I'd been following it for hours at this point. The animal was very clever. It had doubled back twice, woven through thorn thickets, and crossed the stream multiple times to break its trail. Each time I lost the trail, I forced myself to remain patient. Slowly, I pulled in deep lungfuls of air until I picked up the scent again. Normally, I would have given up ages ago, but normally I hadn't been this starving. My stomach twisted painfully as I pushed through another patch of thick brush. The sharp branches cut my arms and leaves clung to my hair. However, the hoof impressions in the loam were growing deeper, as if it was tiring. But so was I. The forest swayed slightly around me, though I wasn't sure if it was wind in the firs or my mind swimming, just a little farther. It has to be nearby. I was pretty sure I could hear the animal now. The faint rustle of leaves and snap of twigs reached my ears from just the other side of these trees. I crouched low to the ground, moving slowly and deliberately. The trees opened into another clearing, and there it was. The deer stood only 20 yards away, its ears twitching as it nibbled nervously at the grass. It was fat from fall bounty and would feed me for days. Behind a bush, I pulled the bow from my back and nocked an arrow. One good shot. That's all it would take. I pulled my arm back, I following the line of the arrow, and took a deep breath. I had to hit this. The deer lowered its head for another bite of grass, and I let the arrow fly. For one glorious second, I thought I had it. My shot looked straight, but it didn't have enough strength behind it. It arced and landed at the deer's feet, sending it skittering into the woods. I lunged after it, ignoring the fact I'd never catch it, and the world went sideways. My foot slipped against a pile of loose stones hidden beneath the leaves. I hit the ground, hard, and watched as the brown and white blur that was supposed to be my dinner disappeared in the trees. I got up and stumbled after it, refusing to stop even as my lungs burned and my knees and elbows bled. I had to have real food. 10 steps, 20, 30. I forced my legs to move until my body had nothing left. The adrenaline drained away all at once and my knees buckled. I fell to the ground again, dirt and pine needles grinding into my already raw palms. The forest spun around me and my breathing turned shallow. Tremors raced through my limbs in uncontrollable waves. I was too weak, too hungry. My wolf whined softly as I pressed my forehead into the cool earth and closed my eyes. For a moment, I wasn't sure I could stand again, much less make it all the way back to my new home. In that moment of fragility, my wolf instinct reached for the bond. For Kane. The pull was still there, still aching at the distance between us. I closed my eyes, deliberately shutting it down. I grit my teeth and whispered to the forest, I choose myself. My breath shuddered as I rolled slightly to attempt to stand. I can survive on my own. I have my ancestors with me. And those ancestors answered, not with words, but with strength. No sooner had I thought of them than warmth slowly spread through my body. They gave me enough power to stand, enough energy to walk. As they had the first night I'd given up, my guardians held me up until I was able to reach the shelter they'd given me. Night had fallen again by the time I collapsed into my pile of blankets. The spirits remained close, their pacing causing the floorboards to creak, but they didn't speak. They only kept watch until dawn arrived. Follow us! I didn't question the words that came without sound. I rose and followed the spirits back into the woods, but this time they led me to water. A narrow river wound its way through the valley just north of the settlement, and I could see dawn's light reflecting on the scales of fish. Clumsily at first, I crept into the river and attempted to scoop the slimy creatures out onto the bank. I'm pretty sure I heard the ancestors laughing at me, but I was determined to have meat today. Use your claws. I don't know how to shift, if I even can, I muttered in response, swiping at another fish. It deftly dodged my fingers and I growled in frustration. Call your wolf like you call us. It's in your blood. Frustration pooled in my belly. If it was that easy, why hadn't I shifted every time the stupid bond made me angry? Or when I was chasing the deer? But I swallowed my pride and focused on convincing my wolf to come out. At first, Nothing happened. Yet I kept trying, knowing my survival depended on catching these damn fish. And then the bones in my hands began to move. It was painful, the way they cracked and moved beneath my skin as fur began sprouting from my knuckles. I nearly laughed aloud, joy bursting in my chest. But I caught myself at the last moment, not wanting to scare away the fish. My nails lengthened into claws, and moments later I had paws instead of hands. They were strong and moved faster than my human arms, and when I swiped at a fish, it sailed through the air, the sun reflecting rainbows in its silver scales. Relief washed over me like a waterfall pounding down on my head. I grabbed the fish and sliced its belly open with my claws, then tossed it on the grass nearby. "Thank you!" I cried, the grin on my face so wide it hurt. I could do this. I could survive. And I could shift.
Chapter 27. One final attempt. Kane. Sem.
The pack house was in shambles. The east wing still needed new glass, though the burnt beams had been replaced and the stones scrubbed. The Alpha wing had broken windows, shattered tiles, and cracked walls. The council room had splintered beams and broken benches, in addition to needing new tiles.
So, I focused on fixing the outward manifestation of an inwardly broken pack. Instead of issuing orders, I worked with the betas and gammas. We hauled giant wooden beams and load after load of stone tile. I pulled pulverized stones from the walls and replaced them with good, solid stones. I pulled up innumerable tiles and replaced them, covering my skin and clothes with dust and mortar.
I fixed what I could, but I couldn't fix how the pack felt about me. Most wolves avoided looking directly at me. Conversations ceased when I walked into a room. When they thought I wasn't looking, they pulled faces. I was still the alpha, but my authority felt fragile. Whispers followed me everywhere I went. Rumors spread, and I heard them secondhand through Dante, the one person who seemed to still be on my side. On the 6th day since Lyra had left, he arrived at my door with 2 bottles of liquor. I let him inside silently and sat down at my desk. He handed me one of the bottles and sat in a spare chair.
"They're saying the ancestors have abandoned us," he said, as he pulled the cork from his bottle and took a long swig, as if they ever spoke of the ancestors before this whole mess started. "The shrines on the northern border have been cold and empty our entire lives, and now it's a big deal?"
I nodded, eyes rolling as I opened my own drink. Pretty sure our fathers never saw a lit candle on the shrines either. The rumor mill is just doing its best to discredit me and steal my rank.
They're also saying the bond sickness permanently weakened you, and that the Omega cursed the pack when she left. He gestured at me with the neck of the bottle. You've got a real task ahead of you if you're going to convince the council that you're still fit to lead.
A growl rolled around in my throat. Honestly, I was sick of the council and their bullshit. They don't know what they're talking about. The girl is gone, and the bond hasn't bothered me at all, despite Myra's ominous declarations. I just need to get the pack back on my side.
Good luck with that. Some of us still respect you, but most of the pack is seriously unsure. Keeping your leadership based on dominance alone isn't going to work like it used to. Dante leaned back in the chair, lifting the 2 front legs off the ground. He tipped the bottle back and downed the remaining alcohol, then set the bottle on the table hard enough that the glass threatened to break.
I wrinkled my nose at him. How many of those had he already downed before he showed up at my door?
I'm well aware, but I'm doing everything I can think of to show them I'm as stable as ever, that I can keep them safe. I set my drink on the desk and pushed it away. I'm going to bed.
With a yawn, Dante stood and stretched. I should too. The glass for all the windows should be delivered tomorrow, so it's going to be another busy day. At least by sundown we should be able to use the sleeping quarters again. No more having pups crammed into the barracks. As soon as the door closed behind Dante, my mind jumped to Lyra again. Stupid, small things kept triggering memories. The empty Luna seat at meals, her scent lingering in the other room, silence where I once heard her pacing, talking to herself, and sleeping. Her absence weighed on me like a stone on my shoulders.
Beyond that, questions haunted me constantly. Where did she go? Was she alive? Was she hungry? Was she safe? The bond still ached like a wound that refused to heal, so I hoped that meant she still lived, at least. I hated that I cared, and that I'd just let her walk away. But I couldn't be like my father. I couldn't abandon my pack for a woman, especially not one who chose to walk away.
Sleep evaded me. Again. I tossed and turned, my multitude of problems keeping me in that limbo between sleep and wake. The bright full moon didn't help matters. I finally gave up and slipped out to the courtyard. The cold night air refreshed me, washing away Lyra's scent that clung to the inside of my nose. I shifted and padded toward the boundary. My feet made no sound on the stone and grass as I walked the softly humming line. I paused at the place where Lyra left the territory. The moment had been replaying in my mind endlessly for days. Her words, her eyes. I would have stayed if you'd chosen me when it mattered. The truth of it clawed at me. I didn't lose her, and by extension, my pack, because she was weak.
I lost everything because I hesitated. I let Mayera whisper in my ear. Let my own pride blind me. I couldn't see that the moon goddess had given me a gift, and I threw it away.
Soft footsteps behind me pulled me out of my thoughts. I whirled around to find Ceres approaching.
Alpha, what are you doing out this late? You should be getting some rest. You've been working yourself to the bone.
Her voice was gentle, concerned. Someone has to make sure the pack is safe. I gestured to the boundary and my prints in the grass. Whether they believe it or not, my #1 priority is still protecting them.
I believe you.
She walked forward slowly, careful not to appear threatening. You shouldn't be carrying this alone. The pack is asking too much of you right now, forgetting how much you've already done. My jaw tightened as I looked out over the trees. An alpha answers to his pack. They have every right to question me. I couldn't protect them from the girl and gave them reason to doubt. So now, I have to prove myself. I couldn't help being honest with her. She'd been my safe harbor for most of my life. She shook her head slightly. No one else held that chamber together when the spirits came. Even the council knows they survived that night because of you. She leaned against a nearby tree, her arms crossed lightly over her chest. You're still their alpha, whether they admit it or not.
I saw right through her flattery. I did nothing in the council chamber. I just stood by and let them push Lyra until she howled. Maybe if I'd stopped them, she'd still be here. I wouldn't be under investigation. I'd be investigating how enemies made it into the pack house so easily.
Authority isn't something I can pretend exists. An alpha who hesitates doesn't deserve blind loyalty. I was so wrapped up in the girl and the bond that I didn't see enemies coming. I didn't stop the council when their questioning was obviously riling her up.
Ceres took a step closer, now standing beside me rather than across from me. Her tone shifted, sweeter and more personal. You've always been too hard on yourself. You hold yourself to a standard that no one can actually maintain, and never let anyone actually connect with you.
Even an alpha deserves someone at his side. She gently placed a hand on my arm, a slow, deliberate touch. I stiffened, but didn't pull away immediately. The pack needs stability right now, something they can believe in again. A leader and a Luna beside him.
She met my eyes, letting the implications settle. You don't have to face this alone, Kane. You could choose someone who understands the pack, someone who knows how to lead beside you. Again, she moved closer, now firmly inside my personal space.
Her hand slid higher on my arm. This was how we always planned it, Kane. What the pack always expected. It would end this uncertainty. Let me be the Luna this pack needs. Together, we can restore order.
I slowly removed her hand from my arm, each movement deliberate as I stared into her eyes. My voice chilled. Lyra is still my mate, as long as we're both alive. The bond doesn't vanish because it's inconvenient, as hard as I tried to reject it. You're asking me to betray not only her, but the moon goddess.
Ceres didn't seem fazed. She abandoned the pack. The wolves need someone who is here. Surely the moon goddess would understand.
Her eyes intensified. You hesitated once already. Don't make the same mistake twice. The pack will move on eventually, with or without you. This is how you can protect what remains.
That was enough! I took a full step back. This conversation is over. You will not speak of replacing her again. Leave!
For a long moment, she just studied me. Then she lowered her hand, a dangerous calm coming over her. She didn't argue or snarl like the last time I rejected her. She simply nodded once. I was only trying to help the pack. You should think carefully about what it needs. And if that includes you, good night, Kane. She left quietly, but her expression turned cold as she turned away. Deep in my gut, I knew I'd just stepped on a landmine. I only had one correct choice, though. What good was a disloyal alpha?
Chapter 28. What the Omega Builds. Lyra. I sat on the crude chair I'd made, examining the smoked fish hanging from the ceiling to dry, and the crates of autumn fruits and vegetables the ancestors had taught me to forage. A sense of satisfaction settled over me. I'd come a long way in such a short time, and it was thanks to my connection to my ancestors. I was growing increasingly skilled at hearing their gentle whispers and feeling their promptings. Every day they taught me something new. Surprisingly, I wasn't even lonely out here in my little settlement. I felt my guiding guardians around me all the time, despite rarely seeing them. They felt more like a real pack than my old one ever did. A chill breeze blew through an unsealed wall, reminding me I didn't have time to sit around. If I was going to survive the winter, I needed way more supplies. My strength had returned after a few days of fish, so I decided to try hunting again. If I could catch a few deer, I'd be set for dried meat. I slung my bow over my shoulder, far more confident now. I'd spent hours practicing it over the last few days. No more weak shots. I headed for the river, the route familiar and comfortable by now. I stepped into the cold water, shivering as it rushed around my legs, and suddenly heard a loud voice in my ear. "Stop!" I froze, turning my head left and right in search of the source. "Go back. Don't cross the river today." The ancestors. I recognized the Alpha's voice, though I'd never heard it this firmly or clearly. Without hesitation, I left the river and hurried into the trees. All of my senses were on high alert as I crouched behind a bush. "They hunt you." I stilled, silencing my breath and lowering myself to the ground. "Who?" "Wolves." The word echoed around me on the wind. "They know what you are, and they do not hunt from fear." Ironfang. I immediately felt a no, but if it wasn't my old pack, who else knew who I was, or what I could do? A shiver raced through me, and not just because of my wet legs. They hunt for power. You need allies. Dawn spread through the treetops as I crept back to my shelter, the river glinting in the distance. Behind me, the faint shapes of ancestral spirits gathered in the rising light. I lifted my head to the wind, unafraid. With my guardians at my side, I knew I'd be safe as long as I listened to them. Before I made it back to my little settlement, I heard my alpha speak again. This way. With a quiet insistence, the ancestors guided me through a part of the forest I hadn't explored yet. Their signals were subtle, the wind shifting direction, a flicker of movement between trees, faint whispers brushing the edge of my thoughts. I followed the pull deeper into the hills, eyes and ears on swivel. Then I smelled it. Blood, fear, and wolves. Shift. Though it was still hard, I obeyed. I called to my wolf, giving her permission to take over. My teeth clenched tight. I breathed through my bones, cracking and moving as fur sprouted from my skin. It was embarrassing how long it took compared to everyone back in Ironfang, but I still felt a brush of pride from my mother as I finally shook, settling into my paws. I approached the source of the smell cautiously and found chaos unfolding. A small group of wolves was being attacked by much larger, scarred rogues. They were clearly outmatched. The largest of the group barely came up to the rogue's shoulders, but he fought valiantly despite multiple wounds. 2 females shielded a child, while another young male barely old enough to fight circled the trio. One look told me they were exhausted. 3 rogues had them cornered, about to die. My alpha's voice whispered urgently in my ear. They die if you wait. I didn't need a second command. I stepped into the clearing, feeling a sudden surge of strength and awareness. Time seemed to slow as my senses stretched outwards and my reactions sharpened. I moved silently, reaching the first of the hunters before they noticed I was there. I blindsided him with a strike from behind and jumped back nimbly before his companions could retaliate. He stumbled forward, regaining his footing just before hitting the ground. The 3 rogues spun around, teeth bared and hackles raised. For a moment, I considered using my howl to end the fight immediately, but my alpha's growl warned me not to reveal myself. So instead, I used my lighter frame to my advantage. The second rogue lunged at me, but I stepped to the side and raked my claws along his pelt as he stumbled past me. The third jumped and I dropped to the ground, rolling toward him so he sailed over me. Realizing I was there to help, the injured male regained his courage. He leapt on the first rogue's back while he was distracted with me, sinking his teeth into the wolf's shoulder. The rogue howled in pain and slammed into a tree, dislodging the male, but he quickly recovered and attacked again, this time slashing at the rogue's back leg. Meanwhile, I continued dodging the other 2 attackers. They were brutally strong, but clumsy. Their attacks lacked finesse and were easy to dodge with the strength my ancestors lent me. Again and again my paws left deep scratches in their faces, shoulders, and flanks. They were getting tired. Their teeth were slower to snap and their sides heaved as they panted. Realizing they weren't going to get an easy kill anymore, the trio rallied, just long enough to escape. Neither of them is the Omega. She would have howled by now, the first rogue snapped at the other 2. But she has to be close. Like the cowards they were, the 3 vanished into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. I remained still until the danger fully faded. When I felt the borrowed strength draining away, I dropped to the ground and took in deep lungfuls of air to feed my suddenly trembling muscles. The little group stared at me cautiously. Their fear was thick and cloying in my nostrils, but they were also relieved, if a little confused. The injured male finally stepped closer, leaning as far forward as he could without taking another step. You don't smell like a rogue. You smell strange. He tilted his head, studying me curiously. Why did you help us? I rolled over onto my belly and watched him with calm eyes, not wanting to frighten them even more, because someone needed to. The group exchanged uncertain glances. I examined them too. The group was small and fragile. 2 females who smelled like omegas, the badly injured male, a beta, the younger male, not yet old enough to have his scent, and a young child clinging to one of the omegas. They were starving, terrified, injured and displaced, just like me. As I watched, another young male limped out of the woods. The group let out excited yips and rushed to his side, sniffing and examining him. They ran their muzzles over his body and licked his face, their tails swinging wildly with joyful relief. Again, I heard my alpha's voice whisper behind me, "Packbinder." The words echoed in my chest. Without thinking, I gestured back the way I'd come. "Come with me. I have a place for you." For a long moment, the little group just stared at me. They shifted nervously, but must have decided to trust me because they circled around me. I got to my feet, slightly unsteady, and slowly began leading them back to my little settlement. They were slow, fearful, but too weary not to take this chance. As we walked, I thought about the warning I'd received from my ancestors and what the rogues had said. I guessed that those 3 were part of the group hunting me, thankfully a stupid part of the group. But how did a bunch of rogues know about my howl? As much as I didn't want to believe Kane would send hired thugs after me, it was a possibility. Or maybe it was that snake Cirrus? I wouldn't have trouble believing that. We finally crossed the fence into my little territory, and the group of survivors were relieved to see a safe place. I watched their bodies sag and their footsteps slow to a stop near the coals of my fire. Tired and injured as I was, I quietly shifted back and began gathering some of my supplies. A small part of me fought against sharing what little I had, but a soft caress of my cheek by my mother's presence calmed my fears. "Here, eat and rest. I'll find something to bind your wounds." I put the food on a flat piece of wood in front of them and couldn't help smiling to myself as I turned back to search for some clean cloth to make bandages. It was good to have company that wasn't, well, dead.
Chapter 29. The Man Who Lost Everything. Ceres. It seems I was left with no other choice. That idiot Kane wasn't going to come back to me the easy way. Nuclear it was.
I didn't want open rebellion or confrontation, though. I went with something quieter and more dangerous. Over the next several days, well-timed and placed rumors caused subtle changes in the pack. Conversations stopped when Kane approached.
Wolves began avoiding direct eye contact. Patrol reports got shorter and less detailed. Fewer wolves went running to him for advice. Sure, there was still some respect there, but it was thinning. Honestly, it was almost too easy. I didn't even have to make public accusations. I caught elders in quiet corners, spoke with senior warriors during my patrol rotations. All it took was offering concern instead of criticism, and I had them all eating out of the palm of my hand. Today I was after Ymera. I knew she had a meeting with Kane and Myra this afternoon, so all I had to do was wait outside the council room. Frustratingly, they spoke too softly for me to make anything out. That didn't stop me from trying, though. I pressed my ear to the wall casually, acting as if I were just resting on watch. Fortune favored me. The door opened and Mayra led Kane out, while Ymera remained behind. They hurried down the corridor in the opposite direction of me, giving me a chance to slip into the council room. "Elder?" I called out by way of announcing myself. The grizzled and gray woman looked up from the notes she was reading, focusing on me. "Hello, Beta Ceres. Is there something you need?" I nodded, closing the door and crossing the room to sit in the chair to her right. Once I was settled, I turned with my best worried look plastered on my face. Yes, actually, I've been worrying about Kane. Have you noticed he hasn't called a strategy council since she left? I worry he's still distracted and thinking about the runaway instead of the pack. And Mara sat back in her chair with a deep sigh. You're not the only one. His leadership style was questionable at best before, but at least he was leading. Exactly. The pack needs decisive leadership right now. Who knows if those rogues will attack again? Or what happens if the Silent Claw or Forest Grove packs find out that we're weak at the moment? Which they would, if Kane continued to refuse me. He misjudged my power and influence, and he would pay for it. Every idiot wolf in this idiot pack would. At the moment, though, I may have overplayed my hand. Emera narrowed her eyes, her long, bony fingers tapping the tabletop. You seem particularly critical of your alpha, Saris. It would be wise for you to watch your words. I softened outwardly. I'm sure he means well. He's just grieving the bond, and it's a dangerous world out there. We need him. All of him. Her fingers slowed, so I continued. He spends hours pacing up and down the boundary, waiting for her. He refuses to face the council. The bond sickness is affecting his judgment. I knew perfectly well that he was actually patrolling the border searching for threats. He skipped meetings because they always devolved into fighting when he attended. But reframing his actions was ridiculously easy. An alpha can't afford divided instincts. If he's still distracted by her, how can he protect us? What happens if she comes back? Or if she doesn't? Mara nodded slowly, her mind spinning behind her glassy eyes. Don't think the council hasn't noticed the same things, but you'd be best to keep such thoughts to yourself. The last thing we need is to throw the pack into a panic. I understand. It's enough of a relief to hear that I'm not the only one who is concerned. I'll take my leave, now. I'm sure you're busy, and I've taken enough of your time. I rose and exited the chamber, leaving the head elder with a thoughtful expression on her face. That was the leadership, handled. Now I needed to get in with the lower ranks. Warriors were my next target, and I knew I had to be more careful here. They'd be harder to sway than the council who were already at odds with the Alpha. I swept through the hallways to the barracks, where I knew the early and late morning watches would be switching places. They barely noticed me as I walked through the door. I was head of patrols after all. I scanned the room and settled on a trio of warriors chatting softly in the corner as my first target. They were changing into their shifting clothes when I sidled up and leaned against the wall. Beta Saris, they murmured. Hopefully it'll be a quiet watch for you today. I smiled at the three, and they nodded in agreement. Warriors such as yourselves are truly the backbone of the pack, keeping us safe while the rest of the pack sleeps. They grinned at the praise. Well, someone has to do it, commented one of them. Should I have known his name? Probably. But I didn't, and I didn't care. He was a cog in the works, just like the rest of them, especially with the Alpha. The shorter male elbowed the first guy in the ribs, shutting him up abruptly. But it was exactly the type of in I was looking for. It was too easy. You've all seen how thin he looks, too. The three nodded, their faces carefully guarded. He hasn't shifted properly since the Omega ran off. That's not normal for an Alpha. Again, they agreed. If he can even shift, the first muttered. Then how would he lead us into a fight? The third added. I sat back, not needing to say another word. Let them draw their own conclusions. Those conclusions would spread. weakening Kane's position with every whispered rumor. He was compromised, weakened. In a pack built on strength, that was enough. And when the pack was on the edge of mutiny, I'd step in and give them someone to rely on. Unlike their alpha, I could offer them safety. After all, I was the one controlling the threat in the first place.
Kane.
There was a noticeable shift in the pack after I rejected Ceres. Again! I heard fragments of rumors following me, as persistent as the bond I never asked for. Ever since she left.
Not the same. Bond sickness. It was enough to raise my blood pressure and make my teeth hurt from grinding them together.
But no one confronted me directly. Not even Ceres. That almost made it worse. All I could do was continue working anyway. Harder. Quieter. I was trying to hold the pack together through action, even though everything I did was twisted and warped by the rumor mill.
Then it happened. It was early afternoon. I was in the outer courtyard, repairing part of the defensive wall. Stone dust clung to my hands and face as I carefully slid new blocks into place and filled the gaps with mortar. My movements were precise, but slower than they should be. A faint tremor ran through me, and again I wondered how Lyra was doing. Was this exhaustion being shared over our connection? While I was lost in thought, 2 council guards entered the courtyard. Their posture immediately signaled formality. Backs straight and faces severe, they stopped a few paces away and waited for me to turn. I finished placing the stone before wiping my hands on a damp rag and facing them. The older of the pair, Saul, stepped forward. A pang of sadness zipped across my chest, seeing the hate in his eyes. We'd played together as boys, before my alpha training started. His voice was carefully controlled as he delivered his message. The council has called an emergency session. You're required to attend immediately. All elders are present. I studied the guards for a moment. I already knew. This wasn't a discussion. This was the delivery of judgment. The whispers obviously reached the council, and the narrative solidified. It was time for the consequences of my actions. I wiped the rest of the dust from my hands and face slowly. Calm and controlled, I was resigned, but not broken. Then I won't keep them waiting. I assume they've already made their decision, so let's get this over with. The guards didn't respond, which was answer enough. When the council had gained so much power, I didn't know. But as I walked through the pack house, wolves moved aside quickly. Conversations died completely, and no one met my eye. It seemed the entire pack already heard the verdict. It wasn't uncertainty anymore. This was distance. I was already being separated, yet I still stepped into the council chamber, the doors closing behind me with a heavy thud. Inside, the elders were already seated. There were no greetings, as the guards brought me to the center of the room and stood on either side. The room felt colder than usual, as if any chance for debate had been frozen. No one asked me to sit or acknowledged my title. For the first time, I looked like a man on trial rather than an alpha.
Ceres stood near the wall, rather than among the council. Even though I suspected her to be the source of all the rumors, she wasn't being accused of anything. She was merely placed perfectly as an observer. Her expression was calm and composed, but her eyes were fixed on me, waiting.
Imara rose, the silver strands in her robe glittering in the newly repaired lights. Her tone was formal, final. The stability review has concluded, and the council has reached a decision. I braced myself, the weight of the pack lifting from my shoulders, because it was about to be taken from me. Your leadership has been found to be compromised.
Your judgment has been repeatedly influenced by personal attachment. You failed to act against a destabilizing threat. Rowan, my own damn uncle, glared down at me from the stand. He held a page in his hand, which he began to read from.
You did not pursue the Howler after she left. You have avoided council authority. You have allowed division within the pack. The bond you refuse to break has weakened you.
His hand dropped, lowering the page, and he made eye contact with me. An alpha does not hesitate. He doesn't fracture under emotional strain. He protects the pack above all else. Each statement landed like a blow, but I kept my mouth shut, listening, taking the blows. Only after silence rang through the room did I finally speak. Low and controlled, I replied, "You're not wrong." I hesitated. I made a choice. The elders stiffened slightly. They obviously expected denial, not acknowledgement. I lifted my gaze, meeting Rowan's eyes. I chose not to break her. I chose not to turn her into a weapon or a shell. If that's failure, then I accept it. Murmurs rippled through the chamber, some angry and some uncertain. Mayra stared at me with venom in her eyes. I didn't regret rejecting her plan to exploit Lyra. I didn't regret rejecting Ceres. All I regretted was that I led a pack who cared only about power. And I admit that I was the one who fostered that environment. Imara's voice cut through the room, decisive. "You are hereby stripped of Alpha authority, pending permanent reassignment. Command will transfer to Council oversight until a successor is named. Since you have no heir, the Council will choose the successor." She looked to Rowan, who continued, "You will remain within the pack, under supervision. You are no longer permitted to act as Alpha in any capacity." The words settled on my chest, heavy and final. No one moved, no one spoke, and for a moment, I thought I might break. Ceres watched me closely, no doubt expecting anger, or maybe submission, something. She stepped forward, looked to Imara, then spoke. "You can still serve the pack in other ways, Kane." No doubt she thought she was giving me an opening, but all I saw was a leash. I exhaled and something in me settled. Not defeat, but clarity. For the first time since I was bonded to Lyra, I stopped trying to hold on to something already gone. I straightened, throwing back my shoulders and making full eye contact with each member of the council. "No." Imara frowned. "Explain." A surge of certainty rushed over me. "You don't get to strip something I'm choosing to put down." I looked around the chamber again, at the wolves who doubted me, at Ceres. "You wanted an alpha who puts the pack above everyone else, and you already had one, but I'm done being him."
Rowan's voice sharpened. "You will remain. That is not a request."
I met his gaze, unmoved. "You've already taken everything you could from me. I'm finished with this group of cowards who would rather listen to a conniving snake than their alpha." I shot Ceres a sharp look. "The rest is mine." I turned, not bothering to ask for permission I knew wouldn't come. I walked toward the chamber doors and nobody stopped me. The guards shifted, but didn't move. I guess despite everything, I still felt like something they shouldn't touch. As I passed Ceres, she whispered, a sharp edge on her voice.
"If you leave, you lose everything."
I didn't stop. I didn't look at her. I already did. The chamber door swung open, light spilling in from outside. Behind me, the council sat in stunned silence, and Ceres stood frozen. The doors closed behind me, and I didn't stop moving. I walked down the stone steps of the pack house, not as Alpha, no one's leader, just a man with nothing left to lose, and only one thing left to choose.
Lyra.
Chapter 30, Memorial. Lyra. My guests ate with the gusto of weary survivors who thought they'd never see another meal. I watched my carefully gathered supplies disappear and, for a moment, wondered if I'd doomed myself. Rather than dwell on that, I forced myself to make conversation. "So, how did you end up fighting those rogues?" Perhaps that was a little too strong of an opener. They all looked up from their meal with haunted eyes and tight shoulders. I opened my mouth to apologize, but the beta shook his head. Our pack was attacked. It wasn't very big in the first place, just 12 of us. I don't know if... He paused, pain heavy in his eyes. I saved who I could. Alpha Jared was doing his best to hold off the attackers and told us to run. Everything in his posture screamed shame for obeying. A sudden chill breeze swept past me, telling me what I was supposed to do. "What is your name, Beta?" "Micah." He stared at the ground, his fingers tracing the hem of his tattered shirt. I looked over the whole group, my resolve settling with each haunted eye. "Rest up, Beta Micah! The rest of you as well. Tomorrow we'll find the rest of your pack. The survivors can join us here, and your heroes will be laid to rest." All heads popped up at my declaration. I know this place isn't much to look at yet, but with help I can make it a sanctuary. Micah thought for a moment, then nodded as his jaw flexed. "Thank you. You're very kind, helping total strangers like us. We'll help you as much as we can." I shrugged and gestured vaguely to the area. "You are welcome to sleep anywhere you find shelter. I'll be here by the fire in the morning." Why wouldn't I help? I had my ancestors at my side. I wasn't afraid of anyone anymore. I hardly slept. In the peace of my little nest of blankets, there was nothing to distract me from my thoughts. I was being hunted. That much was apparent. But I had no idea how strong my enemy really was, or who they were. I wrestled with the unknown until the sun began peeking through the holes in my walls. At least helping these poor pack wolves close that chapter of their lives gave me something to focus on outside of myself. Micah was already up and stoking the fire when I emerged into the early morning air. He waved and settled on a bit of log I'd hauled over as a chair the other day. "Good morning, Lyra. Are you still sure you want to help us get back to our territory? It might be an ugly sight." I nodded and filled a rough, chipped mug from a worn water skin. "Either you'll be reunited with your pack, or you'll be welcome here. My only request is a few supplies to help me get through the coming winter." "That's more than fair." He accepted the mug and drained it in 2 large gulps. I wondered how long the ragtag group had been wandering the woods, but didn't want to open wounds. The pair of us sat in silence as the sun rose, until the rest of his pack members sleepily joined us around the small fire. He made sure they all ate before taking any himself, and fussed over the children, making sure they washed their faces. My chest ached faintly at the care Micah showed his little pack. I had to admit to myself that I didn't know what that felt like. "Are you ready to go?" I asked, more to give myself an excuse to stop thinking than anything. The group straightened, and Micah nodded. "Good, lead on. I'll bring up the rear and watch for any threats." The air carried a definite autumn chill as I followed my new allies into the forest. My senses were at full alert despite not sensing any wolves nearby. Every once in a while I could sense one of my ancestors following us and couldn't help smiling. This life, though dangerous, was much better than living with Iron Fang. We walked for most of the day, stopping occasionally to drink at streams and feed the children berries and whatever else we could scavenge. There was little to no conversation. Micah and the others were too wrapped up in the quiet tension that ate at them the closer we got to their old territory. I smelled the battle site before I saw it. Charred wood, blood, decay. I had very little hope that we'd find any survivors with such a cloying scent of death filling my nose. But I pressed on, knowing this was harder for them than it was for me. Micah stopped at the edge of a field and stared at a small cabin on the other side. "Keep the pups here," he murmured to the others, who shook their heads. We don't want to be separated." The 2 women reached for him, their eyes begging him not to leave them behind. He sighed, but didn't take more than a few seconds to give in. With a single nod, the group surrounded him in a tight bunch and finally crossed the border. There was no hum like Iron Fang's border, not even a flash. The only thing to mark the boundary was a stone path, worn by years of patrols. The women covered the children's eyes as they walked toward the cabin. It was smoldering but didn't seem to have fully caught fire. The windows were blackened with smoke and soot, yet the walls stood. Micah ran ahead with the two younger men hot on his heels, while I stayed back with the women and children. We waited with bated breath as the trio dipped into the cabin. Boo-hoo! Moments later they emerged, carrying a limp body. They brought him to the little courtyard and gently set him down, then hurried back inside. Soon 5 bodies rested on the stone, and the 3 men fell to their knees. The others hurried to their sides, the women's wails piercing the air as they wiped the blood from the faces of their family. I hung back, not wanting to interrupt their moment of grief. I'd really hoped we'd find survivors, but it appeared we'd be digging graves instead. Their pain soaked into my bones, joining the pool of hurt I already carried with me. I lowered my head and offered a prayer to the moon goddess that she'd grant them peace and strength. They finally rose and turned toward me. We need to bury them. Take whatever supplies you want. Thank you for getting us back here safely.
I knew a dismissal when I heard one, but I wasn't about to abandon these poor wolves when their entire world had crumbled around them. Where are the shovels? I'm going to help, and we'll discuss what happens next when your family is laid to rest. I gave Micah a small smile, and he visibly sagged with relief. It wasn't hard to see that the sudden leadership role that had been thrust upon him was heavy.
The supply shed. He pointed at a small shack about 100 yards away. I hurried over and pulled out 6 shovels. All the adults took one, while the children wandered over to a small jungle gym. At least they weren't too traumatized to play, I suppose. The sun had disappeared behind the trees by the time we finished digging the graves. Surrounded by the gravestones of pack members gone before, Micah led the others in lowering their dead into the ground. It was quiet, solemn work. Their chests heaved as much with exertion as emotion. Alpha Kane was the last to be laid to rest, and the moment he hit the dirt, the survivors flopped to the grass. They were spent. I picked up my shovel and began to fill the holes, sweat running down my neck as the others slowly regained their breath. I imagined burying my past in those holes too, knowing it did me no good to carry it around anymore. It was time to start over. With my new allies, I'd begin building my future. I didn't know what that looked like yet, but for once I felt a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, I could live a quiet life. The bond in my chest flickered and I frowned. Okay, maybe I couldn't entirely rid myself of everything that tethered me to Iron Fang. Micah led myself and the others into the cabin now that it had been emptied of bodies. We should get rested, so we can make wise decisions tomorrow. Lyra, you're welcome to whatever bed you want. There are plenty of extras. His voice shuddered mid-sentence, but he took a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. I nodded, visibly ignoring the tremble, and sighed with relief. It would be good to sleep in a bed again. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments.
Chapter 31. The Path I Chose. Kane. The biggest surprise about crossing the boundary and setting out on my own was the sudden severing of the pack bond. My head had never been silent before. It was heavy and unfamiliar. To say losing my anchor to a pack was disconcerting would be an understatement. But I wasn't going back. I didn't need an escort or warriors at my back. I just needed to find Lyra, figure out this bond thing, and see what happened from there. I set off into the woods with little more than a knife and a single change of clothes. The forest felt different than it ever had before, though. I'd hunted these hills and trees my entire life. Familiar as the area was, today it felt hostile and unwelcoming. "You're just being dramatic," I muttered to myself, lifting my face to search the area for Lyra's scent.
I fought to shift, but still couldn't get more than claws and fangs. Rage pooled in my chest, and I swiped at a tree, leaving deep gouges in the wood. Damn this all! I pushed hard through the foliage, trying to track her like prey. Unsurprisingly, the forest gave me nothing. Every time I thought I found a trail, it disappeared. Scents muddled in my nose and paths led nowhere. Too much time had passed since she left. "Where are you?" I growled, snarling at yet another dead end. "You couldn't have gone far. You know nothing about survival." An unsettling realization washed over me. I didn't actually know how to follow her.
So instead I turned inward, focusing on the faint, painful echo of the bond. Just touching it like that sent waves of agony through my muscles. My knees buckled and my palms slammed into the rough bark of a pine, holding me up while blood seeped from the scrape. I grit my teeth and growled. This was pathetic.
But when I took a step in the correct direction, I felt the hum strengthen. At least, I assumed it was the correct direction. It was flickering and inconsistent. However, what other choice did I have? Hours turned into a full day, then more! I stopped at the carcass of a burned-out tree and collapsed into the shell, my body aching. Fatigue was setting in, which only made me angrier. "This is a waste of time!" I snarled. The bond was still pulling, but not clearly. At this point, I was convinced the moon goddess was leading me on some wild goose chase. I breathed hard, digging my claws into the gray earth.
Something unfamiliar crept into my chest. Uncertainty. For the first time, I began to wonder if I was just doomed to wander as a rogue, alone for the rest of my life because of the decisions I'd made. My pack was a burned bridge. I had zero allies in other packs.
I tilted my head back toward the sky.
The moon hung above, cold and distant, surrounded by her legion of stars. It was then that I finally snapped. "Is this what you wanted?" I shouted, shaking my fist at the moon. "You bind me to her, and then tear away everything else? You create a bond that nearly kills us both, only to let her go? And now you expect me to follow a trail you won't even show me?"
My voice rose with my frustration, scraping my throat raw. Why her? Why not Ceres? She was a perfectly acceptable choice. But no. Instead, you gave me a bond you knew I'd reject. That warped Ceres into a jealous snake. Chest heaving, I swiped at the tree with my claws. My voice lowered, dangerous with simmering fury. Or was that the point? But nothing answered. No wind. No shift in the forest. No response from the damn moon. Just silence, which was worse than some divine fury. After what the moon goddess had put me through, I wasn't being guided. I wasn't being reassured. I wasn't being forgiven. Teeth bared, I slammed my fist into the tree again. The wood cracked and splintered. Over and over, I channeled my attention into destroying the tree until my anger burned itself out. When it did, I stood there, chest heaving.
Alone. Still alone. Only then did the forest shift. The change was subtle, not welcoming, but aware of my presence. The air grew colder, and my heart sped up. Was this Lyra's power? I scanned the nearby forest, freezing when I spotted a figure at the edge of the clearing. It wasn't fully solid, but it wasn't fully spirit either. I recognized him immediately. The ancient Alpha who had spoken to me before. I'd forgotten how broad and scarred he was, with eyes that pierced right through me. And this time, he was here only for me. I straightened instinctively. After that temper tantrum I pulled, it was probably a little late for respect, but it couldn't make things worse. He crossed the clearing until we stood practically nose to nose, his massive glowing eyes showing no sign of gentleness. "You've come to lecture me?" I asked. Then, more hopefully, "Or to tell me where she is?" He didn't answer immediately. He let me stand in silence until I started to squirm nervously under his gaze. I felt like he was scanning me, judging me. When he finally spoke, it wasn't any better. "You are not ready to find her."
The words landed like a blow. I bristled, my anger flaring again. "I don't need permission. She's my mate. I'll find her, with or without your help." I puffed my chest out, but all he had to do was narrow his eyes, and I shrank back into myself.
He stepped closer, the air growing heavier between us. It felt too thick for my lungs to draw properly and made me slightly dizzy. "She is not something you find." He huffed in my face, his breath like a winter storm. "She is someone you prove yourself worthy of." My jaw tightened, but he was far from finished. "You were given a gift, and you treated it like a burden." His paw inched forward, leaning him closer. "Your pride made you hesitate. Your fear made you cruel. Your indecision made her suffer."
Each word was deliberate, as if perfectly crafted to locate all of my weaknesses. Every line hit harder than the last, and I didn't interrupt, because I knew every part of it was true. Subconsciously, I took a step back, uncomfortable with his teeth being so close. I didn't know what she was. My voice was quieter now, rough.
"You didn't try to."
All I could manage was silence. That one cut the deepest. I let Mayra tell me what she was. I let Saris tell me. The council tell me. But I didn't give Lyra a chance to show me the truth. So what happens now? Do I wander the territory alone, atoning for my sins until I join your pack?
He lifted his head and squared his paws, his posture final and unyielding. "You will be tested." I met his gaze, clenching my fists determinedly. "Then test me." The Alpha's eyes narrowed slightly, whether out of approval or warning. I had no idea. "You will walk this path without guidance, without rank, without certainty." He paused, then lowered his head slightly. "And when you find her, you will prove you can stand beside her, not above, not ahead, beside. Until we deem you worthy, you will not be allowed to reach her." The implication was clear. The spirits had no intention of helping me. The forest itself would resist me. Before I could ask him any questions about this test, he began to fade. Just before he completely disappeared, he left me with one final judgment. "She was never your weakness. You were hers." And then he was gone. I stood alone in the clearing again, the forest silent and unforgiving. The criticisms echoed in my head again and again, infuriating in their truth. I bedded down in the soft soil left behind by the burnt tree and realized something had shifted inside of me. Where anger and pride had filled my chest with heat, I now felt something steadier, harder. I exhaled slowly and closed my eyes.
Tomorrow I'd start walking again. I didn't know where I was going, but surely the ancestors would put their test in my path wherever I ended up, so I might as well see what happened when I stopped trying to control the path. Chapter 32. Burning Away. Kane.
2 days passed as I wandered aimlessly through the trees. No matter which direction I went, I always seemed to come back to the same clearing. It felt like I was in some kind of loop that I had no way of escaping. I was crossing the creek for like the 10th time when the world, well, the best way I can describe it is the world slipped. Sound dulled and color became washed out. The ground beneath my feet became pale and ash-like. The trees around me stretched taller and thinner, moving in a way that was just wrong. The air was cold. Everything stilled unnaturally. I froze, blinking a few times, and realized this wasn't the physical world. It couldn't be. No sooner did I make the connection than the ancestor Alpha's voice echoed around me, not from one place, but from every direction. You asked to be tested. You instinctively defensive. I straightened. Then stop hiding and do it. I'm not afraid of you. Silence met my bravado. Then came the voice again, right next to my ear this time. You will not fight me. You will face yourself. The world spun around me, and I found I was no longer standing. I was kneeling, cold, rough stone beneath my knees. My body felt smaller, weaker, slower to respond. Around me were the familiar faces of Iron Fang, but they, too, were wrong, distorted, somehow. Their voices were louder than they should be, and their movements were sharper, more predatory. I looked down at my hands and found them raw from scrubbing the floor with a nearby rag and bucket. I was an Omega, not just any Omega. I was in Lyra's place. A voice barked from somewhere above me. My voice, head down. I tried to rise, but my body refused. Something was pressing me down. Not physical, but instinctive. It was the weight of pack pressure and dominance dragging me to the ground. I tried to lift my eyes, only to receive a kick to the ribs. Who do you think you are, Omega? Get back to work. Ceres's biting words filled me with a terror I'd never felt before. I knew with certainty that my life would be at risk if I irritated her any further.
I grit my teeth. This isn't real.
The Alpha's voice boomed like thunder. It was real to her. He growled and the world changed again. Wolves moved around me, but I may as well have been a ghost. None of them met my eye. They spoke over me. They stepped too close, expecting me to get out of their way. Just an Omega.
Keep her quiet. Don't let her near the council. She's not worth the risk.
My breathing grew rough. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. No one listened. I tried again, straining my vocal cords. Still nothing. At first, anger and frustration boiled beneath my skin. My face grew hot in the cold air. Fists curled tightly at my sides. But it quickly fizzled out to a chilling understanding.
I didn't. My voice was raw, like I'd swallowed glass.
The Alpha cut me off. You didn't what? Silence surrounded us. I couldn't finish the sentence because I knew. I did. Lyra and the other Omegas had been silenced far before the council demanded her voice be destroyed. A deep sense of loneliness weighed heavily on my chest. No wonder she left. In my attempts to appear strong to keep my pack safe, I'd isolated the very wolves I was protecting in the first place. Again the world shifted. Heat flooded my body as I found myself standing in front of a bonfire. Dark woods surrounded me, glowing eyes staring from every direction. A sudden, overwhelming and uncontrolled need seized me. The bond. But it was wrong. I felt the pull, the hunger toward someone, but it wasn't mutual. The one-sided desperation was humiliating. Across from me was a figure, shadowy in the flash of the fire. Lyra. She wasn't looking at me, much less acknowledging me. The overwhelming need to be near her took over my feet. I stumbled toward her, her name falling from my lips. Lyra. She stepped back, cold and distant. Don't. The word hit like a physical blow to my stomach. I froze, hands extended and heart beating like a caged bird. Her voice changed, mine now coming from her lips. You're unstable. You're dangerous. The bond is a mistake. No, I stuttered, but the words kept coming. My words. I knew what was coming, but there was nothing I could do to stop it. I wanted to hide my face, to run away, yet my feet remained rooted in the gray, soulless earth. I reject you. Ah! The bond didn't break. It burned, an open wound directly in the center of my chest. I fell to my knees, eyes pinched tight and my breath refusing to move. I clutched my chest as the fire consumed me. It rolled down my arms and legs, the agony growing deeper with each passing moment. "Stop!" I begged, but the pain didn't lessen. "Stop!" Because it never did for her.
As the fire finally went out, everything around me disappeared. No pack, no voices, no Lyra, just emptiness, and the bond, still aching, still unanswered. Then I heard Mara's voice.
If your wolf ever broke free, you were to be killed by your parents' own hands. I added another condition secretly. If for some reason your parents were unable or unwilling to kill you, your own power would.
She's a weapon you don't want to admit exists. She's the most powerful wolf in the territory, and we both know she's no Omega. The words ignited my anger again. No one had ever given her a chance. From the moment she was born, she was broken, hidden. She had been Luna material the whole time, but fear and greed twisted and warped her into something no one recognized. Then I heard Ceres. The council is concerned about your stability. So is Kane. Calm wolves make better decisions, especially when there's pressure. This is what happens when you exist without control. Do you see how dangerous you are?
If you really cared about him, or about your pack, you wouldn't exist this loudly. You'd accept that you're nothing more than a mistake, an Omega who got tied up in things that were none of her business.
I whispered into the nothing. I didn't understand. Then, softer, I didn't know they said half of those things. That it felt like this. The fear, the helplessness, and the pain became so strong I almost wished I'd succumb to death just so it would end.
You didn't ask. The Alpha finally answered. Slowly, Lyra appeared in front of me. She was stronger than I remembered, her skin tanned, and muscles toned from even more manual labor than I'd forced her to do as an Omega. She didn't speak or move. She just watched me, waiting. For what? I had no idea. Then came the Alpha's voice, a harsh bark. Claim her. The command hung heavy in the air, and my wolf surged, instinct roaring back. This is what I wanted before. Control, completion, relief. For a split second, I almost did it. I reached for her, fangs extending, eager to end the pain, to fix the damn bond, and take what should be mine.
But the agony of walking in her shoes brought me pause. My hand trembled midair, my breathing uneven as waves of desperation rolled over, drowning me in their crushing weight. Then, I lowered my hand and stepped back. My voice was quiet, but finally steady. No.
The world stilled as I met Lyra's gaze. I don't get to choose that anymore. I took a breath and lowered my head. Not in submission necessarily, but in understanding. She does. If she never chooses me. My throat tightened, but I forced the words out. Then I live with that. The pressure changed. The Alpha's presence stronger now. I turned my head to see him standing a few feet away, a breeze I couldn't feel ruffling his fur. He watched me, measuring. The silence stretched as I resisted the urge to fidget. Only when I finally lowered my shoulders in submission did he step forward. A mate is not a reward. He took another step. She is not something you survive. Another. She is someone you honor. His lips curled upward, and he howled as the world around us dissolved.
Sound returned like the approach of rushing water. Color bled in like a sunrise. The forest reformed around me, real and solid. I dropped to one knee in the dirt, breathing hard. My skin was slicked with cold sweat as the bond continued burning in my chest, a raging inferno.
It no longer felt like something I needed to control, or even could. It was something I needed to earn. I lifted my head as the last of the old me was consumed by the fire.
I don't know where to go, I admitted, knowing deep inside that the ancestors could hear me. I need your help. My feet are yours. With that, I simply stood and started walking. Whatever path I was on, I'd earned it, every bit.
Chapter 33. The Shift. Cerys.
What do you mean they haven't found her yet? You told me your men are the best trackers in the Eastern Corridor, yet all they've managed is to wipe out a few minuscule packs. The latest group got their asses handed to them by a single beta and his mate, because she caught them off guard.
I shifted in the Alpha seat and took another swig of wine. Raven's sharp eyes darkened and he bared his teeth. There's not so much as a track in any of these woods. If you lied about the Howl's return, you better be guarding your neck. Because we don't play nice with being taken advantage of. His tongue traced the bottom line of his fangs, and his fingers toyed with the hilt of a knife at his hip. But I wasn't that easily intimidated. She's out there, somewhere, and that half-wit Kane is too. If your band of idiots can't find her, perhaps they can find him. Odds are good, if they find one, they'll find the other. I pulled a small wooden medallion from my pocket and tossed it to Raven. It was a trinket that Kane had given me when we were younger, and it still carried his scent. He caught it deftly and held it between his fingers. Find him, but don't take him immediately. If you follow him, no doubt he'll lead you to the Omega eventually. What about your end of the bargain? Have you convinced your little council to give you leadership? He leaned against the wall and crossed his arms over his chest. I'm starting to doubt your ability. I gestured to the empty room. I got you into the Alpha Wing, into the private office, without anyone seeing us. The guards are all on my side. Dante has been presented as the Alpha candidate, with me at his side. We're one vote away, no thanks to you. I drained my wine glass in irritation and slammed it down on the desk with a sharp clink. Now get your men out there and do your part, or the deal is off. If I have to go find them myself, Iron Fang will bring your destruction. I pulled the handle beneath the desk, popping open the secret hatch in the corner of the room. Raven bared his teeth at me, but disappeared into the passageway. 2 sets of footsteps disappeared beneath me as my most loyal guard led the rogue back out of the pack house. Only then did I allow my muscles to relax and my breath to release. Nothing had gone my way in regards to the original plan, but with Kane out of the way, at least my path to overthrowing Iron Fang was clear. If these moronic rogues would figure out how their noses worked and found the girl, I could breathe easily. It seemed that was a big if.
Lyra. For over the last week, new wolves showed up at my doorstep nearly every day. Wounded, starving, and on the edge of death, there was no way I could turn them away. Micah and his 2 younger packmates, Simeon and Hayden, helped me carry the newcomers to the shelter to eat and recover. I knew the ancestors were leading them to me, and with the new arrivals, the settlement began to change. Not dramatically or loudly, but quietly improving every day. The fires were lit earlier, sometimes before I even woke, and were maintained long into the night. Those who were experienced hunters brought back deer and rabbits, which were shared without being asked. Natural watch rotations formed, simply on the basis of everyone wanting to protect this little safe haven they'd found. Everyone began to heal, and not just physically. My new companions were still wary, still carrying the trauma of losing their packs, but they were no longer lost. And there was something else I noticed. The wolves began watching me, not in a fearful or suspicious way, but when I moved, their eyes tracked me. When I paused, they waited. When I looked toward something, they followed my gaze. I don't even think it was submission, More like trust. The thought warmed my chest. This morning I got up early to work on the northern wall. Micah and the other able-bodied males had helped clear away the brush and debris yesterday, so today I could reset the stones. The sun was barely peeking over the mountains, and I was already slicked with sweat when I felt a pair of eyes watching me. I turned around and saw Micah, leaning on his walking stick. His left leg still hadn't entirely recovered, but it didn't seem to stop him. "You know you can ask us for help," he called out. A handful of others appeared out of the main building, drifting my way without being prompted. He watched them, and how they didn't question me when I gestured to a pile of stones waiting to be set. "I'm used to hard work," I replied with a smile, "and you're all my guests." He shook his head and murmured, almost to himself, "She didn't ask us to stay." Simeon elbowed Micah playfully. "We followed her anyway." Micah frowned slightly, but it didn't look like disagreement. It seemed more like realization. "That's not how this works." He glanced toward me, and I pretended I wasn't listening in. I picked up another large stone and slotted it into a hole, while the others began filling in the gaps with smaller stones to hold it in place. With something like wonder on his face, Simeon shrugged. "Maybe it is now." He crossed the grass and began helping move stones, while Micah continued to watch. Moments later, he put aside his walking stick and joined us at the wall. I smiled at everyone, reveling in the feeling of belonging. It wasn't something I'd experienced back in Iron Fang. When the wall was finished, I took a quick drink from an open water barrel and stood at the edge of the settlement. Even though we had a couple of skilled hunters, it bothered me that I still hadn't managed to bring back anything other than fish. If our band continued to grow like this, we were going to need more meat. But I felt uncomfortable admitting to my companions that I didn't know how to hunt. So I wondered, maybe the ancestors would teach me? They no longer pressed on me in overwhelming waves, their presence a suffocating chaos of voices. Yet I could still feel them waiting, protecting. I remembered how it felt to lose control, to be consumed by the how, so I tried something different. Instead of reacting out of emotion, I reached. Careful and deliberate, I closed my eyes and steadied my breathing. For a moment I hesitated, but then whispered, "I need help." Instead of a command, it was an invitation. The air immediately cooled, and only one presence answered. When I opened my eyes, a tall, shadowed wolf form appeared at the edge of my awareness. I felt him more than saw him, but I could sense he was pleased. "Follow me!" I shifted and he led me into the woods, away from the hustle and bustle of the settlement. Stay low to the ground. Feel the earth shifting beneath your paws to help you move quietly through the underbrush. At first I struggled. I stepped on every stick and my fur caught on every thorny branch. But at the ancestor's calm, patient instruction, my passage grew quieter. He nodded in approval. "See that broken branch at shoulder height? Take a deep sniff and tell me what you notice." I lifted my head and drew in a large breath. "Dear," I murmured, "and it goes—" I turned my head, searching for other branches or scents. When I saw another branch with nibble marks, excitement blossomed in my chest. "That way?" "Very good. Continue following the signs. If you lose the trail, look for footprints or broken twigs in the trees." I felt his presence following me as I obeyed his instructions. The deer's scent grew stronger and stronger until his shadowy form stepped in front of me. I stopped short and listened. The deer is just on the other side of the brush. Move silently, stay downwind, and don't hesitate. Go for the throat. Lowering myself to the ground, I mimicked the movements the ancestor had shown me. My legs lengthened along the ground, carrying me forward one silent step at a time. I passed through the brush and barely disturbed a leaf. And sure enough, within 3 steps I spotted the deer. It was grazing in a small meadow, ears twitching as it raised and lowered its head. Again I crept forward, slower now. My eyes remained locked on the deer's movements. It spooked slightly and I froze, remaining still until it relaxed and lowered its head for another bite. Now, I lunged forward, my teeth latching around the deer's neck before it even realized I was there. However, it didn't die instantly. Instead, it flung its head violently, trying to dislodge my jaws from its neck. I held on as tightly as I could while the creature slammed me into trees and tried to kick me with its hooves. Its blood splattered all around the meadow, but as it did, the deer grew weaker and weaker. Finally, I was able to close my jaws properly and the deer went limp. I stood over it for a moment, panting and covered in blood. Pride pulsed in my ears as I looked down at my very first kill. "I did it!" I exclaimed. "Thank you!" The ancestor nodded and faded away, leaving me to begin dragging the deer back toward the settlement. It was heavy, but I was determined. This would feed the group for multiple days. Through sheer force of will, I managed to get my kill to the edge of the woods before my muscles threatened to give out. And waiting for me at the boundary were 2 of my companions. They praised me as they helped carry the deer the rest of the way into the settlement, where Hayden and a large, scarred alpha named Murdoch began butchering it. The rest of the wolves gathered around, smiles on their faces as they patted my back and shook my hand, just like they did when the other hunters returned with a kill. For the first time, I hoped my life could stay this way forever. Chapter 34, A Pack Forming, Lyra. My bond with the ancestors grew stronger every day, which was good, because there were so many skills a growing, pack needed that I didn't have. It felt strange to call them my pack, but since pretty much nobody who crossed the border ever left, it was a pack in everything but name. Our hardest challenge came when a pair of teenage wolves arrived at the fence line, carrying their father on their shoulders. Micah and some of the others hurried over to relieve them of their burden just as the young boys collapsed from exhaustion. All 3 were brought into the makeshift hospital and placed in clean beds to be examined. The boys seemed to be okay, aside from some scrapes and bruises. Their father, on the other hand, was barely breathing. I hovered over him, mind spinning with what little medical knowledge I had. Instinctively, I knew it wasn't going to be enough. "Show me how to help, please," I whispered. "Immediately," the ancestors answered. A new presence hovered behind me, gentle and steady. "He's going to bleed out if you don't work quickly. Press here to stop the bleeding, and have one of the others stitch up the wound." Though my physical eyes didn't see where she was pointing, I somehow saw exactly what she was talking about. "I'm going to stop the bleeding, Sarai. I need you to stitch up the wound in his leg." I put all my weight on the spot the ancestor showed me, and when Sarai wiped away the blood, it had stopped pouring out. "Send 2 wolves into the nearby woods. They'll find wild garlic and willow bark. Mash them into a paste, and bind the wound with them." As I repeated the instructions, my packmates watched me with something like awe, ancestral knowledge. They nodded and hurried about the tasks I'd given them, still carrying a sense of reverence toward me. It made me a little uncomfortable, but there was no time to focus on that right now. My arms were growing tired from putting pressure on the injured wolf's leg. Sarai worked as quickly as she could. "Almost done. Just a couple more." Face screwed up with concentration. She watched the needle go in and out of the wound, and the stitching pull the edges together. Okay, there. I stepped back and watched the wound carefully, pleased to see it barely bled now. The two foragers returned a minute later with the plants. My instructing spirit guided my hands, and together we created a pungent paste. I spread it on a strip of fabric, and Sarai bound the wound. I don't know what we'd do without you, I told her as I washed my hands to get rid of the blood and garlic. I'm no healer, but I'm glad I picked up a few things from my grandmother. She smiled her soft smile and joined me in washing up. I just hope he's not too far gone. His wolf healing should kick in soon. I dried my hands and handed her the cloth. We've done everything we can. His fate is with the ancestors now. I'm going to get something for the boys to eat. They look half-starved. I glanced at the teens, who were still knocked out in their respective beds. Their breathing was steady, so I had no doubt they'd be fine. Thank goodness for the furniture and supplies we were able to salvage from Micah's old pack house. We'd be in dire straits without them. Sarai agreed and began her rounds, checking on the other healing wolves. I stepped out into the sunshine and headed to the northern end of the camp, where we'd rebuilt one of the crumbling buildings into food storage. I heard the shouting before I saw the parties involved. Your group has already had a meal today. The rest of the flour should go to us. You and your wolves took the last of the deer jerky yesterday, too. We're all going to starve if you keep devouring everything like a plague of locusts. Two large male wolves were in a standoff in front of the storehouse. Both had their fists balled and fangs extending as they circled each other. The air was tense, thick and unpleasant as it slid into my lungs. As I approached, they both turned their heads to look at me. I opened my mouth to reprimand the pair, only to feel another presence. This one was older and heavier. I hadn't called him, at least not consciously, but I was feeling a familiar fear creeping back in, so maybe the call was subconscious? Either way, a voice whispered, "Listen." I stilled, took a breath to calm myself, and asked, "What's happened?" The taller of the two gestured at the other and shouted, "Lyra! These low-valley gluttons are eating the entire settlement into starvation." "We are not," the other retorted. "My mate is pregnant and she needs to eat more than once a day. But the cliff-face leftovers are acting like they own all the food around here. I refuse to sit by and watch a pregnant woman starve to death because they won't let an old rivalry die." I let them both finish, took a moment to consider, then answered calmly, "No one is going to starve under my watch. Please, move out of the way so he can feed his mate. We'll take a day or two off from building and focus on restocking the food supplies. As long as you're here, there's no them and us. We're a team." The argument dissolved, but the two still watched each other suspiciously. I waited until both parties departed, then entered the storehouse myself. Expecting it to be practically empty, I was surprised to see there were still plenty of apples, strips of dried meat, and wheat. All I could guess was that these wolves were used to having exorbitant food supplies, so seeing meager stockpiles like this made them nervous. "As you listen to them, you'll gain their trust," I breathed out slowly, understanding settling into my bones. I didn't control the ancestors, nor did I command this new little pack. I worked with them both to make a better life for everyone. This is what I was blessed with, not power over, but power with. A couple of apples and a strip of deer meat should get the boys started. I grabbed both and stepped back into the sunshine, smiling softly at what I saw. I wasn't the only one growing around here. Micah was training a group of younger wolves in hunting techniques. They watched with bright eyes and eager tails. Wolves who had arrived tired and afraid moved with confidence, hauling stone and mortar to repair walls. A group of children played in the grass, laughing. Fear hadn't vanished, obviously, but it no longer ruled these people. I didn't dare name it or make any declarations. Something was taking shape, though. A pack, not built on hierarchy or fear, but something steadier. I hated to call it trust, though that was likely the foundation. That night we sat around the crackling fire. My new friends gathered closer than before, a feeling of belonging drawing us all together. Micah's niece, one of the children I helped rescue, sat beside me quietly gnawing on an apple. She watched me carefully, studying me the way children do. Her clear eyes and intensity were slightly unsettling. After a long silence, she lowered her apple and asked, "Are you our Alpha, Miss Lyra?" The question landed softly, but heavily. The entire group stilled, looking at me and waiting for an answer. I glanced around the circle, taking them in fully. Wolves who chose to follow me, who trusted me, who were still here because we'd created a sanctuary in a territory riddled with violence. My chest tightened, not with fear, but with a sense of responsibility. Then I shook my head, soft but certain. No, it wasn't a rejection, it was just the truth. I brushed the little girl's hair away from her face and rubbed a bit of mud off her cheek. "I'm not your Alpha, I'm your shield." The group relaxed. I didn't see any disappointment or confusion on their faces, just acceptance. It seemed they already knew that, and were relieved to hear that I didn't intend to rule over them. The fire flickered, casting long shadows. Behind me, I could feel the ancestors gathering. Their presences were clearer than before, stronger. They were watching over us, our true leaders. "Tomorrow we need to focus on gathering more food. I want every able-bodied wolf we can spare to join me on a hunt. We should also have the children and their caretakers search the woods for forage that we can store as well. I want everyone to be comfortable here, and that includes having plenty to eat." Everyone nodded in agreement, but I couldn't help feeling a little nervous about leaving the settlement again. I'd grown used to having the ancestors guarding this place. Their presence reminded me of the warnings. I was safe here, but outside these walls were enemies intent on finding me. A good leader didn't sit at home while her charges did all the work, though, so I cast aside my fear and took a deep breath. Surely, as long as I listened to the ancestors, they'd keep me safe. Chapter 35. Ambush. Lyra. My stomach was still unsettled as I led the majority of my pack, though the mist that clung to the ground. The sun hadn't quite reached the tops of the mountain yet, much less made it through the canopy of trees around our settlement. Even at this early hour, though, the forest was quiet. Too quiet. I say led, but really we were a compact group. We moved as a unit. Clumsy, yes, but our coordination grew as we went. Micah and one of the teens tracked ahead, while two younger males flanked the group instinctively. 3 females and their children carried woven packs and broke off by the creek to forage. My eyes followed all of it. I didn't try to control it, but I was aware of each movement. The ancestors' presence hummed faintly at the edge of my senses as well. That added to my anxiety. Were they warning me of something? Part of me wanted to turn back, but we needed the supplies. This little fledgling pack trusted me to take care of me, and I couldn't let them down. We traveled about a mile into the trees, ears and noses alert. The scent of a herd of deer grew stronger with every step. Then suddenly, something shifted. I slowed, lowering my head and listening intently. The forest felt off. Birdsong cut off sharply and the wind died around us. My hunters felt it too. They shifted uncomfortably on their paws. Even the ancestors stilled. Everything happened too fast. Before we could locate the change, rogues burst from the tree line. Their scent was familiar, and I wasn't the only one who thought so. Fear instantly spread through my little group. These were the rogues who were wiping out small packs all through the area. There were more of them than before. They charged in an organized wave, more prepared than when I fought them off to rescue Micah and his group. We were hit like an island in a hurricane. Our formation broke instantly as the rogues literally slammed their heads into us. 2 of my wolves dropped, the breath knocked out of their lungs. Micah hurried to my side and we stood shoulder to hip, circling as the enemy attacked from all sides. We pushed through to the fallen wolves and I was relieved to see their chests rising. Our teeth and claws flashed in the rising sunlight as we struck out at the rogues, keeping them away from our friends until they shook their heads and returned to their feet. We formed a square, then hind ends pressed tightly together as we instinctively moved together. But the rogues fought to kill. No hesitation, no fear. Their teeth grabbed anything within reach, ripping open flanks and tearing away chunks of fur. Claws raked our chests and faces, causing blood to run into our eyes. My pack was tiring, so I fought harder. Fast, precise movements aimed to catch the rogues off guard. We were losing, but I didn't howl, not yet. My reasons were layered, if somewhat selfish. I didn't want to rely on the dead. They'd taught me so much, I felt like I needed to try to stand on my own feet before asking to be saved. I also didn't want to reveal myself yet. My pack trusted me without my power, and I didn't want to change that dynamic. And if these were the enemies I'd been warned about, I didn't want them to know who I was. Yet I could feel the ancestors stirring, waiting without acting. Knowing they were there gave me the courage to keep fighting. As hard as we fought, though, the rogues began gaining ground. They were stronger and more experienced than we were, and far more ruthless. One of the teen boys stumbled and fell, and before he could get up, a rogue pinned him to the ground. Micah roared and flung himself at the enemy, knocking him over just as his teeth grazed the boy's throat. Another rogue lunged at Micah's back, digging his claws deep into his flanks. Micah let out a sound halfway between a howl and a scream and flailed, trying to shake the rogue free. At the same time, the other teen was thrown to the ground. The rogue slashed at his stomach with his claws. No hesitation. This was the moment. If I didn't do something, we were all going to die. I froze as time seemed to stretch around me. I heard everything. Micah's screams, the boys whimpering, and Omega struggling, the breath of a wolf about to die. The ancestors pressed close, waiting, not demanding, but urging me to stop being afraid. I inhaled sharply. Muzzle raised to the sky, I howled. This wasn't the howl from before, fueled by rage and grief, not power unleashed by desperation. This was purpose, controlled, focused, protective power, and the world changed instantly. Instead of creeping frost, cold slammed into the clearing. Sound dulled as the mist around our feet thickened unnaturally. Then they appeared. This time the spirits didn't flicker. They weren't partial apparitions. Dozens of solid, ancient wolves stepped into the space between life and death. Judging by the reaction of everyone around me, I was the only person who could see them clearly. But everyone felt them. The rogues and my pack alike faltered, panic flickering in their eyes. What is? Something's wrong. Then it began. The ancestors didn't rage or chase. They intercepted. A rogue's strike stopped mid-motion, his leg wrenching back at an unnatural angle with a sharp crack. Another was thrown backwards by an unseen force and landed hard on his shoulder. His wild eyes searched the area for his attacker, only to see nothing. Rogues fell as the strength left their legs. Meanwhile, the wolves I protected remained untouched. The fight ended in moments. Deafening stillness pressed in on our ears as the rogues retreated, terrified. They scattered like a flock of sheep in the face of danger, with no shepherd to protect them. My wolves lowered themselves slowly to the ground, turning to face me with their bellies pressed to the grass. The cold lingered as the ancestors slowly faded from my view. As they withdrew, sound and warmth gradually returned to the clearing until the veil between the physical and spiritual worlds completely fell into place. I remained in the center of the clearing, breathing hard, but upright. For the first time, I'd used my power without it ravaging my body. I could feel the eyes of my wolves on me. However, I couldn't bring myself to look at them. This was the end of my new pack, right? Now that they knew who I was, they'd realize I was dangerous. I steeled myself for their angry voices, only to be met with silence. When I finally worked up the courage to look, I found my wolves staring at me, yes. But instead of fear, I saw reverence. They crawled toward me, bodies low and tails slightly wagging. My chest swelled as they licked my paws in gratitude and wonder.
Kane. She had to be close. The bond beat in my chest like a startled bird, but I still couldn't locate her scent. I crashed through the undergrowth, playing hot and cold with the bond. Then I heard it, her howl. Drawn by it, I sprinted through the forest and burst into the clearing, stopping dead at the edge of the trees. I arrived too late. Of course I did. The grass was covered in blood, trampled and torn. Wolves lay on their bellies in a half circle amidst the lingering echo of something ancient. And in the middle of it all was Lyra, standing tall. She looked strong and brave, not anything like what I once believed. My breath caught as I watched the wolves at her feet, submissive and grateful. My chest tightened, and without thinking, I dropped to my knees, not to rank or power, but to what I finally understood. Seeing the aftermath of defending herself, I saw what she was: powerful, independent. Those wolves spotted me, and slowly, Lyra turned and saw me. As our eyes met, everything hit me at once. The bond, the history, the rejection, the distance. It all was a wave that crashed over us and sucked the air out of the clearing. I said nothing. My fists clenched, and I lowered myself toward the ground, pressing my knees into the dirt. She stepped toward me, only a few steps. Her eyes rolled up and down my prone form, the ghost of her power still lingering behind her irises. When she spoke, her voice was steady and cold. You don't get to kneel now. No forgiveness, no acceptance, just a statement of truth. I wasn't there when it mattered, and I didn't get to show reverence after the fact. I remained on my knees, not moving. My lips kept any argument sealed inside. Lyra blinked once and turned away from me, back to her wolves, back to the ones she chose, and who chose her. They rose and circled around, tails wagging and noses nuzzling her. And I had no place among them.
Chapter 36. The Price We Pay. Lyra. Silence fell over the battlefield as the mist slowly thinned and the cold receded. No one moved at first. My wolves breathed hard, eyes wide and claws still splayed. I could tell they didn't understand what had happened, only that they'd survived something they probably shouldn't have. One of the teen brothers finally shook his head and whispered, "What the hell was that?" His brother shrugged. I didn't see anything, but I felt They couldn't finish the sentence because there were no words for the feeling of the ancestors stepping through the veil. I'd seen it multiple times at this point, and still had none to offer. I stood in the center of the clearing with my back to Kane, doing my best to ground myself, but the aftermath was striking me, now. My hands trembled slightly, and my chest ached from the effort of maintaining control. The bond was a low hum beneath my skin. Thankfully, it wasn't frantic or overwhelming anymore. In fact, for the first time, it didn't feel like something pulling me apart. It felt quieter, not healed, but no longer tearing a hole in my chest. I wanted to ignore it and pretend it never existed at all. Yet I felt a steady, aching draw from behind me. I turned my head just enough to see that Kane hadn't moved. He still remained on his knees where he'd dropped, head slightly bowed. I could feel his strained breathing through our tether. Thankfully, he made no move to approach me. He didn't speak or make any claim. Micah followed my gaze and immediately prickled. The rest of my wolves reacted as well. The boys bared their teeth, while the able-bodied circled our wounded. Low, uncertain growls rippled through the group. I raised my hand slightly, just enough that the wolves fell quiet. They trusted me, even in this. He's no threat, I assured them. Assess our injuries while I deal with the problem. I turned and walked closer to Kane again, this time taking a few moments to examine him properly. Up close, the damage was clear. He looked thinner, and exhaustion clung to him like rags. His scent was wrong, too. It was weakened, barely a fraction of what he used to carry. I didn't need to ask what happened. The Kane kneeling in front of me was not an alpha, not anymore. He was just a man. Our eyes finally met, and everything sat there between us. The bond, the past, the choice he didn't make. But he didn't move. He didn't reach out or speak my name. He didn't try to explain, and neither did I. I studied him, expecting arrogance and justification, but I found none, and somehow that unsettled me more. My hands grew slick with sweat, and my heart pounded in my ears. I turned away first, breaking the moment. When I spoke, I managed to keep my voice calm and even. "We're moving," I called, but not to him, to the group. I took a few steps toward them, then stopped. The bond pulsed once, sharp and insistent. I slowly exhaled, my eyes closing for a moment. "You can come," I said, without turning. The words came out flat and careful. A sudden burst of hope shot through the bond. I turned slightly, just enough that my cold gaze found his again. Not as my protector, and not as my mate, as another body in the line. He winced, the words hitting him like a smack in the face. I found a sick satisfaction in that, seeing him realize he hadn't been pushed away. He'd been stripped of rank and unclaimed. He rose slowly, every movement deliberate. I think he was trying not to startle any of my wolves, and being careful not to presume anything. He nodded once, and spoke in a low voice. "Understood. No argument. No hesitation." He followed me across the clearing, and the group began moving. They weren't relaxed, but they were functioning. Kane fell into step not beside me, and not even behind me, but in the center of the group, helping carry one of the wounded wolves. Exactly where I'd placed him. We moved slowly back toward the settlement, careful not to jostle any of the injured wolves too badly. Thankfully, the wounds all seemed superficial, so while this was a major setback in the food department, at least it wasn't a full tragedy. No one spoke as our paws shifted through the fallen leaves, reminding me that winter was coming, and we were nowhere near ready. When we returned, the wolves who had stayed back immediately swarmed us. They took the injured wolves to the hospital building, while I went straight for the water barrel. I could feel Kane's eyes on me, but he kept space between us. He sat near the fire and examined the settlement, and when the bond pulled, he didn't close the gap. I grit my teeth and filled 2 mugs with water. Without looking at him, I offered the glass and spoke. If you choose to stay here, you do it without claim. He answered immediately. No pause or resistance. I swear it. He took the mug and drained it, then placed it on the ground next to him. I could tell there were a million things he wanted to say, but instead he just stared into the coals. I emptied my cup as well, then hurried toward the hospital building to check on my wolves. Kane watched me go, unclaimed and unforgiven, but still there.
Kane. I stared at everything Lyra had managed to accomplish since she left, and new waves of guilt washed over me. Not only was she doing fine, she was thriving. From their movements, I could tell that every wolf in this pack trusted her completely. She moved like a Luna, confident and strong. Since she left, she'd become everything I used to think I was. And now, I was the one with nothing.
No one spoke to me as I sat there by the cooling coals of the fire. They were too busy scurrying around, taking care of their assigned tasks. I put a few pieces of wood in the fire to keep it going, and watched the building Lyra had entered. Whatever she needed done, I was going to do it.
She emerged fairly quickly, her face drawn and eyes betraying the anxiety she tried to hide. We need to go back out. I know it's dangerous, but we can't afford to give up. We need at least 2 or 3 deer if we're going to even come close to being ready for winter. Her wolves nodded and gathered around without a single complaint. Some were bandaged, yet intended to go anyway.
I fell into the ranks as they headed back out. However, their haste made me a fraction too slow. My body betrayed me almost immediately. For a moment I considered staying and getting at least 1 or 2 meals in me before going out. My muscles were tighter than they should be, and my breath was fast and shallow. All that time I spent alone being tested by the ancestors took more than my pride. It had sapped my strength as well. But I set my jaw and kept going. Lyra moved easily through the forest ahead of me, like she belonged there. Like the forest itself moved out of the way to let her pass. I watched her without meaning to, impressed by the skills she'd learned. She didn't force a path. She adjusted to the natural flow of the trees. She conserved her energy rather than rushing forward, and she didn't look back once to check on me. That one stung.
We all caught the scent of a deer at the same time. The group shifted into hunting formation, and I was impressed at their instinctive coordination. They padded through the leaves without making a sound, communicating silently with signals I didn't understand yet. I tried to join the pattern, but I was off. I managed to find every stick they avoided, and cursed myself for losing focus so easily. What was this? My first damn hunt?
Lyra's tail twitched once, and the party came to an abrupt halt. I could hear the soft sound of the deer's lips rustling through the leaves off to the left. As the group lowered themselves to attack, I managed to move too loud, and the deer spooked. It ran through the trees just feet away from me, and I leapt instinctively toward it.
However, I didn't come anywhere close. The deer disappeared, and silence fell over the group. They looked at me, not necessarily angry or accusatory, but definitely acknowledging that I had ruined the hunt. I exhaled slowly, head down. I had it. It sounded weak even to me.
Lyra didn't turn toward me, even though I expected a correction. She simply said, "Then you should have taken it." Flat and final, and kept moving.
The lack of anger or cruelty hit harder than any reprimand. I'd ruined the hunt and pushed the pack closer to danger. I shook my head in an attempt to clear it and followed the group.
We began tracking the deer again, but I fell further and further behind. When had I last eaten?
My vision flickered slightly at the edges. 2 days ago, probably. My steps lost precision and I stumbled. Just once, but it was enough.
One of the males took pity on me. He noticed my struggle and moved back, not to challenge me, but to assist. He reached my side and spoke in a low voice. "You're carrying your weight wrong."
His tone wasn't disrespectful, but for a second my old instinct flared. I bit back the instinctive snap, the urge to assert myself. But it died quickly, because I knew I wasn't in a position to.
Instead, I nodded once. "Show me."
Chapter 37, Fragile Trust, Lyra. Perhaps I was being too hard on Kane. He took my silent treatment with more grace and dignity than I expected. I subtly watched as Micah helped him with his form, showing him how to move more softly through the trees. It was odd, watching him not leading or commanding, but being taught and accepting it. Though my wolves instinctively didn't trust him, no one mocked him, no one challenged him, but no one deferred to him either. He was just another wolf now, one they could sense had a past with me, their leader. Though I saw his slight improvements, I still didn't acknowledge the shift. I needed him to understand that if he fell behind, I would not stop. Not anymore. He couldn't waltz in here and expect me to forgive everything he put me through. But I was willing to let him prove himself. The intact bond in my chest said that much. As the hunt stretched on, I started to notice little things. Wrong things. A broken branch at shoulder height seemed too recent. The occasional wolf track crossed our path, partially covered, but not well enough. A scent trail looped unnaturally, as if we were being circled. None of it felt random, just sloppy. I slowed slightly, observing more carefully. The realization formed slowly. We were being tracked, and not blindly either. Our hunters were anticipating our movement. The sloppy paw prints and broken branches appeared in our usual routes, like they were testing our boundaries. My blood chilled as I realized they knew how I moved and how the group reacted. They almost seemed to know where we were likely to go next, knowledge that shouldn't exist. Whoever these hunters were, they had to have been watching us for a while. Kane's body tightened, as if he came to the same conclusion. He moved forward slightly, closer to me, but not beside me. Technically, he wasn't breaking my rule. When he spoke, his voice was low and controlled. "We're being guided." I glanced at him, a single look confirming that I was aware. I noticed. We kept walking, no panic or escalation giving away to anyone that might be watching that we were on to them. But my wolves sensed the change in me and instinctively began searching the trees, ears and noses at full attention. "This isn't random," he spoke even softer, low enough I barely caught the words. "They know too much. Do you recognize that scent? It's the same as the rogues who broke into the Iron Fang pack house." My eyes narrowed as I sniffed a broken branch and froze. He was right! Anger instantly flared in my belly. This had to be a setup. All the pieces began organizing themselves in my mind. The small packs being decimated. Rogues knowing about my power and searching for me. Some part of me thought maybe Kane had sent them to find me, but now he was here. So there really was only one option. Kane seemed to reach the same conclusion, because we made eye contact and muttered the same word at the same time. Saris. "They know too much," I whispered. "They know about my power. If you didn't tell them, there's only one person devious enough to send a pack of rogues after me, and maybe evil enough to let them into the pack house." Kane bared his teeth, his body betraying his denial. That made sense. The two had practically been mates for as long as I could remember. but the evidence was just too strong. I suppose Mayra could have been conniving enough to plan it, but she was old. Saris was the only person who made sense. Kane's claws dug deeply into the earth as he walked, his frustration escaping through his paws. He looked at me and growled. Saris probably isn't just hunting you. He paused, the air between us heavy and certain. She's likely hunting me too. She had the whole council in her pocket, but I wouldn't go along with her plans. None of that surprised me at this point. We continued the hunt, not saying another word to each other. There was a lot to think about, and too much danger to be distracted by conversation. By nightfall, we hadn't seen our enemies, but we had managed to bring down 2 deer. The group carried the gutted carcasses on their backs, pausing at the edge of our territory for me to cross first. As soon as I stepped over the fence line, the feeling of being watched disappeared. My muscles relaxed, and I was able to smile at the excited pups who ran up to run their hands through our fur and cheer for our successful hunt. Take those to the supply building and get them prepped for storage. We'll rest on hunting tomorrow and go again in a few days. Good job, everyone. I slipped into my private room and shifted back, stretching my arms and legs to release the tension of being in my wolf form for so long. Despite all the concerns weighing on me, I fell asleep in moments, trusting that my new pack would keep me and each other safe. 3 days had passed since Kane showed up at my doorstep, and 2 months since I'd been led here by the ancestors. Dawn broke over a settlement which was no longer in ruins. Rather than merely a shelter, it felt like something living and lived in. Smoke curled steadily from cooking fires, drifting over structures now standing firm instead of falling over. I stood at the edge of it all, looking out over the paths worn into the ground from the repeated passage of feet. A smile played at the corners of my lips as a quiet acceptance settled in. This was no longer temporary. This was mine. Not a hiding place, but a home. And these people, they were also mine. My friends, my pack, my family. I liked the sound of that. Moving through the settlement, I greeted everyone I met. Despite the lack of announcements or formal structure, another day was falling into place. You're awake early, Camden. Why don't you take the first watch? Bring Ellis with you. The young man nodded and hurried toward the barracks, his bare feet sending up puffs of dust as he ran. Near the fire, Micah and the 2 young males he arrived with were sharing a pot of stew. I sat down across from them and accepted a bowl from the younger of the pair, Isaiah. We should work on reinforcing the north wall today. If we do, we won't have to rebuild it again in the spring. The older boy, James, grinned. We can do that. Isaiah and I just hauled a bunch of stones from the base of the mountain yesterday, so we have plenty of supplies for it. He looked to Micah, who nodded and finished the last bite in his bowl. We'll start working on it. The last of the deer is hanging in the shed now, so we needed a new task anyway. I also made sure that the knuckleheads fighting over jerky the other day helped process them so they could all see that we have plenty of food. I nodded, pride filling my chest. Good. We'll keep an eye on the distribution for a while to make sure no one hoards or goes without. Hopefully there will stop being an us and a them soon enough. All 3 nodded, then carried their bowls to be washed. It still amazed me how nobody questioned me, and not because they were afraid. They paused when I spoke, adjusted when I made suggestions, and followed without being told to follow. Nobody had named me as their leader, but they all acted like I was. Better, though, was that the group had begun to steady. Tension eased, and fewer arguments broke out with every passing day. We weren't a traditional pack with an established hierarchy, but it worked for us. I finished my breakfast, and as I stood, I spotted Kane. He was standing at the highest point of the settlement, his dark eyes watching over everyone. My lips pursed, and I struggled to understand my feelings when I looked at him. Without being asked, he'd taken the worst of everything. The coldest watch hours, the heaviest lifting, the most physically demanding repairs. He took them all. Even though everyone could see his body struggled with some of it, he fought through. And the bond still ached in quiet waves, especially when he took the late watch. When exhaustion hit the hardest, he stood at the edge of the settlement alone, alert and silent. I felt his pain and fatigue, yet he didn't seem to expect any acknowledgement or praise. Little by little, I felt my anger toward him slipping. When Camden and Ellis arrived to relieve him, instead of going to bed, he came to the center of the camp. He arrived just as Micah and the boys returned, ready to work. "Should we reinforce the east wall too?" Micah asked, as he pulled on a pair of leather gloves. "It's in pretty bad shape too." He looked at Kane, the suspicion lower than it had been 3 days ago. "We could use more hands, if you're free." Kane looked to me, and rather than answer, I watched to see what he would do. Carefully, he answered, "It's exposed to the wind, so it'll fail before spring." He paused, looked to me again, then continued, "But it's your call." He stepped back, physically deferring to me. "Hey!" I noticed. Of course I did. Nothing he had done since he arrived escaped me. A flicker of something moved through my chest. Respect, maybe? I was tempted to crush it, but instead gave it some space. After all, I hadn't sent him away. That in itself was something, right? Before I could say anything more, the scent of blood suddenly hit our noses. We all alerted, our eyes shooting to the fence line. A wolf stumbled into the settlement, breath ragged and the stinging smell of fear heavy on him. Kane moved first, instinct kicking in, but he stopped himself short and looked to me instead. I approached the wolf as calmly as I could, recognizing him as Mitchell. He collapsed at my feet, his wolf fading away as his strength to maintain it failed. "They're coming!" he gasped through shaky breaths. "They know where we are."
Chapter 38. As darkness descends. Kane. Lyra turned her head to look at me, eyes blazing. I raised both hands and shook my head. I have nothing to do with it, I swear. But deep down, I couldn't help wondering if I'd been followed. Had those meandering trails been the rogues watching me wander until I finally located my mate? A wave of guilt washed over me, strengthening my resolve to protect this little pack she'd found, even if she never accepted me, and I was forced to leave when the threat was over. Micah brought the messenger a mug of water, and the healer arrived with bandages and herbal poultices. They both began working on stabilizing him, while Lyra watched with dark eyes. When he'd been patched up and caught his breath, he continued his report. "I managed to get into the pack house through the tunnel you told me about. Ceres had a rogue general in the Alpha office, talking about you, Lyra. She's behind all the attacks in the region. They were supposed to capture you, but she's furious that they've failed repeatedly. For some reason, they couldn't track you, but they could track him." He glanced at me, and my stomach twisted into knots. There it was. I really had been her Achilles heel. The air around us chilled, but she didn't lash out at me. Instead, she nodded with clenched teeth. "How long do we have?"
2 days, maybe 3. She said she would be leading them here as fast as she could gather the rogue army. Iron Fang was already armed to march when I left.
The icy cold of betrayal raced through my veins. I understood. Somewhat. Ceres wanting to get revenge. But turning the whole pack against us? They were more cowardly than I imagined when I left them. Lyra thought for a moment, then nodded.
Very well. We'll prepare then. Micah, I want you to quietly inform every battle-capable wolf that the rogues are approaching. I don't want any panic. He nodded and broke away, disappearing into the depths of the settlement as the healer and her assistants carried the messenger to the hospital building. Lyra began moving through her people, while I took up a sentry post on the western end of the territory. From high in a tree, I watched as fires began burning low. Hours passed and voices grew softer. There was no panic or shouting, just tension, held carefully in place, as supplies were brought inside and walls went up.
I didn't leave my tree for a long time. Guilt and shame kept me frozen, eyes scanning the trees for any sign of the enemies who followed me here. Lyra had created a safe haven for all these wolves, and once again I was the one who put her in danger. It was a weight I could hardly bear.
Down below, Lyra moved with purpose. She offered bandages to men whose hands blistered and burst from hauling stone for walls. She helped carry barrels full of water into the large building in the center of the settlement, along with all the food and weapons the pack had. And when a child began crying in fear, she gently knelt and wiped the tears from their face. Without any orders or raised voice, everything moved because she did. And I realized this is what leadership looked like. Not fear or force that left no room for love, like I'd led. Instead, compassion and steady reassurance held the group together naturally. Beneath her gentle hand, the settlement shifted into readiness.
I'm wasting time,
I muttered to myself, and finally lowered myself to the ground. I wasn't watching for enemies, not really. I was avoiding reprimand. If I was going to atone properly, it would be with my hands and not my eyes.
I approached Lyra as she spoke to a small group of wolves. We don't meet them head-on. We know the area far better than they do. We should move the children to the caves and set guards. Then we can make a stand in the meadow instead of inside the walls. At first, fallback paths will matter more than forward ground. And most importantly, no one fights alone.
Her tone landed like suggestions, but everyone treated it like truth. There was a glaring problem, though, and before I could stop myself, my mouth opened. They'll try to flank through the eastern ridge. As respectful and measured as I tried to be, the group stilled slightly. Even Lyra froze, old instinct reacting to old authority. But she quickly softened and looked at me. Her expression wasn't dismissive, thankfully. She was assessing what I said, so didn't push. I just added, "The terrain narrows there. If they're at all familiar with the area, they'll know that luring your defenses there and trapping them will be the fastest way to collapse us."
I took a step back, physically yielding to her.
She paused, then nodded once. "You're right. We'll reinforce the ridge so we can see exactly how many wolves approach from that direction. 2 scouts, quiet. They'll rotate every hour to keep fresh eyes." A small bud of pride blossomed in my chest. She didn't praise or reject my insight, but she accepted it. And somehow that mattered more than approval. Later that evening, Lyra approached me with a neutral expression on her face. "I want to run some plans past you. You know Ceres better than anyone else." I paused for a moment, surprised, but nodded and followed her. She brought me into the little building that served as her chambers. A rough map was drawn in the dirt, illuminated by the flickering light of an oil lantern. Stones served as markers and sticks, created paths through the trails dug into the dirt. She knelt on one side, and I dropped to my knees across from her. Not above or beside, but across, like equals. The bond hummed low between us. Unlike before, it wasn't painful or desperate, just there. A quiet reminder of everything we'd been through. They'll expect panic, she murmured, staring at the ground rather than making eye contact with me.
Possibly, but 𝒨𝒏 will want control, not chaos. I would guess her control over the pack and the rogues is tenuous at best. She'll be wanting a swift, quick victory before they decide the battle isn't worth the loss.
Lyra's lips pursed. Then we deny her both. Kneeling there in the firelight, I studied her. The weight of leadership pulled heavily on her shoulders, and the circles under her eyes were intensified by shadow. Yet she kept her back straight and her fists clenched. In that moment, I saw a woman with the world on her back who refused to give in. You already are. The words slipped out before I could stop them. Lyra stilled slightly, not softened but not closed off either. A flicker of something passed through her expression, though it disappeared just as quickly. I could have sworn I saw her cheeks redden slightly before she redirected to the map. She ran her finger along the boundary lines and eventually shook her head. I don't want to fight, Kane. We're not here to hold territory. We're preparing to protect these people, even if that means escaping and finding another home farther away.
Her words struck me. That difference changed everything. I was used to fighting to hold on to land, despite the cost. But this? I frowned and shook my head.
Then I think you know what you have to do, Lyra. If you're hoping I have some secret weapon against 𝒨𝒏, I don't. But you do. I refuse to use the ancestors as a weapon. I refuse to be the monster that my people were made to become. Her hands began to tremble. Somewhere deep inside, I longed to pull her into my arms and try to give her my strength, but she had made it very clear that there was nothing between us. Instead, I just watched with the bond tight in my chest as she fought to maintain control.
A long moment of silence passed before I spoke. Cautiously, I risked reaching out to lift her chin. Calling on the ancestors to defend your people does not make you a monster. Look around at all the wolves who have come together under your guidance. You're living up to the true name, Packbinder.
She turned her head, still unwilling to look at me. We just want peace. Everyone here already lost everything and everyone once. I don't want it to happen again.
The bond's hum reached a fever pitch. Since she hadn't slapped my hand away the first time, I lowered it and covered hers. She didn't pull away. Her fingers were ice cold against my palm. Then use your voice to protect them, and let the ancestors do the fighting. Be the gift that the moon goddess blessed them with.
Chapter 39. A Sure Victory. 𝒨𝒏. Every member of Iron Fang stood before me, shifting from foot to foot as the tension in the air choked them. I sat in the Alpha seat, where Kane once sat, and no one stopped me. The council no longer joined me at the table. Instead, they mingled with the crowd, their position removed in my ascent. Unlike my predecessors, who thought a group of pack members would bring balance to the pack leadership, I didn't need a bunch of gray-haired buffoons to tell me what to do. The pack certainly looked different than before. Warriors grouped in tight, suspicious clusters, watching me with narrowed eyes. Even Dante watched me warily, despite being offered a place at my side. For some idiotic reason, he still held loyalty toward Kane. Younger wolves whispered to each other, heads lowered and hands covering their mouths. Nothing had collapsed, but the pack was cracking. They needed a strong leader to pull the pieces back into place, and now they had one. I rose to my feet, chin lifted and breathing calm. When I spoke, I didn't shout. I didn't need to. Instead, I let the silence stretch until even the most hardened warrior watched me while shifting uncomfortably. Only then did I begin. You all feel it. Something unnatural has taken root beyond our borders, and it wears the face of our own. A ripple moved through the crowd. whispers intensifying before fading away. I could see in their eyes that they did, even if none of them wanted to admit it. Cowards, the lot of them. I stepped forward, pressing my palms into the tabletop. With a slightly sharper tone, I continued. The girl is no longer a displaced Omega. She has become a rogue weapon. Murmurs rose into a rushing stream, fear no doubt filling its banks. I tried to warn you all that she was dangerous, that we needed to neutralize her before she could cause any damage. But now it's too late. I scowled, anger filling me from top to bottom. She calls the dead. She bends them to her will. And now she's gathering the weak to her side. My fist slammed into the scarred wooden surface. Everyone jumped. Even the torches seemed to flicker out of fright. With all eyes on me and every knee quaking, I got to the point. She is building a force to come back here. I paused, letting their imaginations fill in the blank before I did. Silence fell over the room, cold and heavy. I let them linger in it. My gaze swept the pack, then I bared my teeth. She's coming to destroy what generations have built, to replace our strength with chaos. She is coming to tear Ironfang apart. The rafters echoed with the fury of my words. Pack members ran their fingers through their hair and wrung their hands anxiously. So I softened my tone, just a touch. We can't allow that. We will not wait to be hunted. I pushed back from the table and climbed up onto the alpha chair so I stood above everyone. And we won't ignore the one who made it possible. The shift was immediate. The pack stilled, anger joining their fear. Kane didn't just lose control of the pack. He chose a dangerous Omega over you, his pack. He abandoned his pack and strengthens hers instead. He will return at her side. My voice dropped, deadly quiet as it hissed out over the group. He'll return as your enemy. Their reaction was exactly what I wanted. Anger and betrayal colored by fear spread through the entire gathering, growing in force as it echoed back and forth from wall to wall. The pack didn't question me, because fear was easier than doubt. I lifted my chin slightly, enjoying the waves of power that washed toward me. So we strike first. No vote, no discussion, just declaration, like a proper pack leader. I'd show this group of weak, cowardly wolves what it was like to live under a true mastermind. They'd learn what power looked like. Gather your armor and weapons of war. We march north in 1 hour to meet our allies. Shining shift armor glittered in the final rays of the setting sun. It had been sitting in the Undercroft for generations, unused since Ironfang had grown formidable enough to stave off any major wars. Now it turned pack wolves into terrifying warriors, not because of their skill, but due to the intimidation factor. I led them north through the woods, righteous indignation filling my chest. It had taken 2 hours to get this group of lazy cowards kitted up and on the road, which meant we were already behind to meet Raven and his men. I marched at double time at the front of the group, while my loyal guards brought up the rear, whipping anyone who fell behind. We reached the meeting place, just as the sun finished dipping behind the horizon. The clearing was lit by a single bonfire in the center, which revealed a large group of rogue wolves lounging. Though they had no structured ranks, their appearance was rough and dangerous. Dante took one look at them and confronted me, his voice low so no one would hear. Rogues, Ceres! The rogues who destroyed the East Wing? I recognize that stench anywhere. Wait, how long have you been? He narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. You let them in, didn't you? Surprised it took anyone this long to figure it out. I replied with a shrug. But you should think twice about sharing your epiphany with anyone else. You might wake up with a dagger between your shoulder blades. He looked at me in shock. You wouldn't. We've been allies since we were pups. And Kane was supposed to be my mate. But you don't see him here, do you? Anyone who doesn't choose me will face similar consequences. I tightened my jaw and gestured to the rest of the group. Now help the guards get our camp built. We leave at first light. As I knew he would, Dante backed off and did as instructed. He began barking orders like the good little follower he was. Meanwhile, I sought out Raven. The rogue leader wasn't too hard to find. His tent stood on the far side of the bonfire with guards all around. As I passed through the army, a clear line had been drawn between the rogues and the pack wolves. Our armor glittered in the firelight, while they wore scavenged bits of leather with no shifting enchantments. My warriors set up tents in straight rows, moving with disciplined exactness. The rogues didn't bother with tents at all. Control and chaos stood on either side of the line, glaring with distrust at the other. Pack dogs, one of the rogues spat under his breath. Carrion feeders, replied one of the Iron Fang wolves. Hands inched toward weapons on both sides, but I stood between their bared teeth. Unflinching and unafraid, I glared at each group until they backed down. I didn't bother to try unifying them. I couldn't care less if they hated each other. Control here came through purpose. You don't need to like each other. You just need to kill the same enemy. They both snarled, but turned angrily and stomped away into their groups. I nodded once and continued to Raven's tent, passing the guards without a second glance. The rogue captain was sitting at a small desk and didn't bother looking up as I entered. We tracked the mutineer directly to the Howler. He pushed a crude map toward me, a path marked to a valley in the far northeastern corner of the territory. There's some kind of force keeping my men out of the actual settlement, but we know where they are. I studied the map, eyes sharp as I calculated. So they've settled in a little cage, have they? That just makes our job easier. Ironclaw will take the front charge. Your rogues will flank and collapse the escape routes here and here. I pointed to 2 entrances to the valley. We'll overwhelm them before they know what struck. No prolonged engagement and no chance for retreat. We can't give the girl a chance to use her howl. Raven nodded, as if he'd come to the same conclusion on his own. We have to rely on stealth. That, or we need to get a spy in ahead of us to neutralize the Howler, slip her a bit of poison to knock her unconscious, and her motley crew of rejects will fold in moments. I know exactly the wolf to send. Kane trusts him explicitly. He'll never suspect a thing. A wicked grin spread across my face, and my hand rested lightly on the hilt of my blade. We'll come in like wraiths, and each of us will get what we want. Just remember, you're to take that bitch Howler far away from Ironfang lands. Of course. Now, if you'll go arrange the poisoner, I have some final preparations to make before the march. I nodded and exited the tent with a copy of the map, feeling 1,000 feet tall. There was no way I'd lose. Kane was weakened, Lyra was unstable, and the rogues were expendable. Ironfang would follow strength, and I was the strongest player in the game. Dante was just sitting down with a bowl of stew when I approached. I made eye contact and gestured for him to follow, and he immediately jumped to his feet. We walked 50 feet into the trees before I stopped and turned to face him. I have a task for you, Dante. You can prove your loyalty to me and earn your place as the new Alpha of Ironfang. I'm listening. I knew he would. Someone needs to run ahead and incapacitate Lyra before she can use that damn howl of hers. Obviously, the rogues can't be entrusted with such a vital task, and there are very few people that Kane would trust. Therefore, you're the obvious choice. I want you to either sneak into the camp without being seen, or talk your way in. Then you will poison her cup with this, so she'll be unconscious when the army arrives. I held up a small vial Raven had given me, a few drops of clear liquid in the bottom. Really? You picked me for your plan, the one you threatened to stab in their sleep less than an hour ago? You said it yourself, Dante. We've been allies since we were pups. Why would I choose anyone else? Finish your meal and take this map. The difference between an easy victory with few to no casualties and a possible bloodbath comes down to you. His lips pursed, but he extended his hand for the map and the vial. Very well. The two of us are a much stronger pair to lead Ironfang than Kane ever was. My smile widened, and together we returned to the camp. Dante quickly emptied his bowl, donned his pack, and disappeared into the darkness. 2 days, and my nightmare would be over. With his last breath, Kane would regret ever choosing that Omega bitch over me.
Chapter 40. The Weight of Choice. Kane.
I smelled him long before I saw him. I scanned the trees, searching for movement, and when I located it, I took off like a shot. My body shifted from man to wolf without breaking stride, and intensified my tracking ability.
What the hell was Dante doing out here? As I got closer, I could smell the sweat on his body and hear his ragged breathing. He'd been traveling as fast as he could, and likely for quite some time. Staying downwind, I crept close enough to watch him stop and drink from the stream. When he finished drinking, he pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket. I wanted to see what was on it, so I silently shifted again and climbed a nearby tree. It was a map, and even without seeing it well, I could only imagine it led directly to our new home. He studied it for a moment, observed his surroundings, and pointed his fact toward the settlement.
That was enough for me!
You're a terrible scout, I growled. Dante's head snapped up, and he frantically looked around him, searching for the source of the voice. While his back was to me, I dropped down from the tree, landing with a soft thud. He spun around, and his eyes widened before he backed against a large boulder. When he realized who was stalking him, though, he relaxed slightly. Kane, I'm so glad you're all right.
I sneered and began to circle. Sure you are. What are you doing out here? Did Ceres send you to convince me to give up? The thought made my anger flare hotter. You can't convince me you came here of your own accord. I saw that map you were looking at. How did she find out where we were?
Yes, Ceres sent me. I won't lie. She's been working with the rogues who attacked the pack house and have been destroying small packs in the territory. They tracked you back to Lyra. There it was, the truth slapping me in the face. Even when I gave up literally everything I had to choose her, I still managed to do nothing but put her in more danger. Shame and guilt began to consume me, but I channeled those feelings into my fury.
Why did she send you?
Dante pulled a small vial from his pocket and held it out to me. She's afraid that Lyra will call the ancestors up and destroy her army before they can even reach the camp. I'm supposed to slip that in her drink so she'll fall unconscious before the battle. Unconscious, not dead, which tells me she wants Lyra alive for some reason.
That snake! I spat, taking the vial and smashing it against the boulder. The glass shattered and left a small wet spot on the rock. Did you really think you'd get away with this? That we'd let you just waltz into the settlement?
He shook his head. No. Ceres has dissolved the council, overthrown the leadership of the pack, colluded with the enemy, and still expects me to be loyal to her. She's insane. I only agreed to come so I could warn you. Her army is nearly 300 strong, and aren't more than half a day behind me. I don't know how many wolves Lyra has gathered up, but they better be prepared for a fight. There's no logic left in that woman. She'll kill them all to get revenge on both of you, down to the last child. Flashes of Lyra caring for her new pack ran through my mind. The faces of the children who watched her with adoration, the men who obeyed her, even when she wasn't giving orders. I grit my teeth and clenched my fists. Then I have to stop this, somehow. Do you think she'd call off her dogs if I surrendered?
He shrugged, lips pursed. I don't know. The time for that may already be past. But I suppose you could try. Otherwise, it might be time to ask Lyra to use her power. He tipped his head back and stared up through the canopy, at the small bits of sky showing through. I understand. If you don't trust me, I won't even enter the camp. But as my best friend since we were born, I couldn't let this happen without warning.
Our friendship ended the day you allowed me to leave, stripped of everything, and didn't say a word. But you go back and tell that bitch you accomplished your mission. If you survive what comes next, I might reconsider. I extended my hand and he took it. We shook hands firmly, eyes locked for possibly the last time.
I understand. Good luck, Kane. I'll do what I can to help from the other side.
I waved him off and turned my back, intent on getting back to the settlement as soon as possible. The pack needed to know what I'd learned, and I needed to take responsibility.
Lyra, the night was too quiet. My friends slept in shallow fragments, uneasy as they waited for what was coming. I sat alone at the edge of the territory, knees drawn in and hands clenched in my lap. I could feel it, not through scouts or sound, but through my connection to the spiritual world around me. They were coming. Heavy and relentless, they pushed toward my little settlement. This was because of me. They were coming for me, and everyone here would bleed for it. My chest tightened, making my breath shallow and rapid. What made it worse was I knew what I could do, what I should do. Call them. Let the ancestors rise in full, and end it all before it had time to begin. But the truth behind that action was worse. If I called them up in war, I'd become exactly what I'd been accused of, what they had been accused of. I'd be using the dead as weapons and turning war into something unnatural. If I don't call them, people will die. If I do, what does that make me? My hands trembled and my eyes closed. Desperation overcame me and I called out, not with a howl, but with the intention I'd learned over the last weeks. I need you, Alpha. The air shifted, becoming cold and still as the world dulled around me. My eyes fluttered open, and there he was, the ancestral Alpha, ancient and steady. He stood before me, entirely unmoved by fear. My voice felt raw as I called out to him. Tell me how to stop this. No preamble, no time for reverence, just pure need, pouring from me like a dam bursting through a small crack. He studied me, long and unhurried. You do not stop war. His voice made the trees and rocks around us tremble with its power. You survive it. Anger flickered in my belly. These wolves trusted me to protect them. There has to be another way. His voice didn't change. There is. Our bloodline offered it, and we were nearly erased for it by those we tried to protect. That landed hard. He stepped closer, the air thickening around us. You can win this without us, but it will cost you. Images began flickering at the edge of my mind. My wolves, falling, blood on the ground, loss I could not undo. Or you can call us fully. The world seemed to hold its breath, as did I. We will answer one last time. I blinked, struggling to process what he was telling me. And after? His answer was quiet, certain, silence. You no longer need us. I froze, the meaning settling slowly. If I called them, not only would I be labeled a monster, but there'd be no more guidance, no more voices, no more connection, no more them. My breath stuttered. What happens when the dead stop answering? He watched me, not unkind, but not comforting. Then you will stand on your own feet. I didn't cry and didn't break, but something inside me fractured anyway. I'd only been connected to my ancestors for a relatively short amount of time, but I'd come to rely on them, grown used to feeling them around me, ready and willing to give me guidance. How would I lead this pack without them? Boo-hoo. A single tear finally slipped down my cheek. Before I could find the words to express what I was feeling, my Alpha stepped back. The cold receded and the world returned, leaving me alone again. Not for long, though. I sensed Kane approaching through the bond, his footsteps careful and measured. He emerged from the trees and stopped when he saw me, leaving a respectful distance between us. His eyes swept over the tension in my shoulders, and I'm sure he could sense the weight of the choice I couldn't make. He didn't ask what I was doing, or why the bond between us pulsed with worry and dread. Instead, he pushed past me, headed for the center of the settlement. I turned and followed, curious what he was doing. To my surprise, he reached the fire and fell to his knees. Not to me, not even facing me, but to the group gathered around, comforting each other in the face of possible death, to the wolves waiting and trusting. He waited until I joined he group, and when he spoke, his voice was low and steady. The enemy will arrive soon. Lyra, none of this would have happened if I hadn't been so prideful. Give me to them. I stilled, the world narrowing around me. Kane finally made eye contact with me directly, his face full of sadness. In my heart, you will always be my true mate. But if my life buys their safety, he paused, looking at each wolf individually. Then take it. I'll return to Ceres and spend the rest of my life ensuring she never comes for you again. It hit me all at once. This wasn't sacrifice for redemption, or some grand gesture intended to make me choose him. This was accountability. He was accepting the cost in the only way he knew how. I watched him kneeling, not as an alpha or mate, but as a man who finally understood that some choices don't get undone. The weight of 3 impossible choices pressed down on me. Call the dead to save my new family, become the monster and lose them forever, stand alone and lose everything else, or offer up Kane, a man kneeling in the dirt giving everything he had left, and hope it made a difference. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 41, Those Called Come, Lyra. While I didn't know what choice I was going to make, I did know that my original plan wasn't going to work. I stood at the center of the clearing with my people gathered around me as dawn broke over the settlement. No birds or wind disturbed the stillness of a world stretched too tight. My wolves stood not in ranks or formation, but in close unification. The strongest men and women formed the outer ring, protecting the children and feeble in the center. My scouts caught sight of the enemy approaching before the sun rose, and now their feet caused the ground beneath us to rumble. Then suddenly they emerged, and across the open ground, they came. Ceres crested the northern ridge with Iron Fang wolves in formation behind her. They came in glittering rows, armored and disciplined in a way they had never been under Kane's leadership. Their movements were controlled, eyes focused on the witch at their head. and behind them, rogues spilled outward. Wild and unstructured, they spilled outward around the eastern and western sides of our settlement. They growled, hungry as they spread like a plague over the land. Some peeled off, slipping into the tree line and cutting off escape routes. Iron Fang advanced slowly from the front, deliberate and inevitable. My wolves tightened around me in their mismatched armor, clutching their improvised weapons. Despite their shaking legs and uneven stances, they didn't break. They held strong because I stood with them, and they trusted my judgment, even though I didn't. It was too late to change tactics now, though. My heart pounded in my chest, and hands grew slippery as Sarah spotted me from the front of the advancing line. Calm and composed, her gaze locked onto me. A slow, satisfied smile curved her mouth. Every muscle in her body screamed certainty of victory. They came to a halt, silence stretching between both sides. My people set their teeth and flexed their hands, trying to vent their fear in any way possible. I felt like a mouse in the face of a cat, knowing death stood moments away. Kane broke the stillness, stepping slightly forward. Not in front of me, but closer. In a soft voice, he said, "This doesn't have to happen." I didn't look at him, partially out of fear that I'd lose my resolve if I looked into his eyes. He exhaled slowly, his own settling in. I'll go to her. If she wants to feel like she wins, I'll give her one. I didn't sense fear or desperation from him. His mind was made up. But without thinking, my hand shot out and closed around his wrist, firm and unyielding. He stilled instantly. "No," I swallowed. "I don't trust that will make a difference." My grip loosened slightly, less like possession and more like a connection. I took a deep breath, and our eyes finally met. "Stand and fight with me." At that moment, I realized this was something more powerful than forgiveness. Trust. For the very first time, I trusted that this man could stand by my side and help protect the people I loved. Without hesitation, Kane nodded. Always. We didn't have time to analyze the moment. Saris lifted her hand, held it for a moment, and dropped it. The world exploded around us. Iron Fang surged forward, and the rogues struck from the flanks. Their shouts and pounding boots echoed on the mountains around us, making it feel like the enemy forces were multiplied. My group braced for collision, and for a moment I hoped the fence line and walls would hold. But it seemed the ancestors had left the boundary, because within moments they crossed it. The meeting of forces was brutal and uneven. My first line of wolves were thrown to the ground, bodies slamming into the dirt as steel armor flashed through them. We were outnumbered, outmatched. My wolves returned to their feet, throwing themselves at the enemy with all their ferocity. Everything around me became a blur as it all hit me at once. Too many enemies, too many angles, too many lives depending on me. This was all going to fall apart. There was only one way to do this, and I already knew it. Deep down, I've always known. My chest tightened, and my breath caught. After this, they're gone. I couldn't think about that, though. I'd bear the brunt of the consequences, as a good leader did. I closed my eyes, just for a second, and then... I howled. The sound tore out of me, full and unrestrained. This time it wasn't just grief or rage. I poured every emotion into my call, hoping I could cast my burdens on them. Instantly, the battlefield changed. The air turned cold, with a sharpness that felt almost alive. And they came, not as shadows or glimpses, but fully formed, solid beings. Dozens, Then hundreds of ancient wolves stepped into the world like it belonged to them. A blanket of fog rolled out around their feet. For a split second, every wolf froze. They could feel them, even if they couldn't see them. The pressure was crushing.
Ceres let out a feral shriek, her hands elongating into paws. Her claws raked across Dante's face and he reeled back. "You said she was taken care of, you bastard," she screamed. "If any of you want to survive this, go for the howler."
Iron Fang and the rogues faltered for a moment, but a whistle from a scarred rogue returned the rest of them to their senses. They began charging toward me, dropping to all fours and abandoning their weapons as they came. Iron Fang wasn't far behind, the insane screeching of Ceres pushing them into action. The ancestors responded by forming a circle around me, then spreading across the battlefield. They weren't chaotic or wild. Every movement was precise, intercepting strikes before they could land. Enemies were thrown back without any actual damage, carving out space around my wolves. The battlefield became something else entirely. It felt both sacred and terrifying. There was nothing Ceres's wolves could do against the ancestors. But the spirits didn't use their claws or their teeth. They simply protected our little group, pushing the enemy farther and farther away. Ceres's surety finally cracked. Her eyes widened just as I began to sway. I focused on her as the world around me grew black from the edges in. This power was too much, too vast. My body trembled violently as the connection burned through me. Everything was too bright, too dark, too final. With howls and shouts all around me, I finally fell. The last thing I saw was Kane moving, catching me just before I hit the ground.
Kane.
Lyra!
My voice felt raw as I shouted her name for what felt like the 15th time. The ancestors still surged around us, their muscular bodies flexing as they repeatedly pushed back Ceres's forces. I dropped to my knees and pressed my fingers to Lyra's neck, searching for a pulse.
Come on, Lyra. You've been through this before. You'll be okay this time, too.
My gaze flickered up and instinctively, I flinched as two rogues lunged at me. They were intercepted by the massive Alpha, who flicked them away as easily as flies. We made eye contact, and for a moment, I thought I caught a flicker of approval in his glowing eyes, before he raced away. Pride found a small amount of space in my panic, before I looked back down at Lyra.
Her chest rose and fell, thank the goddess. But speaking of, my wolf chose that moment to rise. The desperation to claim her raged through me like wildfire, setting my nerves alight. I needed to mark her, to anchor her, but with every ounce of strength I had, I forced my wolf back.
This wasn't about me. It wasn't about us. I shifted so my body covered hers, shielding her as wave after wave of attacks bounced off the spiritual sentinels who stood guard over us. No claim, no bond assertion, just a man protecting the woman he loved because it had taken me a long time to realize it. But I loved Lyra. With my pride, my arrogance, and my stubbornness out of the way, I could see exactly why the moon goddess had bonded me with this fierce, confident woman. She humbled me, balanced me, and represented everything I lacked. And I wasn't going to lose her now.
Somehow, a pair of Iron Fang wolves managed to break through the wall of spirits and struck. I took it, then another, and another. My blood spilled down over Lyra's face, glistening a deep crimson against her pale skin, but I didn't move.
This was what I could offer. I'd accrued an unbelievable debt, and I was paying it. The ancestors didn't step in, as if they were the arbiters of my punishment. Finally, I looked up and met the attackers' eyes. They were young gammas whose names I really should have known. but I realized with shame that they represented the dozens of pack members I'd never bothered to know. It seemed like that realization was what the ancestors were waiting for. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than two ethereal betas stepped in and brushed the gammas away. Then, slowly, the entire ghostly pack turned as one. Towards Ceres. The air grew even heavier, crushing and unavoidable. Ceres stood at the back of her army, frozen as the dead set their gaze upon her.
Chapter 42. Judgment of the Dead. Ceres. The pathetic wolves under my command froze. My lungs felt full of ice rather than oxygen, as something shifted on the battlefield. Claws stilled and growls died. Even the ones injured by being thrown backwards stopped crying out. Though I could feel the change, I still couldn't see what was repelling my forces. I found myself standing alone at the back of my fractured forces. Raven was nowhere to be seen. In fact, the majority of the rogues had disappeared, if not all of them. Cowards. The trees rustled with the sound of their retreat. My Iron Fang warriors lowered their eyes and clumped together. No one moved to stand beside me. Then, suddenly, the air began to shimmer. Vague forms slowly took shape all over the valley, brighter than full moonlight and colder than winter. As they solidified, they became giant wolves dotting the area, mixed in with Iron Fang and the girls' weaklings. Countless wolves of every rank, every age, all scarred and towering over us. Right next to Kane and the girl, the center of this entire mess, was an alpha who stood a full head taller than any other wolf in the valley. His eyes glowed yellow, and the rest of his scarred white pelt glowed blue. I shivered as he took a step toward me. But I lifted my chin and forced steadiness into my spine. Who were these wolves to think they had any place meddling with the affairs of the living? They'd already lived their lives. "You are dead," I said, my voice wavering only once. "You have no authority here." The alpha looked at me calmly, which was worse than anger. No part of him seemed to give a damn about what I had to say. His ear flicked once. Then his voice rumbled through the air like the sound of an earthquake. "Authority was never yours, and it never will be." The words struck me like a physical blow. I glanced around me, waiting for any of my forces to step up and defend me. But no one came. Not one warrior stepped forward. Not one elder spoke. The rogues had already deserted me. For the first time in my life, my status couldn't save me. I was completely alone, at the mercy of whatever this ghost had in store for me. The alpha's gaze sharpened. "You harmed from the shadows what you feared in the light." He took one step toward me. "You poisoned one who had already been wounded, who held no malice toward you." I gasped suddenly, my knees buckling. I clawed at my throat as fire spread through my veins and nausea twisted in my stomach. Weakness stole my limbs, leaving me a crumpled heap on the valley floor. My skin crawled as if it were infested, and I retched into the dirt, though nothing came to relieve the urge to vomit. My hands shook violently and my vision grew dark. As much as I desired the release of unconsciousness, it never came. "You wanted her weakened." The voice pounded in my skull, and I began to convulse, losing control of every muscle in my body. Feel weakness. I wished for death, but death did not answer. Then, as suddenly as it began, the suffering washed away. Panting and filthy, I dragged myself upright. Burning fury replaced my fear, and I waved a trembling hand at Iron Fang. I led them. I held them together when Kane abandoned them. No one answered. No one claimed me. They all remained silent and still, statues whose eyes felt like fire on my skin as they stared at me. The Alpha's voice deepened. You built yourself on rank and mistook fear for loyalty, yet their eyes have been opened. A change rolled over the battlefield, not physically, but instinctively. Every wolf present felt it and responded. They turned away from me, my warriors stepping closer to Kane and the girl. Everyone who had followed me moments ago refused to meet my eyes. I raised a hand and shouted, "Stand with me!" Nothing.
I commanded you! I kept the pack from falling apart when Kane gave up on us.
Nothing. The Alpha shook his head, his fur rippling brightly. You stripped many people of their standing. Now stand without yours. My scent changed, burning my nose. I stumbled backward as wolves recoiled from my new scent. This was agony, to be ignored, to be stripped of rank, and to feel myself socially erased. It struck deeper than the pain of the previous punishment. Now truly afraid, I scrambled backward, tripping over a stone. I hit the ground hard and continued backing up. Mud streaked across my skin. My hair was wild, and my pride had shattered. I pointed at the girl's fallen form in Kane's arms. "She is the curse!" I shouted. "Take her, not me!" Everyone around me looked disgusted. Even Iron Fang began gathering around Kane and the girl, leaving me standing even more alone, with a wall of ancestral ghosts separating me from my pack. The Alpha cut through the line, approaching until he stood only a few paces away. His eyes became winter incarnate, freezing me from the inside out. You sought to silence what threatened you. He stepped closer. You demanded her voice. Another step. Meanwhile, you used your own to wound, lie, and incite bloodshed. His paw lifted from the ground, and he bared his teeth. "Ah! No!" I tried to run, but couldn't get to my feet before he swiped his claws at me, and the air snapped tight. My next scream never came. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I clawed at my throat, trying again and again. Nothing. No sound. No growl, command, or plea. The Alpha's snarl lowered into a look of satisfaction. You're set on removing dangerous voices, so keep your silence. I fell completely to the dirt, everything taken from me in the blink of an eye. All of my dreams were stripped away, leaving me a shaking, voiceless figure that no one rushed forward to help. I reached toward the wolves I once controlled. They stepped farther away, gathering tighter around Kane. I reached for Kane, but he never looked at me. I even reached toward the girl, but the ancestors blocked my path. The Alpha turned his back on me, this time lifting his head and speaking so the entire valley could hear him. Let every pack remember, cruelty clothed as order is still cruelty. Power without honor devours itself. He looked down and back at me, his nose wrinkling with disgust. And those who make weapons of others will be left with nothing to wield. Iron Fang warriors, still in their human forms, dropped their weapons. Wolves tucked their lips over their fangs and dug their claws into the earth before shifting back. And as one, the entire group knelt. Not to me, but to Kane and the unconscious girl. A wave of relief washed over all of them, as if this was all over. Meanwhile, Kane was still kneeling over the girl, still shielding her. He was bloodied and silent, his eyes fixated on her body. It infuriated me that he watched none of my suffering. After a lifetime of planning and working together, I meant less to him than a stupid girl who never had anything to offer. She may even be dead, for all I knew. Yet he slowly raised himself to his feet and took the girl in his arms. He cradled her to his chest as if she were the most precious treasure, and turned toward the fire still burning in the center of the hovel they now lived in. Their group of ragged, pathetic leftovers followed in a loose group behind them, heads hung low. Some held hands, while others supported their injured companions. Then went Iron Fang. They too followed Kane into the darkness, and one by one the glowing spirits began to disappear until only the Alpha remained. He regarded me one more time with eyes that seemed to contain galaxies, shook his head, and with a blink, he was gone. Stifling silence pressed in on me. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, trying to decide what my next move would be. So I had to start over again. So what? I'd managed to claw my way to the top once before. I could do it again. My thoughts were interrupted by the rustle of trees. I opened my eyes and glanced around, only to find myself surrounded by Raven's rogues. Momentarily forgetting what that monster had done to me, I opened my mouth to smooth things over. Only, nothing came out. Raven stepped into the moonlight, the dagger in his hand glinting in the moonlight. You promised your man had taken care of the Howler. His voice was low and dangerous, like the warning hiss of a snake. You promised we'd defeat the orphans and earn a weapon beyond our wildest dreams. But you lied. His lips curled up into a sneer, revealing his sharp teeth. He began to circle me, his group of rogues watching from the tree line. I don't take well to liars, Ceres. You're coming with us, and I'll just let your imagination run wild with what I plan to do to you before snuffing you out like a candle. His blade flashed again in the moonlight, its arc illuminated as the hilt swung toward me. I tried to get up and run, but before I could regain control of my muscles, the steel pommel struck my temple, causing my world to go black.
Chapter 43, Shield Song, Kane. I carried Lyra away from the blood-stained ground and toward the hospital building. Though I was vaguely aware of others being tended and debris littering the ground, all I felt was the weight of her in my arms. Too still, too quiet. She breathed, barely. Every few steps I checked again, as if my terror alone could stop her lungs. Blood from my own wounded face and back ran down my body, but I ignored it completely. After everything, pride, failure, punishment, war, the only thing that mattered now was whether she would wake. If my wishes held any sway in the universe, she definitely would. I pressed through the infirmary doors, and the healers rushed forward. Sarai and the others gently took her from me and lay her on the central cot. All I could do was linger as they quickly prepared herbs, wiped the blood from her face, and checked her pulse. Get me a cold rag. She's burning up with fever. The two assistants rushed off to fetch the rag and bucket as Sarai carefully dripped herbal tonic into Lyra's mouth. That should absorb, even if she can't swallow it, she murmured, though I wasn't sure if she was reassuring me or herself. I sat down in a chair next to the cot, refusing to leave. Not that anyone asked me to. I sat by her bedside through the entire night. Still bloodied and exhausted, I somehow managed to remain awake. At some point, the healers managed to bandage my wounds, but I didn't care. My whole focus was the rise and fall of Lyra's chest. I watched every breath, every twitch of her fingers. In those dark hours, it struck me. I had no title to protect, no counsel to impress, and no power to maintain. All I had was a love I never knew how to name, and she looked so small and frail. You don't get to save everyone and leave me here, I grumbled, running my fingers through her tangled hair. Wake up angry if you have to. Just wake up.
It wasn't until the first light slipped across the room that Lyra began to stir. Her brows tightened and her fingers flexed weakly. I immediately jumped to my feet, My breath caught in my throat. Her eyes opened, slowly, unfocused as they drifted around until they found me. Relief hit me so hard it nearly brought me to my knees. Her lips parted, and when she spoke, her voice was rough, soft. Did we lose anyone?
I shook my head. My eyes burned as I told her the truth. No. I took a breath and smiled. The battle is over, and we won without a single casualty.
Her eyes closed briefly, out of relief and gratitude rather than pain. Then they fluttered open and she looked at me again. What happens next?
I gave a tired, honest shrug. I don't know. I paused, fighting the urge to trace the shape of her cheeks with my thumb. But what I do know is this. Even if you never claim me, my voice attempted to cut out, so I cleared my throat and took a deep breath. Even then, I'll stand with you for the rest of my days. No demand, no expectation. Only my devotion, freely given. She studied me, long and quiet. She didn't say anything, but she also didn't look away. Later that morning, clean and bandaged, I met the Iron Fang warriors gathered in the settlement square. They stood in ordered rows, waiting. I could see in their eyes that they expected restoration. They expected the return of their alpha. I stood before them, bandaged and weary, but steady. Whispers passed through their ranks, loud enough that I could catch some of them. He reclaimed his honor. He'll lead us home. Iron Fang needs strength again. For a few moments, I just listened. When the voices faded away, I straightened my shoulders and spoke with a voice that carried easily over the square. Iron Fang needs leadership. They all murmured in agreement, nodding and waiting for the announcement they expected. But not mine. Shock rippled through the formation. Again, I gave them a few moments to work through their emotions, and myself time to scan the group for the face I wanted. I spotted him near the back of the group and made eye contact. Dante. He stepped out from the warriors. Reliable, respected, and steady under pressure. He was exactly the man I wanted. You protected our people when others chased pride. You stood firm when leadership failed, and when faced with temptation, you remained loyal. You will be their alpha.
I rather expected to feel bitterness or regret, giving up the opportunity to take back the role I'd lost. However, I only felt clarity. Dante bowed his head once, deeply. Then I'll lead them better than we were led. I accepted the blow without flinching, because it was deserved.
Looking out over the gathered wolves, I sighed deeply. My place is here. No explanation or apology was needed. They all understood where here meant. With Lyra and her people, our people.
Dante saluted me and whistled once, turning the warriors back toward Iron Fang territory, toward rebuilding, and toward a future no longer tied to me.
Don't forget your new pack has an ally, he called out. I smiled and watched them go, feeling lighter than loss should feel. Winter passed, and the pack grew stronger. As the first days of the warm season arrived, the settlement had changed. Cabins stood in neat rows amidst thriving gardens. Children ran along paths once stained with blood, under the watchful eye of strong guard towers. Laughter echoed in the distance from young men and women fishing in the nearby stream. They'd become a real pack, one built, not inherited. I stood at the perimeter fence, repairing a damaged post. The sun was hotter today than it had been all week, and sweat glistened on my brow. My hands had become rough from hard labor. I had no crown, no audience, but I was happy, even if I rarely said it aloud. I finished twisting the securing wire and wiped my brow, sensing her before I heard her. I turned and saw Lyra walking toward me through the tall grass. She was strong now, centered. I marveled how radiant she was, in a way that had nothing to do with beauty, and everything to do with finding her place. Even now, seeing her still made my breath catch in my throat. She stopped in front of me and handed me a mug of cold water. She watched me drain it, then place it on the post. "Looks like you're finished?" I nodded, and she stepped closer. Her scent filled my nose, warm and sweet like home. "You said you'd stand with me."
My answer was immediate. Always.
With a half smile, she took my hand and placed it over her heart. Then she pressed her palm to my chest. "Then stand with me, as mine." A beat passed, gentle, soft, "If you still want that." I laughed once, as my vision grew misty. There's never been anything else I'd rather have. With no crowd, ceremony, or moonlit spectacle, we leaned into each other. Our foreheads touched first, then mouths, slow and tender. No hunger to consume ran through me, only desire to join with her. The bond unfurled between us, balanced, as warmth spread through us. There was no kneeling, claiming, dominance, or submission, only mutual choosing. The wind stirred softly, warm and cool all at once. No forms appeared and no voices spoke, but both of us could feel it. Approval. Peace settled over the area as somewhere beyond sight, the dead were satisfied.
When our lips finally parted, I smiled and cupped Lyra's cheek. "You know, we should probably give the pack a name. They're pretty official now."
She nodded and rested her forehead against mine. "Yeah, I've been thinking about that. What about the Shield Song Pack? My howl may be gone, but I'll never stop being their shield." "That's perfect." I kissed her again, long and sweet. I couldn't think of a more fitting name. As she taught all of us, some voices are meant to wake the dead. Others are meant to teach the living how to listen. And the moon goddess knew that I needed both. And that brings us to the end of this story. Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next. There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, happy listening.